going strong at the end of the year.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Statements on the significant matter of Mental Health Month.
I call to the Assistant Minister for Health.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I entered this place, I worked in the mental health inpatient units of Wyong Hospital as a specialist mental health pharmacist for nearly 10 years, where I saw each day people in distress escalating to crisis point and being brought in by police or ambulance, many who simply couldn't access care. I witnessed firsthand the impact of mental ill health on individuals, families and communities. Involuntary admissions, seclusion and restraint, tribunal hearings, community treatment orders, careers ended, lives lost. I saw then what we now know, borne out through royal commissions, select committee inquiries, productivity commission reports, that the system was failing people and we needed to do more. That's why, since coming to government, we've worked tirelessly to make mental health care more accessible for everyone. Yeah. Because mental health is health. It's central to how we live, work and connect. Through community-based step care across the lifespan, we're building a new system of mental health support and care in Australia, Medicare Mental Health. Speaker, in my years working in mental health, I met people from all walks of life, some seeking support for the first time, others living with long-term conditions. What united them was the need for compassion, timely support and dignity. Today, we know that mental health is the #1 reason Australians visit their GP. In fact, for the 8th year in a row, psychological issues top the list of concerns raised in general practice. Over 70% of GPs report this trend. As a government, as a parliament, we have an obligation to act, and that's why I was proud to stand alongside the Prime Minister and Health Minister during the election to announce a $1.1 billion mental health package. Yeah. The single biggest investment in mental health services, delivering more support and care in communities backed by Medicare. This includes expanding our network of Medicare mental health centres to 91. We are moving quickly to establish these centres, and as of last week, we've opened 50 Medicare mental health centres across the country. Yeah. Just this month, we've opened centres in Redcliffe on the North Brisbane Peninsula in the member for Petries electorate, Campbelltown in southwest Sydney in the member for Macarthur's electorate, Mount Isa in northwest Queensland in the member for Kennedy's electorate, and Devonport on the northwest coast of Tasmania in the member for Braddon's electorate. Speaker, it was in Devonport where I met Tony, and I want to share some of his story with you. After 2 lengthy hospital admissions, Tony said that he did not feel supported after being discharged. He said, and I quote, "Either I didn't know what support was there, or it simply wasn't there." He goes on to say, "There was no one who understood me or how to navigate the seriously lacking, fragmented and complex mental health system well enough to provide meaningful assistance and to help guide me on my recovery journey." And looking for support and receiving a recommendation about a new service, Tony walked into the Launceston Medicare Mental Health Centre, which he described as, and I quote, nirvana. It was there Tony received wraparound support before eventually taking part in a workshop where he learned of our government's plans to open more Medicare mental health centres, including in his hometown of Devonport. I'm delighted to share with the House that Tony now works supporting people as a peer worker at the new Devonport Medicare Mental Health Centre. Yeah. In Devonport and 49 other locations across the country, Medicare mental health centres offer free walk-in care with no referral or appointment needed over extended hours. They're staffed by multidisciplinary teams of clinical and non-clinical mental health workers, and we've boosted funding to create a virtual network to make sure every centre has access to psychologists and psychiatrists. As I touched on earlier, we're building a system of care across the lifespan so everyone can thrive, no matter their age or stage. For new and expectant parents, we're partnering with the Gidget Foundation to open 20 perinatal mental health centres. These centres offer vital care because we know 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men experience mental ill health in the perinatal period. Just last week, I joined the member for Lawler for the opening of the newest perinatal mental health centre in Point Cook in Melbourne's west. For children aged 0 to 12 years and their families, we're opening 17 Medicare mental health kids hubs in partnership with state and territory governments. Kids hubs offer developmental, behavioural and emotional support for children and families during their formative years. Recently, alongside the member for Lingiari, I visited the Kids Hub in Alice Springs, a First Nations-led service for First Nations children and families. The model pairs clinicians with First Nation health workers with outreach into communities across Central Australia, providing expert, culturally appropriate care and helping to build stronger communities. I'm pleased to update the House that by the end of this year, we'll have opened 5 more Medicare mental health kids hubs right across the country. For young Australians aged 12 to 25 years, we're expanding Headspace centres and strengthening the model of care. When Headspace was first introduced nearly 20 years ago, 1 in 5 young people experienced mental health distress in any 12-month period. That's now doubled to 2 in 5, or 40% of young Australians, which is why we're opening 58 new and expanded Headspace services, growing the network to 203 centres across the country. Understanding the unique challenges faced by young people in rural communities, we'll be establishing 2 new remote Headspace centres and 20 new outreach services. This will support our expansion of Headspace services in remote First Nations communities like Headspace Murujulu, located on the eastern side of Uluru, which I visited earlier this year. We're also introducing Headspace Plus for more complex mental health care, opening 30 centres across the country. This will be complemented by 20 new youth specialist care centres, supporting young people who need ongoing care for more challenging mental ill health, such as psychosis and eating disorders. Speaker, we're taking a comprehensive approach to support mental health and wellbeing with more initiatives underway. Early next year, we'll launch the National Early Intervention Service, a new digital platform offering free therapy for people with mild to moderate concerns. No diagnosis, no referral, just support when people need it. Once fully operational, it's expected this service will support more than 150,000 people each year. We're also strengthening the mental health workforce by opening up an additional 1,200 training places for clinical and non-clinical mental health workers. This will be supported by our work to professionalise the peer workforce because we understand the value of lived experience. This will begin with the Peer Worker Census next year and the establishment of the new Peer Workforce Association. We've also established 2 peak bodies to support people with a lived or living experience of mental ill health, the National Mental Health Consumer Alliance and Mental Health Carers Australia, understanding the separate but related needs. Speaker, Mental Health Month's theme this year is taking steps on your wellbeing journey, and I know from my time in hospitals, in pharmacies and now in this place, that the first step is often the hardest and it can be the most powerful. So I say to anyone listening, inside or outside of this chamber, if you're struggling, reach out. If you're caring for someone, ask for help. If you're unsure, walk into one of our Medicare mental health services. You don't need a diagnosis, you don't need to wait, you just need to take that first step. And together, we can take steps, big and small, towards a healthier, kinder Australia. Thank you.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Fadden to speak in response to the Assistant Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and firstly, if I can thank the Assistant Minister for her kind words on this topic, and I recognise her genuine personal engagement in this area. I rise to recognise that October is Mental Health Month, a reminder of the importance of looking after our mental health and well-being. Mental health matters deeply to Australians, and it matters deeply to the Coalition. According to the 2020-22 National Study of Mental Health and Wellbeing, 22% of Australians, 4.3 million people, experienced a mental illness in the past year. That's 1 in 5 Australians who need help, understanding and support. Behind every statistic is a family member, friend or colleague. It is the duty of any government to break stigma, raise awareness and ensure that support is there for Australians who need it. That is why the Coalition is proud of our legacy in government, having established Headspace in 2006 as a trusted and recognised support service and the National Suicide Prevention Research Fund. It was the Coalition who doubled the number of Medicare subsidised mental health sessions Australians could access from 10 to 20. As an opposition, we will always be constructive where we can, but critical where we must. Because while this government talks about the importance of mental health, too many Australians are still falling through the cracks. The government talks about mental health awareness, but they've cut the Medicare subsidised support in half, ripping away care from hundreds of thousands of Australians with more chronic or complex mental health conditions. They promised cost of living relief, but they have made it more expensive to see a mental health professional. They say that they care about outcomes, yet they ignore their own experts and reject the data. They have abolished the National Mental Health Commission and cut the National Suicide Prevention Research Fund, a fund that was driving life-saving research under the Coalition. Disappointingly, despite these cuts, they did not announce a single new measure for more complex or chronic mental health needs for their entire first term in office. Millions of dollars have also been spent changing signs, logos and websites for services at rebadged Medicare mental health centres that already existed under the Coalition under the Head to Health program. Instead of investing in real services and new frontline support, Labor has spent taxpayer money rebadging and ribbon cutting Coalition-funded centres and pretending they're new. Meanwhile, Australia is facing a mental health crisis, with demand for mental health support continuing to rise. But despite rising demand, data from the Productivity Commission tells us that the number of new patients accessing Medicare mental health support has fallen to the lowest level in at least a decade. And as costs rise, more Australians are delaying care altogether. Nearly 1 in 5 people now say they've put off seeing a mental health professional because they can't afford it. That is a tragedy and it is avoidable. As I said, we will be critical where we must, and we must be critical about a failure to treat mental health as a genuine national priority. Awareness is critical, but words alone is not enough. Australians need timely and affordable access to care. They need research and they need early intervention. The Coalition will continue to hold this government to account for its failures, and we will continue to fight for a system that ensures Australians can access the mental health support they need when they need it. Because mental health should be a national priority, and it's time that this government genuinely started treating it that way.
Give a call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that further statements on Mental Health Month be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I present report number 4 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 3rd November 2025. The report will be printed in the Hansard today, and the committee's deliberations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I call the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that Fair Work Amendment, Baby Prayers Bill 2025, stands referred to the Federation Chamber.
I give the call to the Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill 2025.
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill 2025, and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to introduce the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill 2025. This bill continues our government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and our commitment to implementing a better and simpler veterans entitlement system so that veterans and families can access the support they need and deserve faster. For too long, the complexity of the veterans entitlement system has been a source of frustration for veterans and families. With the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's interim report finding this was a contributor to suicidality amongst our veteran community. We worked with a range of stakeholders to develop the way forward. In February this year, we passed the VETS Act, the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Act. That means that from the middle of 2026, all veteran claims will be assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under one single piece of legislation that will be simpler to use and faster to process. The new and improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the MRCA. This is the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century, and it means we'll be able to better provide the services and supports the veteran community needs when they need them. Since these reforms were passed, we have been preparing for this significant reform, making veterans aware of the changes to come, upskilling delegates within the department, training advocates and updating computer systems. This bill proposes a number of minor technical amendments to the legislation to ensure the smooth implementation of these reforms and the transition from the previous complicated tri-act arrangement to a single ongoing act. These amendments do not change the intent agreed to through the passage of the VETS Act. The bill will clarify the powers of the existing Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission and the Repatriation Commission as they transition into a single Repatriation Commission. The bill inserts new transitional provisions to allow the existing Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission to make instruments prior to 1 July 2026, which will continue in effect after 1 July 2026, where it would be beneficial to support a smooth, uninterrupted transition to a single act. This includes instruments that will give effect to the presumptive liability rules that will assist the Government and the Department of Veterans Affairs to more flexibly respond to emerging conditions. It would also include transition arrangements for the guide used for permanent impairment assessments, which contains much of the operational detail and calculations used to assess an individual veteran's claim when they transition to the MRCA. The bill also removes ambiguity in the legislation for veterans and families seeking review of a DVA decision and clarify the interpretation of eligibility for important funeral benefits to ensure claims for funeral compensation are determined according to the Act under which they were lodged and the correct entitlements are available as quickly as possible. The bill also strengthens the review rights for decisions made under the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act of 1988, the DRCA, before the commencement of the new review pathway from 21 April 2025 and, of course, beyond that date. While the Vets Act amended the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2004 to preserve the former Section 62 review rights in relation to DIRCA determinations made before 21 April 2025, this amendment will ensure a clear and unambiguous basis for these arrangements and reaffirm the primacy of the single review pathway. These amendments together will clarify and make minor adjustments to the veterans legislation to align with the government's original policy intention to simplify and harmonise the veteran compensation system, making the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century. This will enable veterans and families to get the support they need and deserve when they need it. And I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call the member
I move
for
the debate be adjourned.
Page. I thank the member for Page. The question is the debate must be adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025.
Call the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'm going to call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to authorise certain things done in relation to tax file numbers in connection with loans to students and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Today, I introduce the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. The bill ensures that vet student loans providers were authorised to handle students' tax file numbers to administer the Vet Student Loans Program. The Vet Student Loans Act 2016 governs both the eligibility criteria for students seeking a loan and the requirements that providers must meet to participate in the program. Students are required, under the VSL Act, to provide their tax file number when submitting a loan application, as repayments are made through the tax system. The tax file number is essential to ensure the student's loan application details align with their Australian Taxation Office account. During a review of how vet student loans are administered, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that there was no clear role for VSL providers to handle tax file numbers under the VSL Act, and stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and legislation was required. We've taken action to fix this. Since early 2025, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has implemented updates to the IT systems to mask VSL students' tax file numbers and automate the transfer of tax file numbers between the student interface and government systems. So now VSL providers no longer need to handle tax file numbers. This bill includes a retrospective measure to authorise VSL providers' past handling of student tax file numbers for the purpose of administering loan applications and vet student loans. It also authorises the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations' previous disclosure of tax file numbers to providers for the same purpose. The measure applies to all current and former VSL providers and their officers who handle tax file numbers from 1 January 2017 to 30 September 2025. It also extends to other relevant parties, including the Secretary of the Department, the Commissioner of Taxation and Commonwealth officers. By clarifying the basis for these past practices, the bill ensures that Vet Student Loans Program remains both accessible to students and compliant, supporting confidence in the system and the delivery of quality vocational education. Income contingent loans for vocational education and training students were first introduced in 2008 under the former Vet Fee Help scheme. That scheme operated under the Higher Education Support Act 2003, which allowed Vet Fee Help and higher education loan program providers to handle students' tax file numbers for the purposes of administering loans. In 2017, the Vet Fee Help scheme was replaced by the Vet Student Loans Program. While the Vet Student Loans Program operates under its own legislative framework, the Vet Student Loans Act 2016, it continued to use the same IT systems platforms. This bill is important because VET plays a huge role in building the skilled workforce Australia needs now and into the future. The Vet Student Loans program makes vocational education and training more accessible to Australians by providing opportunities for students to undertake a vet course, diploma level and above, and defer the payment of tuition fees through an income contingent loan. The program helps to address skill shortages across critical industries, including engineering, occupational licensing trades like plumbing, carpentry and electrical work, and training and assessment. There is no change to the way students apply for a vet student loan using the electronic Commonwealth Assistant form. And I confirm to the House that since the vet student loan program commenced in 2017, there have been no student complaints relating to the handling of tax file numbers for the purposes of administering the program. Ensuring vet student loans are accessible and administered with integrity is critical to helping Australians gain the skills and qualifications to build our future, strengthen our workforce and support long-term national prosperity. Further details of the measure in the bill are set out in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend the bill to the House.
Debate must now be adjourned. The member for
I
Page.
move debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Page. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate informing the House that Senator Bell has been appointed a participating member of the following committees: the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purposes of the committee's inquiry into the 2025 election, and the Joint Standing Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme, and returning the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025 without amendment. I have received a message from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to by the Senate referring the Optus 000 service outage of 18 September 2025 to the Senate Environment Communications Reference Committee for inquiry and report by 11 February 2026. Copies of the message have been placed on the table for the information of honourable members. I do not propose to read its terms, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I'm going to call the club. I'll call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion: that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as will prevent the member for Lindsay moving the following motion immediately. That the House, 1, notes that the Senate has passed a motion to establish an inquiry to be conducted by the Environment and Communications References Committee on the 000 outages of the 18th of September 2025, with a committee to report by the 11th of February 2026. B, the Senate has requested that its resolution on this matter be communicated to the House. C, on the 8th of October 2025, the government blocked a motion moved by the member for Lindsay to establish a select committee to be known as a House Select Committee on the 000 ecosystem to inquire into and report on the health of the 000 ecosystem. D, the opposition expedited the passage of the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergencies Powers Bill 2025 through the House upon a motion first moved by the opposition. And E, the recommendations of the Australian Government review into the Optus outage of the 8th of November 2023, the Bean Review, have still not been fully implemented by the government. And 2, requires A, the Minister for Communications as a House Minister to fully cooperate with the inquiry and appear in person to outline in full her role in the serious outages that have occurred in the 000 ecosystem. And B, that the Minister provide transparency around the failure of the government to ensure that the legal obligations of telecommunications providers to enable emergency services calls at all times are met.
Are you seeking leave to suspend?
Yes.
Is leave granted? Call the Minister.
No, leave is not granted.
Call the member for Lindsay.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Lindsay from moving the following motion immediately. That the House notes 1, A, the Senate has passed a motion to establish an inquiry to be conducted by the Environment and Communications References Committee on the 000 outages of the 18th of September 2025, with the committee to report by the 11th of February 2026. B, the Senate has requested that its resolution on this matter be communicated to the House. C, on the 8th of October 2025, the government blocked a motion moved by the member for Lindsay to establish a select committee to be known as the House Select Committee on the 000 ecosystem and to inquire into and report on the health of the 000 ecosystem. D, the opposition expedited the passage of the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Powers Bill 2025 through the House upon a motion first moved by the opposition. And E, the recommendations of the Australian Government review into the Optus outage of the 8th of November 2023, the Bean Review, have still not been fully implemented by the government. And 2, requires A, the Minister for Communications as a House Minister to fully cooperate with the inquiry and appear in person to outline in full her role in the serious outages that have occurred in the 000 ecosystem, and that the Minister provide transparency around the failure of the government to ensure that the legal obligations of telecommunications providers to enable emergency services calls at all times are met. Mr. Speaker, people died when they couldn't call 000 during that Optus outage, and the Albanese Labor government has had multiple chances to come in here. We have moved amendments. We have suspended standing orders. We have reached out to the Minister and offered our assistance in coming to a solution so that this never happens again. Yet the government and the Greens have teamed up to block increased penalties for telcos who do the wrong thing. We moved amendments three times. Three times the government had opportunities to increase those penalties from $10 million. We said it should be $40 million. They did a dirty deal with the Greens and now we're at $30 million. But we gave them that chance. This could have been done weeks and weeks ago. Shame on the government for failing every single Australian in this country and not holding telcos to account for their failures. The Albanese Labor government teamed up with the Greens and blocked each and every single coalition amendment on the bill which would have forced those telcos to pay for their mistakes. They blocked the coalition's amendment for a public 000 outage register. They have, however, instructed ACMA to change the industry standard to require the telcos to publish this data, not publicly, but on their own website. So multiple telcos publishing their own outages. Do you think that's really going to happen? These are the very telcos like Optus who failed to detect an outage for almost 13 hours and then failed abysmally at every turn to provide notifications to everyone of the outage. Each update they provided to the Minister, her office, the Department of Communications and ACMA, the regulator, were wrong. How on earth can Australians have their confidence restored in the 000 network when the Albanese Labor government is choosing to outsource this work right back to the very telcos that have failed to uphold it? Even worse, the reporting mechanisms created by the 000 Custodian Bill are absolutely useless. The bill requires a report to be produced every 6 months by the new custodian and ACMA, but they won't be publicly available. People won't know what is in those reports. Both the Coalition and Senator Payman called for this amendment in the other place, but the Albanese government and the Greens blocked both amendments. I, along with so many Australians, am disgusted at the actions of the Albanese government on this matter of protecting Australians. Yesterday, the Senate supported the establishment of a Senate inquiry into the absolutely catastrophic Optus outage that occurred in September. Speaker, I moved a motion in this place 3 weeks ago, which would have established a House inquiry that could have already been underway. Parliament has now wasted 3 weeks in getting on with the job. Those on the other side of the chamber chose to block that inquiry, despite it being supported by the Coalition and the full crossbench. This is despite the Standing Committee on Communications, the Arts and Sports having absolutely nothing to do, as was revealed in the Sydney Morning Herald on Saturday. Rather than have common sense prevail and put the safety and well-being of all Australians first, this arrogant and transparency-phobic Albanese government have tried to dodge a bullet, but they've failed. The Senate inquiry established will use all of its powers to interrogate not just Optus, but the Department of Communications, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, and any other relevant and involved stakeholder. Relevant stakeholders, I will point out, include the Minister for Communications. I expect that a request for the Minister to attend a committee hearing will arrive very soon. I don't have to use any psychic abilities or foreshadowing anything that will happen, but I can guess that the Minister won't be available. Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong prediction. There'll be some sporting event or international travel commitment that will prevent her from attending. They love scrutiny on that side of the House, which leads me to the 000 custodian bill. You can duck and you can weave and you can stack the numbers in this place all you like. You can't dodge the Senate inquiry on this matter. I've no doubt that the government will try. Just the other day, there were media reports on yet another 000 outage in Gippsland, Victoria. According to the ABC, a 70-year-old retired nurse discovered the 000 network outage after she attempted to call an ambulance when she had a fall. Her call, just like more than 600 calls back in September, failed to connect. Optus have advised my office that this outage was due to a site upgrade in the area, but what concerns me is the apparent lack of communication about this to the community that services may be impacted. People just didn't know. In the current environment, after so many catastrophic failures that have cost Australian, communication about outages, planned or unplanned, should be at the forefront of every telco's mind. When it comes to the Senate inquiry, it needs to be about the full ecosystem. The inquiry needs to ask questions. How can a telco receive millions of dollars in government contracts at the same time as potentially having to pay millions of dollars in fines for letting down Australians? That just doesn't stack up. Every single Australian will be asking, how can they get away with that? The inquiry needs to look at every single telco and what they do to ensure the safety of Australians. It is unconscionable that a human error within a telco can cause a complete failure where hundreds of people could not call our most essential 000 service. How can a process error cause such disaster? What is happening within these companies? Where is the accountability? How can ACMA, the regulator, be the investigator in this matter when they are caught up in the failed process? ACMA knew about the outage on the Thursday. By law, Optus had to alert them. Yet the minister didn't know about the outage until the Friday. Multiple emails went out to ACMA, to the Department of Communications, yet the minister didn't know. How can ACMA investigate itself? It needs to be a thorough, independent investigation, which is what we on this side, the coalition, has been calling for all along. More communication, not less, is required to ensure that every Australian is informed and can take appropriate steps to protect themselves. More needs to be done. What will it take for the Albanese Labor government and telcos to take this seriously and put the needs for all Australians first and protect the 000 network from these outages? There is nothing more important, no other higher priority for a government than to protect its own citizens.
Is the motion second? I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. There are serious questions to be answered about the 000 outages on this government's watch. And if the minister...
I just pause for that. I just get the member for Mallee to say, I second the motion.
I second the motion.
Correct.
Thank you. There are serious questions to be answered about the 000 outages on this government's watch. And if the Minister and Government are adamant that they did nothing wrong, why not bring the Australian public into their confidence and share what they knew, when they knew it, through a proper, transparent inquiry? The government has commissioned ACMA to stage an inquiry, but as ACMA is part of the failed system, how can they be held to account if they are running the inquiry? Independence is the key here. ACMA's inquiry is not independent. We must remember the gravity of the issue at hand. We are talking about the loss of lives, 4 lives lost. Shirking responsibility is not an option. The Australian people deserve to understand what went on, how the system failed, and how it will be rectified to ensure this does not happen again in the future. The Minister, the Department and ACMA must all transparently explain at an independent inquiry when they were first alerted to an issue with the 000 connectivity and what actions they took. Serious questions remain about welfare checks and whether they were quick and comprehensive enough to identify the full scope of the problem early enough. Did the Minister act appropriately in leaving ACMA to investigate rather than the Minister swiftly acting on the 18th of September? It simply is not good enough to hide behind Optus's indication about the scope of the outage that it turns out significantly understated the problem. The key issue is notification of the problem, not the estimate of the scale of the problem. If someone reports a fire on their property and tells the responsible authority, it's okay, it's only a small fire, do the authorities take that on trust and adopt a small-scale response, or do they deploy all available local resources to make their own threat assessment and prevent it becoming a disaster? It is imperative that clear processes exist to ensure 000 outages are managed swiftly. There must also be resilience in the system to ensure it does not rely on a single point of failure. For example, a telecommunication company's incorrect estimation of the size of an outage. 000 is the service that underpins all emergency service responses, and Australians need to have absolute confidence it is working. This is not the first outage on this government's watch, but the second. And remember, this government sat on a recommendation to legislate a 000 watchdog as per the Bean Review for 12 long months. They also failed to adequately protect Australians from negative outcomes as a result of the 3G network shutdown, which occurred on yesterday, 1 year ago. We do not yet know the full scale of the fallout of that shutdown, with reports in the last week of the discovery of certain models of Samsung phones which do not currently have 000 connectivity as a result of the 3G shutdown. And regional Australians are acutely aware of how their mobile connectivity has deteriorated since telcos chose to turn off 3G on this government's watch. Many have been left with reduced or no connectivity as a result. No connectivity means no net zero. Sorry, no 000, full stop. It was a very, It's on the mind. Yeah, it is on the mind. Luck will not fix this Labor government's problem with transparency, timely action and responsibility. Australians want to know when they call 000, they will connect. They want to know that the government understands their experience and will act to improve connectivity in the regions. And they want the Minister for Communications to take this responsibility and take action to ensure this is the case. She needs to turn up to the Senate inquiry that will take place.
Hear, hear. The question is the motion be agreed to give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. No, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah, you're good. Tell them to sit there. Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bowman and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 46. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I shall call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that that this bill read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee of Defence Bill of 2025 and move the amendment circulated in my name. Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation, not just for what it seeks to achieve, but how it stands to be implemented. Australia faces the most dangerous set of circumstances since the Second World War, a fact that has been clear in the government's own Defence Strategic Review, but it was confirmed just recently by defence officials at estimates. We see increasing cooperation between an axis of dictatorships, theocratic states that seek to upend the world order and reshape the institutions and principles that have delivered an era of great peace, prosperity and liberty to billions around the globe. The war against the West that commenced during the early 2000s has spread from one led by non-state actors to one championed by dictatorships, Deputy Speaker. Every day, Australians read and watch with sadness the great human cost of conflict in Europe and the Middle East. As defence officials made clear to Senate estimates, Australia is not immune to these conflicts. Whether it's the foreign interference of Iran to launch attacks on Australia's Jewish community, it's the cyber attacks of the Chinese Communist Party highlighted in ASD's latest threat assessment. And let's be clear, it's been attributed. It is very clear that the Chinese Communist Party was involved in those cyber attacks. Or the startling revelations about the importation of sanctioned Russian oil. Australia cannot ignore the realities of a more dangerous world, or the new reality of modern strategic competition around the world, where nations seek to achieve their strategic ambitions without firing a bullet. Deputy Speaker. Whether it's the unacceptable and unprofessional conduct of the People's Liberation Army aircraft against our Australian surveillance fleet in the South China Sea, or the photographs of former premiers on stage in the family photos with many of the dictators responsible for this global instability and these global threats. The message is clear. These choices are on, and these threats are on our doorstep. We face increasing trade-offs between the liberal and positive impulse to trade, for free markets and for faith in international order and our security interests. In short, Deputy Speaker, prosperity and security have never been so interlinked. They've always been interlinked, Deputy Speaker. Prosperity and security go hand in hand, and we forget that. Having gone through such an extraordinary era from the end of the Cold War, which was so pivotal in shaping my views of the world as the Cold War came to an end, we came to believe that prosperity and security automatically happened. It was just part of a new world where the international rule of law was upheld and managed. But the truth is we are facing real threats to that right now, which is why it has never been so important that we invest more in our Defence Force. And never been so important, given that there needs to be more funding There must be more funding, and there must be, and there are more demands on our Defence Force than has been the case in the past. It's incredibly important in that context that we have clear and strong parliamentary oversight of how that money is being spent. Now, while building consensus around Australia's strategic priorities, the Coalition has long supported the establishment of a parliamentary joint committee on defence. But it must be implemented, Deputy Speaker, in a way that strengthens bipartisanship, not politicises it. Defence is not a political plaything. It demands continuity, consensus and competence. And the test of this bill is whether it will build that or undermine it. Now, the government has said that this committee will mirror the successful model of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That is the right model. That is the right model, Deputy Speaker, but only if the same conventions are upheld as have been upheld in the case of that very successful Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. For 2 decades, PJCIS has earned the confidence of Australia's security community precisely because it has remained bipartisan and disciplined, Deputy Speaker. Its membership has typically been drawn exclusively from the government and the opposition parties of the day. Any breach of that precedent, any decision to appoint Greens or Independents to a classified defence committee would be a serious and dangerous or would risk politicisation of our national security architecture, Deputy Speaker. It risks weakening trust with our allies, which is more important than it has been for a long, long time. It would risk jeopardising the handling of classified information and send exactly the wrong message to those who seek to test Australia's resolve and the resolve of our alliances, which are absolutely central to that interlinked prosperity and security I talked about a moment ago. And that's why the amendment I move today lays down a very clear principle, Deputy Speaker. Simple but clear principle, that membership of the committee should be predicated on support for defence spending, and indeed it should be higher defence spending, of course, Deputy Speaker, and a recognition of the threat environment that we face. But it also should be predicated on an unequivocal commitment to AUKUS. This is not a committee that should be questioning whether AUKUS should exist. It's a committee that should be ensuring that every dollar that is being spent on AUKUS and the rest of the ADF is dollars well spent and are getting to the strength we need to ensure the deterrence occurs that is so central to the peace and prosperity we all want to see. Now, Deputy Speaker, it is very clear. It is very clear that this proposal that we're talking about today stands on the shoulders of 3 great advocates for parliamentary oversight and defence reform: the late Senator Jim Boland, a close friend of mine, a good man, and a man who stood up for the strength of our great nation, and right to his last, he was writing and talking about the importance of ensuring that we have a national security strategy for this nation, and he strongly advocated for a parliamentary committee that ensures that we have accountability for our ADF. And ADF he was part of for many, many years, of course, and he felt very strongly it needed to be fully accountable. Senator Linda Reynolds, as well, was a strong advocate for ensuring that we have a committee of this nature. And also Senator Fawcett, no longer in this place, but again, a good man and a great contributor to defence policy in this country. And he argued again, he carried the torch on this issue, demonstrating tireless commitment to policy contestability, capability delivery and industrial reform, ensuring that we have sovereign capability in this nation. And he continues to argue the case about this. He worked across the aisle to build support for this committee, ensuring it would reflect the success of PJSIS while being tailored, of course, to defence. Both Senator Molan and David Fawcett made immense contributions to strengthening Australians' strategic culture and to bringing a realism and accountability and unity to defence policy across this parliament. And I think their legacy and Linda's legacy should guide how this committee operates, not as a political forum, but as a disciplined, trusted body that strengthens defence through insight and commitment, not ideology. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister will now face the same test that confronted every Prime Minister since the Howard government first legislated the Intelligence Services Act in 2001. The law hasn't changed. And almost every Prime Minister since John Howard, Labor or Coalition, has respected the convention that membership of these committees should be limited to the government and opposition parties of the day, the parties of government. Anthony Albanese does not need new legislation to appoint crossbenchers. He has the power to do so now. But whether he should, the Prime Minister, whether he chooses to exercise it will speak volumes about his character and his judgment. If he honours the conventions that have served our nation well, he will demonstrate respect for our Defence Force and for the bipartisanship that keeps it strong. If he breaks those conventions, he will politicise the very institution that keeps Australians safe, and in doing so, betray his own Defence Minister's assurance that this committee will remain composed of an appropriate group of people who support the Defence Force and importantly, at this time, support AUKUS. Now, as I said, Deputy Speaker, the Australian Government's own Defence Strategic Review recognised the deteriorating strategic environment we face. We are seeing unsafe intercepts of Australian aircraft, cyber attacks on our institutions, foreign interference, increasing magnitude and regularity in our communities. And the ADF is being asked to do more with less, while recruitment falls and capability timelines stretch further out into the distance. And that's why bipartisan oversight must go hand in hand with bipartisan resolve, including higher defence investment each year, Deputy Speaker. Australia must move from rhetoric, and we've heard a lot of rhetoric, we always hear a lot of rhetoric from those opposite, and that in itself might be okay, but it's got to be rhetoric accompanied with readiness, Deputy Speaker, with reality. And this committee, properly constituted, can play a constructive role in that task. It can improve contestability of ideas, strengthen the Parliament's understanding of classified issues, and give Australians greater confidence that both sides of politics are united in securing this nation's defence. But the committee is not a substitute for delivery. Accountability and transparency must not be an excuse for delay. We can't afford capability gaps. We can't afford a paper ADF, that's right, as Aspie has put it. This is the risk, Deputy Speaker. And you know, in the new world of geopolitics, a world which resembles worlds we've seen in the past, where there's a realism about what we are seeing around the globe right now. Deterrence is only achievable through strength. We have dictators in the world today who show no respect for the international rule of law. They couldn't care less. They couldn't care less. And so the only message they understand, the only thing they understand is strength, Deputy Speaker. And strength is the key to deterrence. And that's why a paper ADF, putting aside conflict itself, a paper ADF is completely unacceptable if we want stability and prosperity. Now, if the government is serious about bipartisanship, and I certainly hope the government is, it will honour the conventions that have protected our intelligence and security institutions for more than 20 years. He'll ensure this committee's membership is confined to those who believe in defending Australia, support AUKUS, and back the investment needed to make our Defence Force ready, resilient and respected, not just within Australia but across the globe. And this is the spirit in which the Coalition approaches this bill. We are strong supporters of this committee. We will not oppose its passage through the House, but we will hold the government to the standard it has promised and the standard that Australians expect. It must be built. It must be built. This committee must be built on clarity, strength and unity of purpose. Now, I'll finish with a couple of comments about our broader view on defence policy, which will be reflected in the way we approach this committee. We have begun outlining our priorities for defence. Our priority is a focus on results, on reality, not just rhetoric, Deputy Speaker, and part of what is required there is to get defence spending to 3% of GDP, not because anyone else has asked us to do it, but because it's the right thing for us. It's the right thing for this nation. And we have seen multiple experts tell us that in order to implement the government's own strategic review, that it is necessary to lift spending to 3% of GDP with real money, not with accounting tricks, not with creative accounting. That's not how you do it. We need to see a real commitment to getting to 3% of GDP. And in the absence of that, what we are hearing and seeing, Deputy Speaker, is that the funding necessary for AUKUS is being taken from the rest of the Defence Force. Cannibalised. It's completely cannibalised. In fact, both are underfunded. AUKUS is underfunded and the rest of the Defence Force is underfunded. And we're going to continue to see that. And one of the areas we'll see that is sustainment, Deputy Speaker, where it's clear there is serious underfunding of sustainment of equipment across the Defence Force. We're going to continue to see some of the results of that. We've seen that recently with the LHDs. The report from ANAO has made that very, very clear. But we're going to continue to see it in other areas as well. And I think that will continue to have an impact on the morale of our Defence Force and the ability to attract, retain and excite and motivate people in our Defence Force. Great people, incredible people we have in our Defence Force. I meet them every day and I'm so privileged to see and meet these incredible people who are motivated not just by their own interests, but more importantly by the interests of this great nation. Every single day they get up to serve our nation in uniform, and we should be very proud of these people, but we've got to make sure they have what they need to get their jobs done. Now, within that, our priorities are clear, moving from rhetoric to readiness, as I said, standing on our own 2 feet. We do have to have sovereign capability in critical areas, sovereign missile manufacturing, for instance, Deputy Speaker. A lot of false starts we've seen on that over the last little while with Goyo. We need to make sure that sovereign manufacturing is going into place to support our Defence Force. There's no point having critical inputs that we would need in a conflict having to come across the ocean over long periods of time with risk of blockade. You've got to have the most critical items here in this country. We need to make agility a strategic asset, Deputy Speaker, and what we've seen in the Ukraine, we've also seen, and I saw it just last week in the Middle East, is a need for rapid innovation in defence capability, because the world is innovating at a pace that I haven't seen for a long, long while, with drone technology, with missile technology, with electronic warfare, with space. All of this is now intersecting in ways we could never have imagined even a few short years ago. And the Ukraine conflict has really brought this home. This is a fundamentally different looking conflict to conflicts we've seen in the past, because technology has changed. And with it, agility becomes an asset in itself. If you do not have agility in this modern world of warfare, you do not have strength. You will be outdone every single time by more agile adversaries. And that means, and it's a real challenge for a big organisation to show the sort of agility small organisations are usually responsible for. But that's what we have to be able to do. And we have to put people at the centre of national security. It's great people who are responsible for agility, for readiness, for standing on our own 2 feet. And we have great people, as I said, in our Defence Force, but we've got to make sure that we have the right mix of people, and the government has fallen seriously short of its own targets in terms of recruitment and retention, and that is really showing in our Defence Force. Now, these are not slogans. These are not slogans. Readiness is not a slogan, sovereignty is not a slogan, and nor is agility. These are things that we must have if we are to be in a position we need to be in a world, as I said, where we face greater strategic dangers than we have faced for a long time. These principles are the foundation of a Defence Force ready to deter aggression, defend our sovereignty and uphold the peace that generations before us have fought to secure. I commend this bill and this amendment to the House.
So is the amendment second? Call the member for Cowper.
Thank you. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the Minister. Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question that the debate be adjourned. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025. This is a remarkable piece of legislation, and not for the good reasons. What we have before us today is a bill that seeks to retroactively validate more than a decade's worth of unlawful fees collected by ASIC because of a mistake made under Labor back in 2011. This is no small administrative oversight. It is at least a $150 million drafting error that sat hidden in law for 14 years. And now Labor is seeking parliamentary approval to make it all go away by passing the biggest retrospective tax validation in Australia's history. Deputy Speaker, let's step through how we got here. In 2011, under the Gillard Labor government, the Parliament introduced legislation that impacted indexation of ASIC company review fees. But it turns out the legislation was botched. That mistake meant that since 2011, legally indexation was improperly applied to a variety of ASIC review fees, including late payment fees, the 10-year prepayment fee, the special purpose company fee for charities and not-for-profits. What that means that each year ASIC published the index amount, charged them and collected the revenue from millions of Australian companies without a proper legal basis to do so. It wasn't until late 2024, during an internal ASIC legal audit, that the error was finally discovered. 14 years after Labor's regulation took effect, ASIC realised that it had been charging the wrong amounts all along. Deputy Speaker, while this was a drafting mistake, and we accept mistakes can happen, the scale of this mistake is breathtaking. More than 1.5 million registered companies have paid the affected fees. Another 800,000 deregistered entities were charged, and nearly 500,000 more were invoiced but hadn't yet paid. All told, somewhere between 150 and 200 million has been over-collected due to the indexation that wasn't legally valid. This is an extraordinary fix to ask the Parliament to agree to, and it deserves proper scrutiny. ASIC collects around $1.8 billion in fees and levies every year, including over $1 billion in registry fees from Australian businesses, from small family companies to farmers and not-for-profits. It is a regulator that is notoriously tough on small business. It routinely cancels companies' registrations for late payments. It imposes penalties too often on low-hanging fruit and self-reporting mistakes, and it holds businesses to the absolute letter of the law. And yet here we are, due to a technical error. ASIC itself has technically incorrectly applied the law for 14 years, charging unlawful fees, and now asking the Parliament to fix the mess. Deputy Speaker, small businesses that are a week late on a $310 annual review fee can get deregistered. But ASIC has got the law wrong for 14 years, overcharging a minimum of $150 million. We appreciate that ASIC found this error themselves, but we should have a higher expectation of our own regulator. The government introduced new regulations in March this year to correct the problem going forward, and that's fair enough. It's a good step. But this bill goes further. It retrospectively validates every fee charge since 1 July 2011. In other words, it rewrites history. It makes what were technically illegal charges legal after the fact. That is not something the Parliament should ever take lightly. The Coalition generally oppose retrospective legislation, particularly retrospective taxation. It undermines confidence in the rule of law and sets a dangerous precedent. However, we are conscious that without a fix, we could see a $150 million budget black hole that could only be patched by higher taxes. We don't want to see taxpayers forced to pay for Labor's mistakes, but it is something that needs to be properly scrutinised. That's exactly why this bill needs to go to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee, Deputy Speaker. We are talking about more than a decade of unlawful fees charged by the corporate regulator itself, an agency that too often demands absolute precision from others. Before this Parliament agrees to validate these fees, there are serious questions that must be answered. How did this happen? Why wasn't it detected by ASIC, Treasury or Finance much earlier? And should any of the businesses that have been harassed about these fees get some leniency about this blunder? Australians have a right to expect that regulators are held to the same standards they impose on everybody else. ASIC's heavy-handed approach to enforcement has been a long-standing concern across the business community. We've heard it from farmers, tradies and family trusts hit with late fees and penalties when they were doing their best to comply. And yet, ASIC, which lectures others about compliance and corporate conduct, has itself been collecting unlawful fees. That is why we will move to refer this bill to the Senate Economics Committee for full and proper scrutiny. Because this Parliament should not be rushed into rubber-stamping a retrospective law that excuses 14 years of misapplied fees without knowing exactly how it happened and who was responsible. The Senate committee process will allow businesses, accountants, company directors and legal experts to have their say. It will shine a light on how such a serious error went undetected for so long and whether it affected companies deserve a refund or an offset. Deputy Speaker, we will not oppose the bill today, but we also can't support it until it receives proper scrutiny. The Coalition believes in accountability. We believe in protecting taxpayers. And we believe that when government makes mistakes, the Australian people deserve explanations to those mistakes and receive proper scrutiny. So let's have a Senate inquiry do that work. Hear from stakeholders that have been paying these fees, understand how they've been impacted, and if there's more the government needs to consider before Parliament passes these retrospective changes, then so be it. Because if small businesses are expected to comply with every rule and regulation to the letter of the law, then surely ASIC and the government should do the same. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Minister.
It's okay, you go. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question that the debate be adjourned. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk. Is this it here? Is that it? Okay. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been able to complete its consideration of the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025, and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with the schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Fisher be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Thank you. The question before the House is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fisher be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. What's result of the division is ayes 49, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. Order. question now is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Call the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for other purposes.
Call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. The Crimes Amendment Mandatory Minimum Sentences for Child Sexual Abuse Bill of 2025, standing referred to the Federation Chamber. 2. The bill being called on for debate upon resumption of the meeting of the Federation Chamber today at 4 p.m, with the time for each second reading speech limited to 10 minutes. And 3. Proceedings on the bill having priority over all other government legislation, with debate concluding no later than 6 p.m. today, and any questions required to complete the bill's consideration in the Federation Chamber being put immediately.
Is leave granted?
No, leave's not granted.
The member for Fisher has the call.
Mr Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. The Crimes Amendment Mandatory Minimum Sentences for Child Sexual Abuse 2025, standing referred to the Federation Chamber. 2. The bill being called on for debate upon resumption of the meeting of the Federation Chamber today at 4 p.m, with the time for each second...
The member for Fisher will pause for a moment. The Leader of the House.
Under Standing Order 45C, I'll move that Order of the Day number 3 be called on.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. That one. So this. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 41. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber or return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Order. Members can just leave the chamber quickly and quietly or return to their seats. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2025. Further consideration in detail.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand that it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I move Amendment 1 as circulated in my name.
Thank you.
I'm just going to do this one.
Does the member wish to speak to the amendment?
I have separated briefly. I'm going to move some second amendments after this, but I've moved this amendment separately because I understand that the government is going to support this amendment, and so I'll speak to all amendments in my second speech.
No problem. So the question before the House is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I move Amendment 2 as circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, it is no secret that Australia is in a domestic and family violence crisis. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 14 men have experienced violence by an intimate partner. According to the Status of Women report, 37 women were killed by a current or former intimate partner in 2024. 37 women. This is why I welcome this legislation, particularly the extension of special circumstances waiver. This will finally make the provision for victim survivors of financial abuse who have provided false information as a result of coercive control. It was a key recommendation of the 2024 Parliamentary inquiry into financial abuse. But when I speak to community legal centres, peak bodies and survivor advocates, the message is clear. We must not only support those in crisis, we must ensure that systems are there for people who have already when they have made the brave decision to leave. That is what my amendment seeks to do. It focuses on the family violence crisis payment, a one-off, non-taxable payment designed to support people experiencing extreme circumstances and severe financial hardship. Right now, it is not working in the way that it should. According to the 2025 Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee report, only half of the potentially eligible people access the crisis payment, and many are rejected on technical grounds. That is not what a crisis response should do. Victim survivors who are navigating police reports, relocating children, enrolling in new schools or seeking medical support are being penalised because they do not file paperwork in time or because their housing situation does not meet the outdated bureaucratic definition. This must change. So firstly, I'm calling on the government to extend the 7-day claim period. 7 days is an incredibly short period of time when someone is in trauma and in chaos. Survivors often do not know that the payment even exists within that time frame, let alone have the capacity to fill out the Centrelink paperwork, navigate online portals or prove the case while they're in hiding. The 2025 report found that 7.7% of rejections were due to missed deadlines, including many more who'd never applied because they were already outside the time limit. A short window should not be the reason why someone cannot receive help in a moment of need. Secondly, my amendments cover the definition of home because under the current definition, the current rules, it is too narrow. Many of the most vulnerable victim survivors live or are forced to move to informal, temporary or unsafe accommodation, such as tents, hostels or crisis refuges, which are not legally defined as home in the Act. This disproportionately affects people who are already on the margins. I urge the government to replace the word home with place of residence in the legislation to ensure that we do not exclude those most in need. Third, the current rules require that the applicants show they are establishing a new home. This is unnecessary. Under the Social Security Act, a person must already demonstrate that they cannot return to their previous home, and it is unreasonable for them to expect to. Requiring evidence that a person is setting up a new permanent home, especially in the middle of a housing crisis, is unrealistic and counterproductive. The government's own figures show that 13.8% of crisis payment claims were rejected due to this condition or because the perpetrator was not formally registered as living with the applicant. Survivors may be moving from couch to couch, refuge to refuge. The system should recognise that fleeing violence is the crisis, not whether the new lease has been signed. These changes are small, common-sense adjustments, but they could be the difference between someone getting some real support when they need it or falling through the cracks. It is all about the detail for them. This payment can be life-saving. It helps pay for housing, bonds, new school uniforms, urgent medical costs, or simply a safe night in a motel. It can offer a moment of dignity in a moment of chaos and can help a survivor and their children take their first steps on a life free from violence. I thank the government for its ongoing commitment to addressing family and domestic violence. I thank the Minister for the constructive engagement that we have had on these amendments. But I do urge the government and the Minister to adopt these amendments and to support these changes that have been recommended by experts, including the Economic Advisory Committee, and well supported by the people I speak to in the sector, including those who have survived this experience themselves. Let's make the crisis payment work for the people it's meant to serve, and I commend this amendment.
I thank the member for Wentworth. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Social Security.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Wentworth for the chance to discuss this amendment with her. The government's broadly supportive of the direction she's seeking to take, but there are a couple of things that I need to draw to the attention to the House. We completely agree that someone who's fleeing a violent living situation should be able to focus on their safety first and be able to apply for the crisis payment once they're able to do so. Since this crisis payment was introduced, however, the government has also, in addition, introduced the leaving violence payment, which is up to $5,000 for someone who's fleeing violence. The ability to get that leaving violence payment is much more flexible than the crisis payment. I'd also note that there is already flexibility built into the application process for crisis payment for people who've experienced family, domestic and sexual violence. So, for example, for a person who has left their home due to family, domestic or sexual violence, the person has not 7 days to apply for it, but 7 days from the date they decide they cannot return to their home to submit a claim. So that might be several weeks after they've left their home. In addition, Services Australia can also provide an additional 14 days to submit a claim where a person has experienced family and domestic violence. We're prepared to look at the suggestion to standardise the 14 days, but I think it's important to note that there is already flexibility and there is an additional payment that has been introduced since crisis payment first became available. So we won't support the amendment, but we will continue to work with the member for Wentworth on the intention that she is pursuing. Our view is similar in relation to expanding eligibility for the payment to a broader set of living arrangements. For example, those fleeing violence who are living in temporary accommodation. We're looking at this as part of future work to expand protections for victims of and survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence wherever they are. And we plan to consult further in relation to the changes. Unfortunately, our view is that this amendment, as it's currently drafted, may inadvertently offer benefits to perpetrators of violence in some situations. I know that's not the intent of the member, so we would have to be a little bit more careful in the drafting of the amendment to acknowledge the intent of the member for Wentworth. So, while I won't be supporting this second amendment from the member for Wentworth, I do think that we can work together to progress the intention of her amendments.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Thank you. And I call the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Call the member for Clark. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, in which case I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. And I would add that, Deputy Speaker, the government's bill contains a number of changes to the social security law that I and many others broadly welcome, particularly the expansion of debt waiver provisions. It also includes what I believe is an attempt at a nuanced and reasonable response to the issue of income apportionment debts. This was a method which was found to be unlawfully applied and which the Department of Social Services itself estimates has been used since the 1990s and could affect about 3 million people. And while I would argue to waive or write off all of these debts, I can see how the Minister has navigated a sensible pathway here. But what is missing from the bill is the commitment to address a key outstanding recommendation of the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scheme, and that is the reintroduction of a 6-year limitation on debt recovery actions by Services Australia. The importance of this recommendation cannot be overstated, and frankly there's no good reason that 2 years have now passed since the Royal Commission was handed down and this simple reform has not yet been implemented. So, Deputy Speaker, that is exactly what my amendments seek to do, and they do so entirely consistently with the Commissioner's own comment that, quote, there is no reason that current and former social security recipients should be on any different footing from other debtors, end of quote. Now, let me be clear. The amendments as drafted don't magically disappear a debt if it has already been identified and is being pursued by Services Australia. What it does is reintroduce a bit of fairness to the system and a bit of humanity. It's a recognition that if 6 years or more has passed, you shouldn't suddenly have Services Australia notifying you of debts and demanding immediate payment or requesting evidence, which most people would long ago have lost or discarded. Even the ATO only requires us to keep evidence for 5 years. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that we have a comprehensive income support system in this country, but I think that even despite the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, people often forget or ignore the pain, frustration and terror the system can inflict on people. Of course, a debt notice is a frightening thing at any time, but one from a government agency which relates to a payment you might have received 10 years ago, for which you might have no documentation and perhaps only the faintest memory of your circumstances, well, that's quite likely terrifying. It's no wonder the core of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission's findings was the simple fact that government services need to return to providing Australians access to an effective income support system and to ensure they are treated with respect and dignity when they do so. I would like to think that this government would have this goal as their guiding principle. I'd like to think the Minister would consider this bill just a very small first step of many more to come, and to come quickly, because there's a lot that still needs to be addressed. For starters, the government could support my amendments and reintroduce the limitation on debt recovery. They could also revisit the Robo-Debt Royal Commission report and the many other recommendations still waiting over 2 years for the government to respond to and implement. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, just a few weeks ago I introduced my Responding to Robo-Debt bill, which I'd be happy if they were wanting to adopt and progress. Then once the government's done that, the government could then turn their attention to addressing the gross injustice in the mutual obligation scheme, which has led to the illegal suspension and cancellation of the Centrelink payments of some 300,000 people between 2020 and 2024. And of course, there's one other big thing the government could do to bring decency and humanity back to the income support system, and that's to finally raise the rates of payments to lift recipients out of poverty and to provide them with the basic human dignity to which they are entitled. I'll leave that all out there for the government to consider, Deputy Speaker, but for now I urge the government, and indeed all members in this place, to take a first step and support my amendments to reintroduce a 6-year limitation on debt recovery actions by Services Australia, as recommended by the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Clark. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Social Security.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Clark. I know that this has been a point of interest for him and a real commitment from him for many years, as it is for our government. He spoke about returning fairness and humanity to the social security system, and certainly that is our intention and our desire as well. He spoke about raising the rate in his last comments. I just would remind him that since coming to government, we've increased aged disability pensions by about $5,000 a year, job seeker working age payments by about $4,000 a year. We've increased Commonwealth rent assistance by up to $1,800 a year, and Those initial changes that we made to social security in the first two budgets alone were an investment of around $11.5 billion in a fairer system. So they are very substantial investments already. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to also remind the House that it was the Albanese government that established the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. We exposed a very dark chapter in Australian public administration, and we're the ones who are fixing it. We've agreed in principle to all 56 recommendations of the Royal Commission, and 3/4 have been fully completed or are substantially progressed already. Recommendation 18.2 relating to the statute of limitations was agreed in principle, and it's one of the recommendations that we're working on. For the measure to be effective, it needs to be carefully designed and consulted on, a process that we are carrying out thoroughly. The previous statute of limitations was actually not as effective as it could have been and didn't provide a meaningful limit on the raising and recovering of historic debts. I remind the member that increasing the small debt waiver to $250, as he supports in this bill, and means that we will waive about 1.2 million undetermined debts this financial year alone. It will, this one measure, will remove more debts from the backlog than reinstating the old statute of limitations would. Measures such as these bring with them very significant budget impacts, and as part of our consideration approach, the government has to work through each proposal to ensure that it's the best possible benefit for the whole community. I assure the member for Clark that this work is ongoing, but we are not able to support his amendment at this time. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the amendment moved by my colleague, the member for Clark, and I acknowledge what the Minister has just said to us and thank her for her careful consideration of the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Robodebt's final report, and acknowledge that it was established by the Albanese Labor government. I'm heartened that this amendment and the argument put by the member for Clark is in consideration more broadly by the Minister and her department, because it is tremendously important that at all times we do act with fairness and humanity, as the Minister just pointed out, and as the member for Clark has so eloquently described. It's critical that the recommendations of the Royal Commission, which the government have agreed to, are enacted, because we can never forget, we must not forget as parliamentarians, as legislators, that we cannot allow them ever to be repeated, because we simply can't allow our most vulnerable in our community to come up again against the might of an automated and dispassionate government system set up deliberately, let's not forget, deliberately to target them. This amendment would place a 6-year time limit on debt recovery actions. It is effectively a statute of limitations, and I thank the Minister for explaining, because it's useful. I think this is what we seek. The public seeks more broadly nuanced understanding of the rationale for government to act or not act, to act immediately or to delay and consider. So really useful to have that explanation. I still think that, in light of what the Minister said, but in addition to it, that ultimately recovering social security debts with a time limit is a fair approach, that there should be some limitation on the length of time. And it's practical that this be brought in line with ordinary law, because ordinary law has such a thing. And I think that there is actually ultimately no reason why social security debts should be treated differently to any other kind of debt. In 2016, the former coalition government removed the previous 6-year limit. It allowed debts to be pursued at any time, and we've seen the consequences of that, devastating consequences. And I would argue there's probably not a member of this House of Representatives who cannot cite devastating stories from their own electorate of the impact of this. I know I have countless. The decision by the coalition government in 2016 opened the door to chasing very, very old debts, years after the fact, and debts that the member for Clark has said people would not even know that they had, and worse still, debts that were often the result of government errors, not their own. This is serious. The bill before the House today recognises that governments make mistakes, and this bill and the intention with which the Minister puts it demonstrates, as clearly as you could possibly demonstrate, that thousands of people never even knew that they were being overpaid due to income apportionment. And we know that chasing people down for these unknown and often minor debts years down the track is not only unfair, it's actually unconscionable. It's why I ultimately welcome so many parts of this bill that will provide some justice and recourse for victims of income apportionment, including the small debt waiver and the resolution scheme. And it was really useful again to hear the Minister talk about what that will ultimately do. Even the mere existence of limitless debt recovery powers is ultimately, though, a failure of fairness in our social security system. And it's not how a trustworthy system should work, and it hasn't been rectified in the almost 10 years since the coalition government enacted this. The Robo-Debt Royal Commission recommended restoring the 6-year limit by repealing section 1234B of the Social Security Act. I back that recommendation in full. The government has accepted it in principle, and I understand that you're working towards this, so I really encourage you to continue to do so. And I thank you for the courage in what you've done so far, and I ask you to continue that courage and adopt this recommendation as quickly as you possibly can. Reinstating the time limit will encourage Services Australia to act promptly, to keep proper records and to fix errors early rather than pursuing people years later. And ultimately that will reduce harm, and that's what we're all seeking to do. So I thank the member for Clark for raising this in a debate, and I urge the Minister to continue to act with haste to sort out this last problem.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is the amendments be agreed to. The member for Clark's signal call.
Yes, please, Deputy Speaker. I just want to say through you to the Minister, I do get some comfort from your response to my amendment, and I am prepared to put my trust in you and what you've just said, that you are progressing and working on all of the recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. It had been my intention to call a division on this amendment, and I will now not be seeking that division. But I would add, though, the country is watching. The country was outraged by robo-debt and is looking to the government to move as quickly as it humanly can to implement those recommendations, and in particular to bring that time limit on the recovery of debts into line with all the other time limits we have in this country. I make the point again, the example I gave, someone 10 years ago, I mean, heavens, the company they worked for possibly doesn't even exist anymore. They can't get pay slips. I remember during the furor of the robo-debt when it first blew up, I remember talking to a constituent who, over the period that Services Australia were asking for documentation, that held 4 jobs, and 2 of those companies didn't exist anymore. So the weight's on the government, but I put my trust in the Minister, and hopefully this can be resolved as quickly as possible, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Clark. The question is the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The noes have it. And I now call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present a replacement explanatory memorandum and a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 2 to 25 as circulated together. Is leave granted?
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. Leave is granted, and I call the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. With this bill, the government is delivering a fairer, more efficient social security system. We heard from members of this House on Monday and again just now about the importance of these changes for people right across our country. The amendments I'm moving today make generally technical changes to provide for more effective debt administration and service delivery. They clarify the intent behind the suite of amendments provided for in Schedule 2, which reform debt and waiver arrangements. The government is also proposing a new Schedule 5 for the bill, which provides for the use of benefit restriction notices to cease social security payments and concessions in certain circumstances relating to alleged offenders of serious, violent or sexual offences who are evading arrest. Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to Schedule 2, the amendments are minor and technical in nature and are intended to remove any doubt behind the circumstances in which the broad and special circumstances waiver may apply. The changes delivered through this bill give Services Australia extended powers to waive social security debts that have been incurred because of coercion or financial abuse. The government's amendments clarify that this expanded eligibility for the waiver means that it applies in all cases of coercion or financial abuse, including failures to comply with the law. We've had significant interest in this element of the bill. We also heard some harrowing accounts in this place from members whose previous careers gave them real personal insight into the need for this provision. I want to particularly thank the members for Bonner, Barton, Maribyrnong, Curtin and Wentworth for their contributions. I want to assure all members that this text provides for the Services Australia decision maker to be able to take a person's full situation into account and apply the waiver when coercion or abuse are present. The government's amendments also reinforce the application of compliance measures relating to the small debt waiver by clarifying that the Secretary may take appropriate action where a person is seen to be manipulating the waiver or perpetrating fraud. Fraud represents a small minority of debts. We know that people generally engage with the social security system honestly and in good faith, but the small debt waiver is not for those involved in significant non-compliance or fraud. The government will continue to take appropriate action, including prosecution, in the most serious cases where individuals have illegally manipulated the waiver or committed fraud. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are also proposing a new Schedule 5, which provides for the use of benefit restriction notices to ensure people who are subject to an outstanding arrest warrant for a serious, violent or sexual offence can no longer be supported through the Social Security and Family Payment System. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to reiterate that this is people who are subject to an outstanding arrest warrant for a serious, violent or sexual offence. There's currently no lawful authority to cancel a person's payments or concessions in these circumstances. We propose this new power to be used only in the most serious circumstances and only following a thorough and considered decision-making process. But our reasoning is clear. Fugitives suspected of committing serious, violent and sexual offences should not be receiving taxpayer-funded income support payments, and it should be possible to cancel those payments. This amendment provides for a person's payments from Services Australia or their social security concession cards to be able to be cancelled when they are subject to an outstanding arrest warrant for a serious, violent or sexual offence and are evading police. A cancellation decision will also consider the extent to which an individual is likely to be a threat or danger to the community. It includes all social security payments like job seeker payment and aged pension, family assistance payments and paid parental leave. It also applies to concession cards like the pensioner concession card and low-income healthcare card. This change will uphold the integrity of our social security system and ensure that those who are accused of serious, violent and sexual crimes and are evading police cannot benefit from it. Mr Deputy Speaker, these people are accused of serious violent sexual crime. There is an arrest warrant for them. They are evading police and they are considered to be a potential threat to the community. These are very high barriers. The amendment will provide for a benefit restriction notice to be issued in the name of an individual while a warrant for a serious violent or sexual offence within the meaning of the Criminal Code Act 1995 is out for their arrest and they're on the run. A written request to cancel the individual's payments and/or concession card from an appropriately senior member of the Australian Federal Police or a state or territory police force will be required. Prior to the issuing of a benefit restriction notice, consideration will be given to the extent to which a person is likely to be a threat or danger to the community. Sorry, do you want to
I thank
interrupt?
the Minister. Can I just ask the... Can I just ask the Minister, when she's finished her speech, to move that the amendments be agreed to? Yes. Thank you.
Prior to the issuing of a benefit restriction notice, consideration will be given to the extent to which the person is likely to be a threat or danger to the community and the impact that the cancellation of the person's payments and/or concession card may have on any dependents the individual may have. The power to issue a notice will be given to the Minister administering the Australian Federal Police Act 1979. That Minister is currently the Minister for Home Affairs. This Minister is to obtain advice from Services Australia about any dependents a person has prior to issuing a notice. This is a carefully considered amendment and, should the Parliament support it, will be carefully put into practice. It's common sense, it's in line with community expectations that taxpayer-funded support should not go into someone's bank account if they're running from the law accused of serious violent or sexual offences. I move government amendments 2 to 25 as circulated together.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Were you seeking the call before? No? It's my understanding that the Minister does have unlimited time to complete her speech, if you were raising that question before. Thanks. The question now is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Sorry, I have to put the question first. The question now is that this bill is meant to be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I'll now call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Good. Sorry, I should say that this bill as amended has been agreed to. Is leave granted for the third reading to immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I now call the Minister.
This bill be now read a third time.
The question now is that the bill be now read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I now call the Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to change the law relating to family assistance, paid parental leave, social security, student assistance, youth training allowance and farm household support and for related purposes.
I now call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, resumption on the debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. The question is that the bill be read as... The question is the amendment be agreed to. Sorry, I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, as the member for Goldstein, and it's an excellent way that we started this debate, it is wonderful to speak on this piece of legislation because, as you know, Deputy Speaker, superannuation is Australians' money. It's Australians' money. It's not the money of the Labor Party. It's not the money of industry super funds. It's not the money of the corrupt cartel kickbacks for the CFMEU. It's not there to be laundered for institutions as they see fit. It is there for Australians as they see fit. That's why we fundamentally believe that Australians should be able to use their super for simple things in the ordinary sequence of life. Until 1992, you would have been told you were absolutely mad, absolutely stark, raving bonkers to think that it was more logical to save for your 67th birthday income than it was to go on and save a deposit to buy your own home, because you get the benefits of buying your own home during your working life and your retirement as the foundations of economic security and one of the 3 pillars of retirement security. But that's not good enough for the Labor Party. They wanted to engage in a form of economic social engineering and reverse it because it helps the corrupt interests of the modern Labor movement, where you actually prioritise superannuation funds so that fund managers can take bigger bonuses, bigger graft, bigger components of people's superannuation money and deny Australians their capacity to buy their first home. And worse than that, Deputy Speaker, not only are they trying to deny Australians the pathway to be able to save and buy their first home, even worse than that, they then want to use Australian superannuation money to then go on and buy homes that super funds own, so then they can rent them back to young Australians so they can be serfs to superannuation funds. It is neo-feudalism on a scale that we have never seen before, under the hysterical ideal that it is somehow advancing the interests of Australia. So is the Labor Party the party of serfdom to super funds? You betcha, Deputy Speaker, they are. And they can boast about it as much as they want in the Parliament, because some of us see the con, some of us see the trick, some of us see the deception, and some of us will never back down from calling out how much they are seeking to corrode and to eat into the foundations of the ambition and the dreams of next generation of Australians to simply feed the interests of their friends. Superannuation is a choice. Of course, superannuation, just to remind you, Deputy Speaker, did exist before 1992. They don't like to remind you of that. Before 1992, superannuation existed. And before 1992, Deputy Speaker, do you know superannuation policies actually had in them, firstly, that you could cash them in to use it as a deposit to buy your first home, because people fundamentally understood that buying your own home was more important for your retirement security as well as your working life than having a larger balance when you turn 65 at that time and now 67. Logic. But in fact, they often deferred obligations to contribute because people understood that between the ages of about 18 and 35, what was the biggest financial priority young Australians had? Well, they voted with their feet, Deputy Speaker. People understood the most important thing you could do for your long-term and your working life and your retirement financial security was own your own home. But, of course, when young Australians own their own home, guess what happens? They're proud. They're independent. They're more likely to go on and form families and be the foundation of the success of this country. Go on and then start small businesses, lean into the future with confidence, own a share of this nation, want to defend it and conserve its great traditions and its values. And that's the one thing that directly assaults the progressive madness of the modern Labor Party. So they must attack it at its foundations at every step. And at the moment you see the insanity of the modern Labor project by their approach to housing and to superannuation. The modern insanity where Labor likes to take an increasingly large chunk of young Australians' wages and chuck it off into a fund that they control or their mates control for their 67th birthday. And their answer then to why young Australians can't afford to buy their own home because they've deliberately, maliciously taken their wages and thrown it out into the future in a hole which only they can access and control, is then to say, well, the government should come along and own your home. Will be the solution, and the government should come and invest in it. So they're building out their stake and control over home ownership while also increasing their control, because that's what the modern Labor project is. The modern Labor project is how do they control Australians. It doesn't matter what it is, from birth to death, they want to control you. They want to control education so they can indoctrinate the next generation of Australians to think that the state is their parents. They want to control the first job and the first opportunity young Australians get so they can control their career pathways, and then go on and dictate to them how they save, how they use their wealth, and how they're in a position to be able one day to go and secure their retirement. They want to take control of your wealth so they can then go on and decide and determine whether or not you own your own home, and their preference is, if you are not in state-sponsored housing, that you are renting from their friends in super funds, so that you are serfs to a super fund. And then, of course, their preference is that they also control your working life by making sure that you're part of the organised labour system, and if you choose not to be part of that system and take the diktat from organised unions and organised working organisations, that you're shunned and isolated and you're not on the taxpayer's tee, or you're not able to get the corrupt kickbacks and cartels that is part of the modern system that we see every day through the press reports of the CFMEU. And then, of course, when you get to retirement, all their answers is how do we impose more cost, more obligations and more responsibility at the time of your life when you can no longer earn an income, because their only pathway is to harvest anything that you have saved and sacrificed to get ahead. Thanks. That is the Labor project. The Labor project is how do they control Australians. But don't worry, Deputy Speaker, to the children in the gallery who want hope and opportunity, there is a better way. There is a better way where young Australians can control their money, can control their ambition, can control their destiny. It is the Liberal way, because we believe that young Australians can own their own home, can control their income, can control their super, can control their destiny. We believe in backing Australians and any Australian who wants to back themselves. That is the lived ambition of the Liberal dream. A nation of 26 million people standing on their own 2 feet, appealing to their best hopes, standing on their own 2 feet and aspiring to something better, not just for themselves but their families and their communities. And when we talk about a bill like this, what we're talking about is whether Australians own their own money or not, whether they control their own money or not, and whether they can then go on and use their own money or not. But of course, the Labor Party is not interested in achieving that. Their motivation and their objective is how do they get as much money into the funds they control and their mates control. Because when they get that money in those funds, they can then use it for the cartel kickbacks to the unions that can then be kicked back into the campaign coffers of the Labor Party, so they can sit in this chamber, so they can then go on and vote for more money. It is the circle of cartel kickback life. It's almost like the opening of the movie The Lion King, Deputy Speaker, where it's so perverse it's beautiful, because literally the mafia could not design a system with such legality and seemingly such lawful sanction as that circle of life. Labor Party MPs get elected, vote for more income to go into industry super funds. Industry super funds give, through marketing expenses, more cartel kickbacks to unions. Unions donate to the Labor Party to campaign to get elected into chamber and keep repeating the circle, the cartel kickback circle of life. That is the Labor movement. Whereas we look at it and say, how do young Australians own their own money, own their own destiny, control their own future? That's what we believe in. And so when we want young Australians to have their super fund, we want to own their own destiny. And so when you look at this bill and say it's your money, you should control it and it should be paid with your wages, we look at it as seeing empowerment for you. But we want to make sure that it doesn't impoverish small businesses on the road towards that future. And one of the things the Labor Party doesn't care about is small business. With the greatest respect, they managed to come up with a minister responsible for small business, but we know she has no say in the cabinet table. Like many ministers who might have something worthwhile to say, because they're not part of the right faction, they're not part of the right union, they're not part of the right state, whatever it is, they're silenced on the issues that matter to the future direction of this country. And we know that through this legislation. The government's own advice from the Treasury was that this bill needed 18 months to be implemented so that small businesses didn't go broke, because there is no super on jobs that don't exist because the small business collapses. We already have record insolvencies for small business in this country. We already have the lowest private sector jobs growth in the history of this country. We already have nationwide 8 out of 10 jobs being created only because of taxpayer revenue. This government is fuelling inflation in the process. They're using debt to finance expenditure today to prop up job numbers, which is fueling inflation, which means Australians are paying higher interest rates because of this government's reckless fiscal policy to pretend their economic program is working when in fact is failing and fueling inflation today. Every Australian Deputy Speaker is paying the consequences of this reckless Labor government and their reckless spending program, and they're paying it through higher interest rates today. But one of the worst things we could have is see small businesses collapse because the government simply won't implement this reform with enough lead time to help small businesses adjust. Because so many, and Deputy Speaker, I know you understand small business because you've been in it yourself. When you've got revenue coming in, and sometimes people aren't always paying you as fast as they want, whether it's the Commonwealth, whether it's a state government, whether it's a big business, or whether it's another small business waiting to be paid themselves, that you often have to go and then finance the costs of these things from your own account. And so often, small business people who are aspiring to get ahead and to back others have had to find ways to make sure that their staff are paid on time, and they always pay them before they pay themselves, Deputy Speaker. Always. And that is always something that's lost on this government, and they don't care. And the same goes with their super. So enabling small business the breathing space to be able to find their pathway to conform with the law, and the answer from the Labor Party has been, stuff them. That doesn't matter. And we know from the statistics that some of the biggest payroll companies in the world that so many small businesses depend upon, like MYOB, have produced reports publicly that have stated that 22.6% of businesses are at risk of insolvency. And not just at risk of insolvency in terms of going off to ASIC and saying we can't do this anymore, but not only does that potentially deny, of course, the people who run those businesses and their future and economic success, and of course their capacity to be able to afford their own superannuation. But of course what goes with that if those companies go down and those small businesses go down is, one, the existing employees and of course their superannuation as well as their wages. But sitting behind so many small businesses is the start gate, the opportunity for so many young Australians who take the first step into the ladder of economic opportunity. It's often the first gateway for where they get their job to become full participants in the Australian economic opportunity that we want, where they get the skills, the training, the knowledge, the acculturation into a business environment where they find their hunger, their thirst, their ambition and their dreams. And when that's suffocated because Labor simply doesn't care, because their objective is prioritised by how do they get as much money as possible into super funds so that their mates can pay off cartel kickbacks and pay their fund managers bigger bonuses at the expense of small businesses. They are trading off that ambition, that dream and that of that young Australian to feed themselves. It's not just immoral and this is wrong. And that's why this amendment is so important, because it goes to the heart not just of economic transition to help small business survive, it goes to the heart of the type of economy we want built from the foundations of enterprise, initiative and hard work, rather than the socialist model of top-down corporatism and statism. So, yep, we're moving this amendment because we believe in it clearly. We believe in it proudly. We believe strongly that we're going to back small business every step of the way and fight for small business every step of the way, and we will be unrelenting in standing up for small business every step of the way. And if the government had any rational thought, they'd be backing it every step of the way.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member of Fairfax has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've never heard such tosh and nonsense from those opposite. This bloke is the member for Goldstein, thinks he's a member of the modern and moderate Liberal Party. Just that speech, railing against public or state education, claiming it controls children. The idea that somehow superannuation, I'll use the words he used about superannuation, malicious, denial, corruption, cartels, kickbacks, all associated with superannuation. So when you take your superannuation at the end of your hard-earned and worked life, realise it's a Labor Party and a Labor government that's helped you to gain your dignified and financially secure retirement. Those opposite, in my 18 years in Parliament, never supported a superannuation guarantee increase once, delaying it again and again. He called superannuation neo-feudalism. What nonsense. Absolute rubbish. And they'd have more credibility, those opposite, on this bill, Deputy Speaker, if they had supported any of the housing reforms of the Labor government, the $43 billion Homes for Australia plan. Those opposite spent 10 years nearly in Parliament and did nothing on housing, barely could find a housing minister to represent the portfolio whatsoever. And when it came to the reforms that we've initiated on housing, they voted against them. So they've got this false dichotomy between housing and superannuation. We want Homes for Australia, the home guarantee 5%, 4,000 people more than that in my electorate have benefited from those. Those opposite, the Liberal and National parties, opposed it. Social and affordable houses, 55,000 being built under our program. Those opposite, the Liberal and National Party opposed it. The Help to Buy scheme, those opposite, the Liberal and National parties opposed it. The 45% increase in rent assistance, those opposite, the Liberal and National parties opposed it. Again and again and again. So don't come in here and give us lectures on your newfound concern about the housing difficulties of this country when you oppose it. This legislation is critical. The legislation we're putting forward is about ensuring superannuation is paid.
Call the member.
The member should direct his comments through you, Mr Chair, not directly across the chamber.
I can direct you through the chair. Of course I am. But I'm addressing the claims of those opposite. That's exactly what they're doing. That they claim, for example, that there's a trade-off in the housing and superannuation, Deputy Speaker. What they have failed to do, Deputy Speaker, is fail to address this bill once. Not once did the member opposite, the member for Goldstein, address the substance of this bill. Not once in 15 minutes. This is about making sure that superannuation is paid on time, as people's wages, so they can get their superannuation when they get their salary. I think that's fair. I think if you walk down Riverlink Shopping Centre in Ipswich and ask that question to people who are shopping in Kmart or in the food court in Ipswich, they'd say it was a good thing. It was the right thing to do. And this legislation is another proud Labor reform. It means more super for workers. Yet those opposite, the Liberal and National parties, oppose it once again. We've already implemented a number of reforms to strengthen the superannuation system over the term of this government, including paying superannuation on government-funded paid parental leave and increasing the superannuation guarantee to 12%. Only a Labor government has done that. Reaching 12% was a signature policy built on decades of reforms by Labor governments. Now we're pursuing additional reforms on superannuation. Once again, by the way, we saw, Deputy Speaker, a speech from those opposite show, once again, the divisions between the major political parties in this country. Superannuation is one, universal health care is another, public or state education is another, people's rights at work is another. Superannuation is the subject of this bill and is yet again a demonstration of why your vote, that is the public's vote, matters when it comes to people's financial security and economic security and dignity in retirement. Payday superannuation is a once-in-a-generation reform that aims to tackle unpaid superannuation, creating a better system for workers and employers alike. We know that for too long, too many workers have waited months to receive all their superannuation entitlement. In 2022-23, it's been estimated 3.3 million Australians missed out on $5.7 billion in super, losing on average $1,730 each year based on analysis of the latest ATO data. It is simply not true, Deputy Speaker, to say that every employer pays superannuation when they should or on time. It is simply untrue. Yet the member for Goldstein made that claim in the House of Representatives. It is simply untrue. And the workers of this country, and young people in particular, know that's not true. There would be many parents listening to this debate who would know that their daughter or son has come to them and said, "Mum or Dad, I got paid my wages, but I didn't get paid super," because not every employer does the right thing. Now, member for Goldstein railed and said that we never support small business. I established a small business. I built a small business with the hard work and effort and with the cooperation of my employees and my partners and shareholders and directors later on. And I know what it's like to build a business. I know the challenges and the difficulties, but you've got to do the right thing. You pay your wages on time and you should pay your superannuation on time. In my outer suburban and regional seat of Blair, unpaid super cost 27,800 local workers. That's 31%, nearly 1 in 3 of the local workforce, $1,770 each on average, or a combined $49.1 million in 2022-23. So it's simply untrue, Deputy Speaker, to say that all employers pay their superannuation on time or do the right thing. Over 6 years, from 2017 to 2018 to 2022-23, unpaid superannuation steadily grew around the country, and in my electorate cost workers a total of $185.9 million in underpayments. So this reform will benefit thousands of workers in my community and boost the retirement incomes of millions of Australians. It's a signature Labor legislation. It's about ensuring superannuation is delivered on time and people can have secure and dignified retirement. It's part of our commitment to make sure people earn more, keep more of what they earn and retire with more. If you listen to those opposite, you would think that they want people to retire with less. Now, after passage of this legislation, employers will be required to pay their employees superannuation on payday at the same time as their salary and wages, in line with every pay cycle rather than quarterly. This simple, practical change will mean more frequent contributions and earlier compounding returns and stronger retirement balances for millions of Australians. Now, the bill does 3 things. From the 1st of July 2026, it will require employers to ensure superannuation contributions are received by the employee's fund within 7 business days of payday, or they will be liable for the superannuation guarantee charge. Now, there are a number of types of superannuation, just as there are types of toothpaste and different types of cars. There's the industry funds, there's the retail funds, there's different names of different superannuation schemes in this policies in this country, and different fund managers. But to label all fund managers corrupt and part of a cartel, like the member for Goldstein, is just simply wrong. It is just erroneous to do that. This reform will strengthen Australia's superannuation scheme. It makes employees receive their superannuation contributions more often, and it will help reduce unpaid super. Paying the superannuation contribution more frequently will mean that employees can track their entitlements more expeditiously and helps employers improve their payroll management. This change is part of a broader government initiative to boost retirement savings. Secondly, the legislation will help the Australian Taxation Office enforce the law and more quickly identify employers not making contributions, and it therefore strengthens the scheme. It means the ATO will receive additional resourcing as well to help detect unpaid super payments earlier, and the government will set enhanced targets for the ATO for the recovery of those payments. As part of this, the ATO will draw on a single-touch payroll data, which employers already report, and match it with data from super funds to detect missing payments in near real time. Thirdly, the bill will update the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay super on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. This will allow the charge to better target employer behaviour and ensure employees are compensated for delays, including through notional earnings and penalties. These are simple, common-sense changes that will strengthen our system, and it means that workers will receive what they are legally owed. Employees will benefit from more frequent and earlier contributions. Around 9 million Australians will benefit from higher retirement savings, from receiving their superannuation guarantee contributions earlier and more frequently. This will deliver, on average, an extra $7,700 for working Australians by retirement, because being paid super sooner helps to grow people's retirement eggs much faster, thanks to the benefit of compound interest, of course. Now let's look at an example of a 25-year-old median income earner, say a hospitality worker at Orion Shopping Centre in my electorate in Springfield, currently receiving their superannuation quarterly and wages fortnightly. With payday super as their superannuation, the super fund will get it quicker. That means there'll be higher earnings over their working life, and it could see, say, $6,000 extra or 1.5% being better off at retirement from the compounding benefits of super being paid more frequently. This reality is the issue which disproportionately affects more vulnerable Australians, women in particular, and younger workers, who are at most risk as having an power imbalance in the workplace and more likely to miss out on their super as employers do the wrong thing. Among the hardest hit are women who are already retiring with a quarter less super than men on average. Younger workers and low-income earners are also at risk, with 1 in 2 workers who earn under $25,000 a year having unpaid super entitlements, and almost half of all people reporting unpaid super to the ATO being under 35 years of age. That's that power imbalance that I talked about, Deputy Speaker. So the change will particularly benefit young people working in retail and hospitality, and those in low-paid casual and insecure work who are more likely to miss out when super is paid less frequently. It will help thousands of these workers in my electorate. And when a worker misses out on their super altogether, they can have compounding and profound impacts, with losses, of course, continuing to compound, leaving them tens of thousands of dollars less to have in their pocket at retirement. It means less secure. It means a less dignified retirement financially. For example, an average 35-year-old worker, say someone in Riverlink Shopping Centre in my electorate, working in, say, hospitality or retail with an unpaid superannuation, those losses can make a person be $30,000 poorer at retirement. When employers go bust, the impact is even worse. For an average 35-year-old, say working in the Ipswich City Council, missing out on super from for example, or working in the private sector, shall I say, from a liquidated business, could leave their retirement balance over $90,000 worse off in today's dollars terms. The security of retirement in, say, that council is really important, but if you're working in a business and that business goes into administration or liquidation, that's a big problem to claim your superannuation. Importantly, payday super will boost transparency for workers who typically assume their super's being paid with wages. That's particularly young people who consider that people are doing the right thing. So it'll be much easier and faster for the ATO to detect and fix underpayments, but will be much easier and faster for employers and employees in the workplace to keep track of what's going on. So it means that they'll be able to consult with one another further. Now, Treasury and ATO will continue to consult closely with industry and have done so, by the way, contrary to what the previous speaker had to say. The ATO has advised it intends to consult on its approach in compliance for 12 months after changes start and will seek to differentiate between low and high risk employers. So this legislation is important. It will make the superannuation system fairer from top to bottom. It'll be a better deal and more superannuation for low income workers, and I reckon that's a pretty good thing for the economy and for the people who work in my electorate.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The $4 trillion Australian superannuation system is overall, I think, a success. It covers around 90% of workers, allowing them to plan for financial independence in their retirement, makes financial capital available for large-scale investment in Australian infrastructure and enterprise, and reduces some of the costs of age pensions for taxpayers. The better the superannuation system, the less we need to draw down for the age pension. So, looking after workers is the right thing to do, and effective super policy does make good economic sense. Notwithstanding this success, many constituents over the years have approached me because they have not been paid their superannuation entitlements. In fact, it actually has shocked me over the years, the people who have approached me, and it's been very, very difficult for them, particularly if they're still with that employer, to raise this issue. And they're not alone. According to Super Members Council, unpaid super is costing working Australians $110 million a week. In 2021-2022, 2.8 million Australians missed out on $5.1 billion in superannuation entitlements. The Super Members Council's latest figures show unpaid super has grown to $5.7 billion a year. This affects more men than women as they work in industries and occupations with higher rates of underpayment and on average make more income than women. But the impact on women is often more acute as they often have lower super balances going into retirement. Blue-collar workers in construction, trades and transport are most likely to miss out, and certainly I've heard from many mechanics and those working in factories in my community that have experienced this, with 41% of labourers experiencing unpaid super and other industries which experience high rates of business insolvencies where unpaid super is more common. Retail, trade and accommodation, food services have also been found by the ATO to be of high risk in recent years. The average worker will miss out on around $26,000 in super for women and $36,000 for men at retirement due to the effects of unpaid super and that compounding loss over time. My electorate of Mayo has been actually one of the worst experienced communities for this, with the highest average underpayment of any South Australian electorate and totalling $33 million in superannuation debt. That's affecting over 19,500 workers, an average underpayment of more than $1,600, in fact $1,690 per person. Unpaid super allows non-compliant businesses to compete on an uneven playing field with those who pay their workers' entitlements and indeed pay them on time. This bill will require employers to meet key obligations, to accurately calculate employers' individual superannuation guarantee and the quantifying earnings, make contributions before the end of the 7th business day after payment of those earnings and 14 days for a new employee, and comply with the employer's choice of fund. These reforms will go some way to protect employees by ensuring superannuation is paid in real time and not months later, or indeed perhaps not at all. It will reduce the unpaid debts that accumulate before some employers collapse or restructure, and empower the Australian Taxation Office to assess and recover unpaid superannuation more promptly. and hold directors accountable through stronger penalties for systematic non-compliance. I think it must be said that, the vast majority of employers in Australia do the right thing. And I think overwhelmingly, nearly every employer in Australia does want to do the right thing. It is going to make a big difference to workers, like my constituent Catherine, in the future. Earlier this year, Catherine's employer terminated her employment and that of several of her colleagues. They were told by the business that while it was not currently able to pay their entitlements, they would be paid in full. After weeks of seeking payment of their entitlements, Catherine and her former colleagues contacted the Fair Work Ombudsman. Their former employee advised the Ombudsman they would be paid within the week, but they were not. They made complaints to the Australian Taxation Office regarding their unpaid wages and superannuation owed. Catherine is trying to maintain hope, but they remain in limbo as the former employer, which is an NDIS registered provider, still continues to trade but says that it lacks the funds to pay their entitlements. With the passage of this payday superannuation bill, it will be much harder for Catherine's former employer or others like it to get into this situation in the first place. Employers will not be allowed to accumulate a superannuation debt under the radar because they will be required to pay within those 7 days after their payday, rather than quarterly. Employees, and importantly the ATO, will become aware sooner if superannuation payments are not being paid into their fund. There have been concerns raised that employers may not have enough time to deploy and test and implement changes pre-commencement of this Act, particularly system changes. Now, I absolutely appreciate that the timeline is tight. 8 months from passage to commencement, and some challenges may remain that need to be addressed. And I absolutely have sympathy for some businesses, and particularly small businesses, who are worried about this additional compliance burden. We know that this has been coming for some time. It was certainly flagged in the 2023-2024 budget. And it must be said that workers have been waiting at a cost to them of collectively over $5 billion a year in unpaid super. And I must feel that that issue, that loss, must be addressed. I understand that the ATO's first-year compliance approach will allow some leniency during this initial period for low to medium risk employers who are genuinely trying to make efforts to comply, and I'm keen that this is genuinely the case. For too long I have been raising concerns about unpaid superannuation. In fact, in 2017 in this place I introduced a private member's bill called Fair Work Amendment Recovering Unpaid Superannuation. My bill would have improved notification requirements of payment or indeed non-payment for employers and superannuation funds, and included superannuation with the national employment standards, providing more avenues for employees to pursue their unpaid superannuation debts. And this bill contains other measures. That bill contained other measures including the ability for employers to claim salary sacrificing super as if they were employer superannuation contributions, and we needed to get that removed, and an exemption allowing employers not to make superannuation contributions to employees when they earn less than $450 in wages each month. And I'm glad that those issues have been addressed. I think it's really important that we provide employees with every avenue they can to try and recover their super. And certainly in my experience, when I've seen the notifications from employees who have tried to use the ATO to recover funds, it has not always been very successful. And so I think it's very important that we look to have inclusion of superannuation in the National Employment Standards, and this would mean that most employees would have that access rather than just relying on the ATO to do that debt recovery. I remember seeing one form back from the ATO where a constituent was owed, I think, several $1,000s worth. The ATO recovered something like $2.50. It was some absolutely nominal amount, and then it said, we've made a recovery and we're closing the case. So we need to have a much, much better system, and perhaps that's more people working in the ATO on this issue of superannuation getting those debt recovery, which is what it is. But it certainly makes it very, very difficult. I've heard from apprentice hairdressers. I've heard from hairdressers who are qualified hairdressers and been in the industry for a long time. I've heard from mechanics. I've heard from people who work in retail. And in some cases, they've been working at businesses that in my community are very, very well-known businesses. And it has certainly shocked me, the level of unpaid superannuation that exists in our nation. In 2020-21, only 17%, or under $1 billion of unpaid superannuation guarantee entitlements were recovered, just 17% of a $4.7 billion total unpaid super. And the 2022 Australian National Audit Office report into superannuation guarantee non-compliance found the ATO's use of the framework was only partially effective. While 9,594 fines were issued in the 2021 period by the ATO, only 43% of them required a business to pay a penalty above the unpaid amount, and less than 1% were given the maximum 200% penalty. And the burden of reporting remains with workers, who report 78% of recoveries, with automated detection of the ATO remaining very, very low. We need prompt and proactive compliance. Recovery action really is the best chance for people to get that super back into their balance, because we need that interest to compound. Further work will be needed in future on recovery of entitlements for workers in cases where there's business insolvency. Super entitlements are usually last in line after wages and business debts, certainly well behind secured debts, with ASIC data showing that in 2022-2023, 15% of insolvency cases involved unpaid wages, but in 45% of cases involved unpaid superannuation. And just this week, the Sydney Morning Herald had reported that 200 workers for a disability provider will be missing out on their unpaid super following the company's collapse. It is reported that 174 staff are due a total of $264,000 in unpaid superannuation contributions, with the company having 74 unsecured creditors owing $330,000 and a net bank balance of $3,000. While unpaid wages can be claimed under the Fair Entitlements Guarantee Australian Government Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, along with leave and redundancy pay in cases of business insolvency, the Fair Entitlements Guarantee does not at present cover superannuation, and I think that it really should, so that in cases such as these disability workers will be looked after by the FEG in terms of their superannuation entitlements. And it sends a very clear message that superannuation is as important as wages. I call on the government to take that next step and to consider amending the Fair Entitlements Guarantee to include superannuation guarantee contributions aligned with the ability to claim unpaid wages. I understand how businesses can get behind. Wages and super are some of the largest expenses that businesses experience. But we need to ensure so that we have that these are entitlements that workers are absolutely entitled to have. This is part of their salary and it must be paid, and that is the long and short of it. I want this bill to succeed, to prevent more of my constituents being blindsided by unpaid superannuation, and often it's a year or so until they realise that they're not getting paid superannuation, just like my constituent Catherine. I don't want to hear from more employees who have struggling, particularly those who haven't been able to find other work, who are still in that workplace and having to have those very difficult conversations with their employers about why their superannuation hasn't been paid. Thank you. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for... I've had a mental blank. Chisholm, that's it.
That's it. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak proudly in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025. From the 1st of July next year, 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as wages instead of quarterly. Payday super is a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super. It will be good for workers, good for business and good for our economy. Put simply, it makes so much sense. According to the Super Members Council, 3.3 million Australians were not paid the superannuation they earned in 2022 to 23. And of these, 850,000 were in my home state of Victoria. In my electorate of Chisholm, the council estimates that over 24,000 workers were underpaid an average of $1,500, totalling $36 million during that financial year. This is a huge amount of money that my community should have for their retirement. This really could be considered a form of wage theft. This reform will help ensure that workers actually receive the superannuation they're owed when they're owed it. Of course, we know that the superannuation system works because of compound interest. So the sooner workers have that money in their retirement accounts, the more interest they will be able to accumulate. I know from my time in the trade union movement, from meeting with representatives from the profit-to-member superannuation sector who briefed me on employers not meeting their superannuation guarantee obligations, that this is a really big issue in this country. And one of the big issues currently at play is that under current arrangements, employers have 28 days following the end of the financial quarter to meet their obligations. Now, as we know, a lot can happen within a business over a 4-month period. And when a business does unfortunately go under, it is too often the superannuation owed to workers that does not get paid, as highlighted in those previously quoted figures. And listening to contributions from others in this chamber, I know that this is a concern many do hold. I know that many superannuation funds currently employ teams of staff to manage internal superannuation arrears processes, and often also engage the services of third-party providers who specialise in following up superannuation contributions owed by employers. Needless to say, that may not always be the best use of superannuation fund members' money just to chase funds. As is well known, some of Australia's largest superannuation funds partner with many thousands of employers. And when a contribution for an employee is not received, is it simply because the employer hasn't made the required payment or because the employee is no longer with the employer? Now, under this change, employers must ensure that contributions are received by the employee's super fund within 7 business days of payday. Now, as I said earlier, this change is also good for business. Of course, it's good for workers receiving their retirement entitlements, but it's also good for business, noting that many businesses already pay their super obligations in line with their payroll cycle. For businesses that don't, this change will now remove that additional step they currently are required to undertake, and will also help to smooth out their cash flow via smaller and more frequent contributions. Something we do unfortunately see, Deputy Speaker, is that unpaid superannuation affects different people in our communities in disproportionate ways. So it disproportionately affects younger workers and those in insecure work, and a lot of those workers tend to be women. These are people who can least afford to miss out on their retirement savings, and this reform will make a really significant difference to their lives and their retirements. For a part-time or a casual worker receiving their superannuation contributions quarterly, reconciling the amount of superannuation received against ordinary time earnings is unnecessarily complex and unnecessarily time-consuming. So this change will make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier before debts become unrecoverable. This is really important, and in my previous career before entering this place, I spent a lot of time talking to younger workers about the importance of tracking super as soon as you start working. I know retirement often seems a long way away for people just entering the workforce, but it is really important for people to track their superannuation from the start of their working lives, and this change will make it easier for people to do just that. This legislation also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay superannuation on time. Under the new framework, the superannuation guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay superannuation in full and on time. The updated superannuation guarantee charge includes notional earnings. This compensates employees for the investment returns they missed out on due to late payment. This is very important. Administrative uplift, an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcement and to incentivise voluntary rectification. It can be reduced for employers who voluntarily disclose and have a good compliance history. Choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay into the employee's chosen fund. Employers who continue not to pay, even after the ATO has raised a superannuation guarantee charge, will face high penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. These changes are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensure workers are fairly compensated when employers fall short. This is a fair set of changes, providing opportunity for employers to correct mistakes and incentivise, as I mentioned, the voluntary rectification, but also to provide greater penalties to ensure that they do meet their obligations, and if they don't, there are consequences. This is, I think, a fairly balanced set of changes. The Australian Tax Office estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021 to 2022. That's $100 million every single week that workers earned but never received, and I think that's just unacceptable. And as we all know about the superannuation system, it works because of the compound interest earned. So it's $100 million every week, but over time that would add up if that were in people's retirement funds. So this is a real shame that people are being robbed from the money that they deserve for their retirement. The Australian Taxation Office will use single-touch payroll data, STP data, which employers already report, and match it with data from superannuation funds to detect missed payments in near real time. This data matching capability allows the Australian Tax Office to intervene earlier, which then reduces the risk of large debts building up and increasing the chance of recovery. And again, that mechanism will be good for employers and for workers too. The government has committed $404.1 million to support the implementation here. The ATO will adopt a facilitative compliance approach in the first year. Employers who make a genuine attempt to comply, even if they do face technical issues, will not be targeted by Australian Tax Office compliance. The reform also helps employers by aligning superannuation with payroll, which does reduce end-of-quarter administrative pressure and the risk of large liabilities. The Australian Tax Office advises that in a typical investigation of an unpaid superannuation case, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of superannuation contributions. For the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. This is significant, and it's really important that we as a parliament, and certainly we as a government, take steps to address this terrible problem that is costing our communities billions of dollars. When employers do go bust, the impact is even more severe. For an average 35-year-old, again, missing out on superannuation from a liquidated business could leave their retirement balance over $90,000 worse off. I think this is imperative that we pass this legislation as soon as possible to give employers, payroll providers, superannuation funds and the Australian Tax Office time to build the systems needed to implement these changes by the 1st of July 2026. We know that with an ageing population, the need to support Australians to achieve economic dignity in retirement is not only the right thing to do, it's an economic necessity. The longer we wait, the more workers miss out and the harder it becomes to recover unpaid superannuation. The Labor Party has always championed superannuation. We believe that every single person, no matter their background, deserves to have a dignified retirement. We should be very proud of superannuation in this country. It is a great example of Australian exceptionalism, and we should do everything we can to strengthen the system. I'm really proud to be part of a government that has delivered on changes to superannuation that make the system fairer, that make contributions better for working people, and that will see the superannuation system be more equal, with superannuation to be paid on paid parental leave. This is a significant step forward, and the legislation before us today represents another significant step forward in addressing some of the unfortunate inequities that are in the system, and it's reform that means there'll be much more money in the pockets of our communities for their retirement, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These two bills, the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025 and the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, introduce the government's payday super reforms announced way back on the 2nd of May 2023. Why has there been such a delay in bringing these effective and relatively simple changes to this place is something for this government to answer. Even so, in the electorate of Lyne, with the oldest age demographic in the country, with 30.1% of our population aged over 65, compared to the rest of New South Wales with just 17.5% over 65, superannuation policies are a very important matter. Our average age is 51, compared to 38 across the country. And with the employment base being principally in the services and small businesses sectors, the payment of superannuation entitlements is also a major hot point. Unpaid super remains a significant issue, with around 2.8 million Australians missing out on an estimated $5.1 billion in superannuation each year. Because payments are only made quarterly, unpaid super often goes unnoticed for months, by which time the employer may have become insolvent or the employee may have moved on. The Super Members Council has presented to me data that 28% of workers in the Lyne electorate were affected by not having their super entitlements paid in 2022-2023, and over 16,600 of these workers didn't get an average of $1,600, totalling $27 million across the electorate. And lower income workers, young people and those people in insecure work are most likely to be caught out by unpaid super. The reforms will incentivise employers to pay their employees superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as salary and wages, so that contributions will reach employee super funds within 7 business days of the employee's payday, starting from 1 July 2026. That's a good thing. We know that the government originally planned to introduce this legislation in late 2024, which would have allowed an 18-month transition period for employers, software providers and super funds to prepare. By delaying the introduction until October 2025, the Albanese government has effectively halved the implementation window. Now, that's definitely not a good thing. Businesses are being given just 8 months, and not 8 months from when the laws are passed, but from the day the bill was introduced. That's a reckless, unrealistic and irresponsible timeline. The rollout of this is rushed, poorly planned and risks chaos for small businesses right across the country, including in my own electorate of Lyne. This is a familiar story from this government. The big announcement is more important than the policy detail and actual outcomes. From Jim Chalmers' failed and overruled attempt to touch up superannuants with his ploy to tax unrealised gains, to this half-baked rollout of payday super. The Albanese government delayed this legislation for a full year and in doing so cut the transition time for business in half. What was the hold-up? The government is expecting small business to pick up the slack and wear the cost and the trouble when they're least able to do so, which goes to the heart of this iteration of the Australian Labor Party's problems. Not one member of Labor's cabinet has ever run a small business, and it sees superannuation as a pot of gold that can be touched up when the Treasurer's books aren't looking so good. Bob Hawke would be turning in his grave, and we know that what Paul Keating thinks. I note that numerous superannuation funds and their representative organisations have welcomed the introduction of these bills. On the other side of the ledger, the business side, I also note that numerous bodies support the concept of payday super in principle, but are concerned, like us, that the increased administrative burden, especially for small businesses who are not aware of the changes and whose payroll systems and software may not be ready for the changes. I appreciate that the ATO has released a draft compliance guideline outlining its intended approach for the first year of payday super next July, but the government and the ATO will need to be mindful and flexible to allow an orderly and manageable uptake of these changes for small businesses. But all this that assumes the community is sailing along quite nicely and can accommodate changes while getting on with the daily routine. Well, if it were only that simple. In line, we are now 6 months on from the worst floods in recorded history. Towns were swamped, bridges swept away, houses and farms, dairies and sheds, shops and businesses and workshops and offices and schools were inundated. The region, my hometown, my region, is still struggling through the consequences. People are still not back in their homes. Businesses have either closed up for good or weighed down by debt. There's been no Cat D for small business, and there's been no Cat D funding for community infrastructure. Now we have on top of this the New South Wales government shutting down the local timber industry, prioritising its promise to the Greens to create a so-called Great Koala National Park over hundreds of direct and maybe hundreds of more direct indirect jobs. And while the conservation estate has been increased for no good reason, our imports of timber products have nearly doubled in the last 20 years. We now import nearly 50% of sawn timber products. We are losing our sovereign right and capacity to be self-sufficient in timber production, and what comes with that is a loss of jobs. Some timber mills on the New South Wales mid-north coast will become unviable and will have no choice but to close. Communities will be gutted and they will be less safe because the equipment and the skilled workers to operate the heavy machinery in times of bushfire crisis will be a memory. These people won't have a job to generate some super from, and their employers won't have to worry about ATO compliance guys and updating their software and payroll systems because they won't be in business. There's the great shame and the woeful irony. On one hand, correcting a superannuation oversight to make it better and fairer, but on the other, looking away when people lose their jobs or business after a natural disaster or a payback for preferences deal. And talking about looking away, which is what is happening on the actual realities on the topic of energy and the cost of the government's reckless renewables rollout and their relentless pursuit of their symbolic net zero. I expect there will be some more forlorn looking away from the news from the owners of the Tomago aluminium smelter in Newcastle. The owners, Rio Tinto, have made clear that they are looking at closing down the aluminium smelter, putting over 1,000 direct and over 5,000 indirect hunter jobs at risk. Why? Because Rio Tinto has made clear its decision is 100% due to the cost of energy. Now, the Minister for Energy and Climate Change comes into this place, spins many wheels to deflect the fact that it is under his watch and under this government's energy policy, its reckless pursuit of weather-dependent energy for baseload power, that Tomago and Rio are making this decision. The government is simply not pursuing the cheapest forms of energy. This government isn't committed to ensuring that Australians and our industrial base are supported by reliable and affordable power, nuclear, Healy coal and gas. Australia's manufacturing share of the economy has fallen now to just 5% of GDP in the June quarter of 2025. ASIC insolvency statistics reveal that over 1,400 manufacturers nationally have collapsed since 2022-2023. Australia's deindustrialisation has seen us now ranked on the Index of Economic Complexity at a lowly 105th out of 145 nations, down from 70th in 1998. This is all due to this government's energy policy. Without affordable and reliable power, our manufacturing industry will continue to shrink, and so will the jobs. Deputy Speaker, Tomago's decision has enormous economy-wide implications for Australia. The Tomago plan is critical to the industrial and manufacturing industries that we have in this country, or should I say, what we have left in this country. The Tomago plant is one of just 4 smelters in this country, located in Newcastle, for the port facilities and its proximity to energy from Hunter Valley Coal. It supplies an array of domestic and export markets with aluminium in all shapes and sizes. It is fundamentally part of a far bigger manufacturing sector that supplies our everyday goods. And a prime example is the James Strong Precision Packaging Facility in Taree, in the heart of the Line electorate, which I visited on many occasions. For over 30 years, James Strong has been producing and supplying food and aerosol cans in Australia. The James Strong plant in Taree employs over 80 people, Taree's second largest private sector employer, and produces 104 million cans per year, and has recently invested more than $8 million in an advanced production line to restore in-house capacity, to reduce reliance on imports and allow recycled aluminium to be incorporated into its process. Its energy prices have gone up 65% in just 4 years under this government, and because of this government. The consequences of shutting down Tomago for James Strong is significant, including undermining its global competitiveness and giving its foreign competitors a huge leg up in the Australian and overseas markets. How is this good for the regions and for Australia, and particularly for jobs? These price hikes, coupled with the threat of Tomago's closure, put at risk this investment in James Strong and Taree. It has never been clearer that Labor is the party for higher electricity prices and for killing manufacturing in this country. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, may I say that these changes to superannuation are a good thing, but the bigger, far more important priority is to make sure we actually have employment in the first place, and we actually have an energy policy that enables industry to remain viable, remain open, remain operating and remain on our shores. It is crystal clear that net zero must go. We must have an Australian energy policy and an Australian emissions policy, not a European dictate. A policy that is about jobs, so that people can invest in themselves through superannuation. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and the Superannuation Guarantee Change Amendment Bill 2025. This once-in-a-generation reform to fix a long-standing problem in our superannuation system, unpaid super. In 2021 to 2022 alone, the Australian Tax Office estimated that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid. That is $100 million every single week. The workers earned but never received their super. It is money that should be building people's retirement savings so they can continue to look after themselves well into retirement. But too often it disappears, especially when employers go bust or when payments are delayed for years. The current system allows employers to pay super quarterly, which can leave workers exposed and potentially not receive their super at all. If an employer fails to pay, it can take years for that to be detected, by which time the money can be unrecoverable. For a typical 35-year-old, missing 2 years of super contributions can reduce their retirement savings by $32,000 in today's money. If the employer goes under, that loss can be over $90,000. These losses fall hard on the youngest workers and people in insecure jobs, those who can least afford to miss out, and those who are too scared or too shy to speak up. At the start of my working life, I spent years working in retail, a job that I really enjoyed. I worked for one particular employer for about a year. I showed up, I did the work, enjoyed the job, folded clothes, smiled through unreasonable customer requests, hung clothes better than I did back at home, and powered through those endless shifts where my feet screamed louder than the music playing overhead. But guess what I didn't get? My super. Not once, zero, not at all. Now, at first, as you would imagine, I thought maybe it was an admin error. Maybe it was coming late. I kept my eye out, kept looking for it, but it didn't show up. You know how it is. You give them the benefit of the doubt, but after a while it becomes clear. It was less of a oops and more of a oops, we hope that you didn't notice. And I did notice, but it took me many years to chase down that money. It took phone calls, emails, and a decent portion of my soul. And when I finally got it, it was like receiving a gift that had my name on it the whole time, just covered in dust and excuses. But a gift is not what it was. It was money that was owed to me and should have been given to me immediately. And let's not even talk about the interest I should have received, and I was deeply out of pocket. But here's the thing, and it still really gets me. At the time, I was very young, too young to even think about retirement. And retail is built on an industry backed by young girls, school kids, uni students and first jobs. And let's be honest, most of us were too scared, too unsure or too polite to ask the big question like, where's my super? Or, more importantly, where's my money? And quite often we weren't even thinking about it because it seemed to be too far into the future. This legislation will change this unfairness. From the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super at the same time as wages, not quarterly, but that's when they earned it. Contributions must reach the employer's fund within 7 days of a payday. This will make it easier for workers to track their super and for the ATO to pick up missed payments in near real time. The bill also modernises the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty framework for employers who don't pay on time. It will apply to each payday missed, including compensation for lost investment earnings, and introduce stronger penalties for persistent non-compliance. These changes send a clear signal. If you owe your workers super, you have to pay it and pay it on time. It's their money, not yours. This reform builds on Labor's proud legacy in the early 1990s. A Labor government delivered compulsory superannuation, one of the most significant social and economic reforms in modern Australia. It lifted millions of working people into more secure retirement. Payday super is the next step in that story, making sure that what workers earn actually ends up in their super accounts when it should. Importantly, this reform supports employers too. Aligning super with payroll will reduce end-of-quarter admin pressure and help businesses avoid building up large liabilities. The ATO will take a facility approach in the first year, focusing on education and support rather than penalties for those making genuine efforts to comply. There is strong support from stakeholders. Treasury held consultations with more than 200 organisations earlier this year. Business groups, unions and super funds all back the principle of aligning super with wages. We must act now to give employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO time to prepare for the 2026 start date. Every month we delay is another month that workers miss out on their super, and those losses compound over a lifetime. Payday super is practical, fair and forward-looking. It protects workers, modernises the system and strengthens the foundation of Australia's retirement savings. It is another example of the Labor government delivering real reforms that make people's lives better. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition has always believed that superannuation isn't a gift, it's your pay, earned and owed. Every dollar in a worker's super account is money they've already worked for, not a bonus, not a tip, not a token of appreciation. It's their money. And too often they don't see it. Each year, around $5 billion in unpaid super slips through the cracks. Billions not building retirement savings, billions not compounding for the future. So yes, the principle of payday super makes sense. When you're paid for your work, your super should follow close behind. That's fair, that's logical, and that's right. But Deputy Speaker, Labor has taken a good idea and turned it into a logistical nightmare. We've seen this movie before. A headline first, homework later. Labor races to the press conference, pats itself on the back and leaves small business to clean up the mess. From the botched backflip super tax on unrealised capital gains to this half-baked payday super rollout. The pattern is the same. Big talk, no plan. Even their own documents admit it. Page 102 of the explanatory memorandum clearly outlines the plan. An 18-month transition between passage of the law and commencement. But that's not what small business is getting. Instead, Labor is giving them just 8 months. Not 8 months from when the law passes, but 8 months from the day the bill was introduced. That's not ambition, that's arrogance. Because if we rush this reform, we won't be paying super more often, we'll be paying the price for poor planning. Let's be clear, Deputy Speaker. Labor delayed introducing this bill for a year, and in doing so, cut the transition time for business in half. After all that delay, now it's the bookkeepers, the family firms and the corner cafes who have to sprint to meet the deadline. And here's the kicker. Not one member of the Labor's cabinet has ever run a small business. They wouldn't know payroll stress if it landed on the desk right in front of them. Because anyone who ever run a small business knows this. Every new regulation means a new software update, a new compliance burden, a new cash flow squeeze. And every hour spent doing that is an hour not actually spent running their own business. We support the principle, but this isn't a minor tweak. It's a seismic shift in how Australian businesses handle their payroll. Right now, super is often paid quarterly, 28 days after the end of the quarter. Under Labor's plan, it must be paid within 7 business days of every pay run. That's a massive operational change. Even major software providers like MYOB have warned they won't be ready in time. And yet, Labor barrels ahead regardless. This is a pattern. Labor makes the promise, small business pays the price. For too many, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Under Labor, small business has become the government's ATM. Always paying more, always doing more, and always getting less in return. It didn't have to be this way. The Coalition already showed them how to do it properly. When we introduced the single-touch payroll, we rolled it out carefully and sensibly. Big employers first, smaller ones later, micro-businesses giving concessions. That's how you do reform without wreckage. Single-touch payroll gave the ATO real-time visibility of wages and super. It's the very backbone that makes payday super possible. We built the system. Labor's just trying to sprint it across before the paint's dry. They're expecting your local fish and chip shop to implement the same payroll transition on the same timeline as a multinational with an army of accountants. It's absurd. That's why the Coalition is calling for one simple, reasonable fix. Give small businesses with fewer than 20 employees an extra 18 months until the 1st of January 2028. That covers 97% of all businesses, but only 28% of employees. It's fair, it's balanced, and it's achievable. Because we want this reform to succeed, not to sink under the weight of its own timeline. Deputy Speaker, let's take a family-owned cane farm outside of Proserpine. 3 generations on the land, employing 7 locals between the fields and the shed. They pay their workers every fortnight. But super quarterly, when the cash flow from the last harvest clears? Under these new rules, they'll have to send super within 7 business days of every pay run, even if they're still waiting for the mill to pay them the cheque. That's not financial discipline, that's financial pressure. And when small businesses like this buckle, so do the jobs and the communities that depend on them. Now, I want to be clear. We support the principle that workers should receive their super as they're paid. It's their money, earned and owed. But if we want this reform to succeed for employees and employers, we must give small businesses the time and support they need to adapt, rather than setting them up to fail under impossible timelines. Because there's another issue, Deputy Speaker. We all agree that dodgy operators who deliberately withhold super should be caught and penalised. But what about the employers who generally try to comply and get caught out in circumstances beyond their control? If Optus goes down, if the bank delays a transfer, or if the clearinghouse makes an error, should that employer be punished? Of course not. Labor says the ATO will show leniency in the first year through a draft guideline. But that draft guidance isn't law. It's a suggestion that can vanish overnight. That's why we're calling for a legislated safeguard, a requirement that before penalties are applied, the ATO must consider whether a business made a good faith effort to comply. I think that's very, very reasonable. That's not a loophole, that is a fair go. And while we're talking about fairness, let's not forget Labor's recent record on superannuation. This is the same government that created the biggest super backflip in decades on the super bad super tax. If the Honourable Paul Keating was the architect of modern superannuation, then the Treasurer Chalmers and the Prime Minister Albanese were preparing to be the demolition crew. They wanted to tear up the rule book, taxing unrealised gains and undermining Australians' confidence in their own retirement savings. They told Australians for decades that super builds wealth, that it's super stable, tax effective and worth investing in. Then they moved all the goalposts. Australians made long-term financial decisions in good faith, and Labor repaid that faith with uncertainty. It's no wonder they were forced into a humiliating backflip. And now they're at it again. Another rushed, ill-prepared policy that will hit the wrong people the hardest. We can't afford for payday super to become payday surrender. Let's power it properly, with fairness, with foresight and time. Let's call this for what it is. Labor wasted a year, cut the transition time in half, and now small business is footing the bill for their delay. Meanwhile, we're staring down the barrel of $1 trillion in debt. $1 trillion, Deputy Speaker. And Labor's answer to every economic problem is the same. More red tape, more tax, more pain for the people who actually keep this country running. They're not fixing the system, they're plugging the holes with other people's money. So, Deputy Speaker, here is where we stand. The Coalition supports the intent of payday super. We support getting Australians every dollar they earn. But what we also stand for is small and family businesses trying to keep their heads above water. We're calling for timely super payments for workers, an 18-month extension for small businesses, restoring Labor's original timeline, a legislated safeguard for employers acting in good faith, a compliance focus on the dodgy, not the diligent. That's not an obstruction, that's responsible reform. Because we want payday super to work in practice, not just sound good in theory. Deputy Speaker, if Labor truly wants to strengthen superannuation, they need to stop chasing headlines and start respecting the people who actually make this country work. The employers, the workers, the small business owners who are powering Australia each and every day. This shouldn't be about payday panic. It should be about payday progress. Let's get it right before we flip the switch.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The legislation before this parliament today is a once-in-a-generation reform that will finally ensure that working Australians receive the super they've earned when they've earned it. This is not a minor tweak to the system. This is a structural fix to one of the biggest cracks in our social compact. A very Australian promise that when you work hard, you get every cent you're entitled to. Not just today, but for your retirement. Because, Deputy Speaker, when super isn't paid, workers lose twice. They lose the money they've earned now, and they lose the compounding returns that would have grown over their lifetime. That's theft from someone's future self. Right now, too many Australians are being robbed of their future retirement savings. The Australian Tax Office estimates that in 21-22 alone, $5.2 billion in super went unpaid. That's $100 million every single week that Australian workers earned but never received. And those missing payments disproportionately hit young people and women, and those in insecure work, the people who can least afford to lose it. In a typical ATO investigation, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of super contributions. For a 35-year-old, that shortfall can reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. And when an employer collapses or goes into liquidation, the losses are even worse, often more than $90,000 wiped from a worker's future retirement balance. These aren't just figures, they are real people. They are the early childhood educator in Moonee Ponds, the retail worker at Airport West, the cleaner at a local school. All of them put in the hours but never see the super they're owed. Deputy Speaker, this reform is also about fairness for women. We know women retire on average with about 25% less super than men, and that gap is mirrored right here in my electorate of Maribyrnong. Across all ages, there is a 25% gender super gap, almost identical to the national average. For those approaching retirement, aged 50 to 59, the median man in Maribyrnong has about $215,000 in super. But for a woman in Maribyrnong, it is $159,800. That's about 26% less that is happening right now in Maribyrnong. That's not just because women don't work as hard, it's because the system has historically been stacked against them. More part-time work, more time out for caring, and too often unpaid super from employers who fail to meet their obligations. Payday super will make a real difference for these women. By ensuring super is paid alongside wages, it means women will be able to see contributions flowing in real time, not quarterly or years later. It gives women greater visibility, control and confidence over their retirement savings. And it will make it harder for unscrupulous employers to quietly shortchange women working in part-time or casual jobs. This reform is fairness and a reform for women. And once again, it shows the difference a majority female Labor government has on its side delivering for women, and a former coalition government that could barely fit women in the room, let alone make policies that benefit them. In my electorate of Maribyrnong, we're a proud, hard-working community. We have people from every walk of life. The median super balance for a worker in Maribyrnong is about $69,000, slightly higher than the Victorian and national average. But behind that number are real inequities. In 22-23, around 28% of workers in Maribyrnong were affected by unpaid super, almost identical to the state and national average. That's 23,000 workers in just my electorate missing an average of $1,520 a week each. That's a total of $35 million in unpaid super across Maribyrnong in just 1 year. $35 million that should have been going to building futures. Instead, it vanished from people's accounts. This money is hard-earned and it should have gone straight into those workers' super funds. That is why this bill is so life-changing, because those numbers aren't just statistics, they are injustice measured in dollars. From 1 July 2026, this bill will require employers to pay superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as wages, instead of quarterly. Employers must ensure the super contributions are received by the employer's fund within 7 business days of their payday. This means workers will be able to see their super appear in real time right alongside their payslip. It also means the ATO can detect missed payments early before debts become unmanageable or unrecoverable. The bill also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, the penalty employers face when they fail to pay on time, to make it fairer and stronger. Under the new framework, the charge applies per day, not per quarter. It includes notional earnings to compensate workers for lost investment returns. It includes an administrative uplift to reflect enforcement costs and encourage quick rectification. It adds a choice loading, penalising employers who fail to pay into the employee's chosen fund, and repeat offenders who still refuse to pay can face penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. The framework balances fairness with firmness. It encourages good behaviour and it punishes bad. It is one thing to change the law, it is another to enforce it. To make sure this works in practice, the ATO will use single-touch payroll data, the same reporting system that already records wages, and match it with data from super funds. This gives the ATO near real-time visibility into whether super has been paid. It's a modern enforcement for a modern system. The government has committed $404 million to implement this reform, to build the technology, enhance data matching and increase ATO capability. And in the first year, the ATO will take a facilitative approach. Employers who make genuine efforts to comply, even if they hit technical issues, will not be targeted for punitive action. This is not a gotcha exercise. It's about changing the system, not catching people out. I also want to speak directly to small businesses because this reform supports them too. In Maribyrnong, small and family-run businesses are the backbone of our local economy. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many wonderful local businesses, all of whom want to do the right thing by their workers. Payday super will make their lives easier by aligning super with payroll. This means no more massive quarterly reconciliations or sudden end-of-quarter bills. It reduces the risk of errors and makes compliance more straightforward. It's good for workers and good for employers, a system that rewards honesty and simplicity. Deputy Speaker, the urgency of this bill is to give employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO the time they need to prepare for implementation by 1 July 2026. Every month we delay, more workers miss out on money that rightfully belongs to them. And once those payments are lost, especially when businesses fold, they are almost impossible to recover. Justice delayed, in this case, is justice denied. This reform is also necessary because of a decade of neglect under the former coalition government. For a party that loves to call itself the better economic manager, they've never managed to deliver an economy that actually works for working people. For years, they knew billions were being stolen from workers' super and did nothing. They promised to get tough on unpaid super and failed. They promised to protect workers and failed. They promised to fix the system and failed. Under their watch, wage growth stagnated, penalty rates were cut and super compliance plummeted. Do good economic managers preside over record unpaid super, record household debt and record corporate profits at the expense of workers? I don't think so. And nor did the Australian people. Those opposite had a chance to act and they didn't. And while they delayed, billions were siphoned away from retirement savings of working Australians. Their decade of cuts and chaos, of denial, destruction, debt and deficit have left every corner of our country worse off. Labor is once again cleaning up their mess. We are doing so with Medicare, with wages, with housing and with action on climate change. We're doing what Australians rightly expect, delivering an economy that works for them. This bill is one part of Labor's broader plan to strengthen super for everyone, especially those who've been left behind. We've also committed to improving the low-income superannuation tax offset, or LISTO, an automatic tax rebate paid on the super accounts of low-income earners to offset the 15% contributions tax. Right now, because of outdated income thresholds, some low-income workers are paying more tax on their super than on their take-home pay. By lifting the threshold from $37,000 to $45,000 and increasing the maximum rebate from $500 to $810, Labor will boost the super of around 7,600 low-income earners in Maribyrnong, delivering an extra $3.1 million in total. And here's what matters most. 2/3 of those beneficiaries will be women, and 69% of those payments will go to women's super accounts. That's how you close the gender gap, not with slogans, but with action. As our population ages, these reforms will only grow in importance. In Maribyrnong, about 17% of residents are aged over 65, similar to the national average, but only 8.5% of our community receives the age pension, lower than the Victorian rate and the national rate. That means more people in my community are relying on superannuation to fund their retirement, and they can't afford to be shortchanged along the way. Payday super will protect that independence, ensuring that those who've worked all their lives can retire with dignity and security. Deputy Speaker, Labor was re-elected with a clear promise to build Australia's future, and this is yet another way we're delivering on that commitment. We're fixing what's unfair, we're standing up for working people, and we're delivering reforms that make life fairer and futures more secure. Superannuation itself is a Labor achievement. It is a proud legacy of the Hawke and Keating governments. And under this Labor government, led by our Prime Minister, we're strengthening that legacy again. We're making sure the promise of super isn't just the words on a page, it's real money in people's accounts every single payday. Deputy Speaker, this bill is another Labor reform for fairness. It's a reform for women, it's a reform for working people, and it's a reform for the people of Maribyrnong who will greatly benefit from it. It's about making sure the 23,000 local workers in my community who missed out on their super last year will never lose out again. It's about making sure that the women with $159,000 in their super don't retire with 25% less than their male colleagues, simply because her employer didn't pay on time. It's about building a system that works for people who built and continue to build our country. The aged care worker, the educator, the cleaner, the tradie, the small business owner, they all deserve to know their super is safe, secure and paid when it should be. So I say to the opposition, fight off your impulses and don't stand in the way of fairness. Don't delay economic justice for working Australians. Stand with us. Stand with workers. Stand for a stronger super system that pays people what they've earned. Because in Maribyrnong and across Australia, that's what Labor has always done. We back working people. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australia's superannuation system is one of our great national achievements, and ensuring confidence in this system is essential to our economy and way of life. This bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment, Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, presents an important and overdue step to strengthen the integrity of our superannuation system. The bill will help ensure that Australians receive what they are owed when they are owed it, helping their superannuation balances grow through compounding interest and giving workers greater transparency and trust in the system. And I welcome this reform, but I do urge the government to ensure that small businesses are properly supported through its implementation, because there is no doubt, and many have raised concerns with me, that it will be, in some situations, difficult to manage. Small businesses must not be an afterthought in this process. It must be integral to it. From the cafes and surf shops of Manly to the tech startups of Brookvale and the innovation hub of North Sydney, Warringah is full of small businesses, as many other areas around Australia. They are the employers, innovators and community builders who drive our local economy. And so I speak regularly with business owners across the electorate, and they care deeply about their employees and are committed to paying fair wages and superannuation. But many are struggling under the weight of rising costs from rent, insurance, energy prices, ongoing challenge of finding and retaining staff. That is a reality they must consider. And these small businesses are not resisting reforms. They simply need adequate time, guidance and support to implement it properly. They also need to make sure that, for example, the ATO is not overly aggressive in pursuing them from a regulatory point of view. Under current arrangements, employers can pay superannuation up to 3 months after wages are paid. And this delay has created confusion, reduced transparency and often resulted in unpaid entitlements. So it is right that this is rectified. The Australian Taxation Office estimates that over $5 billion in superannuation goes unpaid each year. So we know who is hit the hardest: young people, women and those in casual and insecure jobs. These are the people who already face barriers to building financial security. So it is good that from now on that this the delay in payment of super is going to be closed. From 1 July 2026, this bill will require employers to ensure that super contributions reach employees' funds within 7 business days of payday. This will align superannuation payments with wage payments, making the system more transparent, easier to track and fairer for workers. It will also allow issues with non-payment to be identified and resolved much more quickly before they grow to being problems that are unsurmountable. So I welcome this bill as a necessary reform that will help protect Australians' retirement savings. The government must work closely still with the business community, accountants and software providers to ensure that payroll systems and compliance frameworks are ready in time. Small and medium businesses make up to 97% of Australian businesses. They employ around 70% of private sector workers and contribute more than half of Australia's GDP. Yet many are facing serious financial pressures. Our recent MYOB Business Monitor found that 1 in 3 small businesses reported a fall in revenue at the end of 2025, and a quarter said they were struggling to maintain cash flow. For these businesses, the move to payday super will require new systems, new processes, cash flow adjustments, and in some cases may actually put their businesses' viability in question. For some, it may be the largest administrative change since the introduction of the GST, and that is why the rollout must be handled carefully and with supports. The Australian Taxation Office should provide clear, accessible guidance, online tools and targeted education. I also encourage the government to consider a longer transition period or a stage implementation for small businesses to allow a smooth and successful transition, or at the very least ensure that the ATO has a process that is going to work with small business rather than just a big stick. The superannuation system is one of Australia's great social and economic achievements, ensuring people can retire with dignity and maintain independence. And this bill strengthens that achievement. It promotes transparency and accountability in how superannuation is paid and managed. But I urge the government to walk alongside small businesses to make it work and ensure this reform delivers for both, protecting workers' futures while supporting small businesses that keep our communities strong. Now, we can't talk about superannuation without acknowledging the ongoing gender pay gap when it comes to superannuation balances. And whilst the government has moved when it comes to superannuation on paid parental leave, for example, there is still a complete lack of policy when it comes to carers, so older generation. I am a classic case, don't have to experience it myself at this point, but the sandwich generation that has gone through caring for children and now are caring for elderly parents. There is nothing in the system that supports those women, and we know women over the age of 55 are the fastest group facing homelessness and do not have superannuation parity. There is a system in relation to sports people and artists, for example, of special occupations where there is provision to average out income and tax rates and, I guess, super contributions over a period of time of up to 5 years to allow for fluctuating incomes. I've put to the Women's Economic Task Force, when it was led by our now Governor-General, that such a scheme should be considered for those with caring responsibilities. So when someone of a certain age takes time out of employment to care for relatives, that they have an opportunity in returning to the workforce to make up for that time, in particular in relation to their superannuation balances, through an averaging capacity as is allowed in certain occupations. So I urge the government to start thinking outside the box of how are we going to fix the superannuation inequity and imbalance between genders. Whilst I hope that in the future the inequity isn't so stark because of changes that have occurred gradually, we cannot forget the generation that is caught with that gap and that is facing great disadvantage. So I urge the government to keep looking at those questions of financial gender equity, especially in retirement. Thank you.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the most common questions I was asked during my decade as an employment lawyer was this: how can my employer get away with not paying me what I've earned? It wasn't always about wages. Often it was also about something far less visible: unpaid superannuation. Super isn't just a number on a pay slip. It's the promise that the years we devote to our work will be rewarded with dignity in retirement. And yet the member for Goldstein thinks this bill is about cartel kickbacks to the unions. According to him, this is all a big conspiracy. Like the beginning of The Lion King, he says, where it's so perverse, it's beautiful. Well, at least the member for Goldstein is trying. Can we say the same about the rest of the opposition? Probably not. In any case, this is not the big conspiracy that the member makes it out to be. We are not selling the future of our young Australians, as he says. In fact, this amendment will help young Australians save more super by the time they retire. And this bill is not about going after small businesses either. Labor backs our small business community. In fact, small businesses in Barton make our home the diverse, wonderful place it is. We have many members of caucus who have come from business: the fantastic member for Blair, Shane Newman, and the formidable member for Macquarie, Susan Templeman, for example. They constantly advocate for small business in our caucus and in our movement. The difference is, Deputy Speaker, that they get the good policies of balance between small business, big business, and workers' rights. It's not one way or the other, as the opposition would like to make it out to be. We believe in working together with all sections of the workforce rather than pitting one group against another. I come to this place having acted as a lawyer for unions, but also as a lawyer for industry. I know that workers' rights are best protected when we consider the pressures that small businesses are under. And that is what this bill does. The member for Goldstein wants to peddle conspiracies about Australia's superannuation scheme. Good job, but keep trying. But I think you've missed the mark on this one. Superannuation is the cornerstone of Australia's social compact, that every worker, no matter where they come from or what job they do, should have a decent, secure retirement. But for too long, that promise has been broken for millions of Australians. And that's why this bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and the accompanying Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025 matters so deeply. From 1 July 2026, employers will be required to pay their employees superannuation guarantee at the same time as their salary and wages. It may be perceived as a minor administrative change, but one that will make a profound difference to the lives of all working Australians. The scale of unpaid super is quite staggering. According to the Super Members Council, 3.3 million Australians were not paid their super they earned in the 2022 to 2023 year period. That's not a rounding error, that's 1 in 4 working people. In total, unpaid super is costing Australians $5.7 billion each year, and that's $110 million every single week. In my home state of New South Wales, more than 1 million workers, that's 29% of the workforce, missed out on an average of $1,760 each in unpaid super in 2022 to 2023. Over the past 6 years, that's a collective loss of $9.9 billion. And in my own electorate of Barton, the numbers are heartbreaking. In just 1 year, 29,800 workers missed out on their proper super. That's 32% of local workers, underpaid by an average of $1,670. Altogether, workers in Barton were shortchanged by $49.7 million in the 22-23 year period alone, and by $245.8 million since 2017-2018. Deputy Speaker, that's not abstract data. These are real people. They're the childcare worker in Cogra, the cleaner in Bexley North, the factory hand in Rockdale, the small business employee in Earlwood. People who get up early, work hard, pay their taxes, and deserve better than that to have for their retirement stolen bit by bit. The superannuation guarantee is a core feature of our superannuation system. It ensures that employees receive a minimum level of super support from their employers. All employers are liable to pay a tax called the SG charge. However, employers can reduce the amount of the SG charge they pay by making SG contributions for the employees within legislated timeframes. The bill amends the Super Guarantee Charge Act to create a strong incentive for employers to make a superannuation contributions for their employees at the same time as they pay the employees' qualifying earnings. Specifically, it aligns the payment of SG contributions with the payment of wages. Previously, SG contributions only had to be made quarterly rather than weekly or fortnightly like pay. This change will make it easier for workers, employers and the ATO to track and identify unpaid super early, prevent the accumulation of large debts that workers only discover years later, help ensure employers are meeting their obligations in real time, not months down the track, impose new administrative penalties for employers who do not pay their SG charge, create higher retirement savings from more frequent and earlier superannuation contributions, and build a fairer, more transparent system where every worker can see their super grow alongside their wages. It's a change that the community overwhelmingly supports. Polling and insight survey for the Super Members Council found that more than 70% of Australians want payday super laws to come in effect on 1 July 2026, with fewer than 1 in 10 believing they should be delayed. That's because Australians understand fairness. They understand that when you do the right thing, when you work hard, play by the rules, you should get what you've earned. As someone who's spent years on the front lines of employment law, I've seen firsthand how devastating unpaid super can be. In countless underpayment cases I've handled, we'd sit across from the employers who owed workers thousands of unpaid wages, and then we'd uncover an even greater debt with unpaid super. Often those workers never even realised it. Super doesn't hit your bank account. You don't feel it missing until years later when you check your balance and realise the gap. And when you try to retire and find that nest egg you were promised simply wasn't being there. Recovering unpaid super is not simple. Unlike wage underpayments, super debts can take years to identify and even longer to chase. They often fall through the cracks, especially for casual workers, migrants, and women working multiple part-time jobs. In my time of legal practice, I saw people lose tens of thousands of dollars they were rightfully owned, and every dollar lost compounds over time. The average Australian worker could lose more than $30,000 from their final retirement savings if unpaid super isn't fixed urgently. Moreover, this reform makes the system fairer for those employers already doing the right thing by their workers. At the moment, employers who do not regularly make SG contributions gain an unfair advantage over those who do. Why should they? We should be incentivising workplace practices that put their people first, rather than facilitating an uneven playing field. This new framework will deliver harsher penalties for ongoing and repeated non-payment of the SG charge and bring all workplaces in line with best practice for the employees. That's why this reform matters. It means accountability is built into the system from day one, not after the damage is done. Deputy Speaker, this reform is not about financial security, it's also about fairness and dignity. Australia's superannuation system was built on a simple idea that everyone deserves to retire with dignity. It's one of the greatest Labor legacies, visionary, world-leading and profoundly human. The total pool of superannuation assets in this country is now valued at over $4.1 trillion as of September 2024. It means that after a long working life, Australians can rest with security and pride. But like all great systems, it relies on trust. The trust that employers will do the right thing and that the law will ensure they do. When that trust is broken, the consequences ripple across lives and generations. Workers are forced to retire later. Families have less security. The inequality between men and women grows wider because women, who already take more time out for caring responsibilities, are often the hardest hit by unpaid super. By requiring super to be paid with every pay cycle, we're closing one of the biggest loopholes in our wage and super framework. We're saying very clearly, your retirement savings are not optional, they are your right. Deputy Speaker, in my work with Vinnies, I've seen the human side of the financial insecurity. I've met people who, after decades of honest work, found themselves struggling to pay rent or buy groceries in retirement because their super had been eroded or unpaid. I've spoken with single parents who had to choose between keeping the lights on or putting money aside for the future. At Vinnies, we see the direct link between income insecurity today and poverty tomorrow, and we see how easily that slide can happen, not because of personal failure, but because of systemic neglect. Empathy is not a weakness in policy making, it's absolutely a strength. When we legislate with empathy, we see the whole picture, the person, not just the policy. This bill reflects that. It's about preventing avoidable hardship. It's about ensuring that no one falls through the cracks simply because the system made it easy for someone else to take advantage of. Now, some have raised concerns about the administrative burden for small businesses. And let me be clear, the government recognises that small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and this reform will be implemented with them in mind. By aligning super payments with regular payroll systems, most of which are now automated, we're simplifying compliance, not complicating it. It also reduces the risk of large super debts building up, protecting both employers and employees from financial shocks. In fact, the move to payday super creates a fairer, more level playing field for small businesses that are already doing the right thing by ensuring that they're not undercut by those who delay or dodge their obligations. Deputy Speaker, when the superannuation guarantee was introduced by the Labor government in '92, it was a bold reform that reshaped the future for generations, also driven by the unions. Now, more than 30 years later, this bill continues that proud legacy. It modernises the system for this century. Payday super will mean that workers can see their super growing in real time, that the ATO can act faster when super isn't paid, and Australians can retire with more security and dignity. It's the kind of reform that quietly, steadily, and permanently improves the lives of millions of Australians. And it's one that only a Labor government, guided by fairness, empathy, and the belief in collective prosperity, would champion. In my years as an employment lawyer, I saw how the law can be both a shield and a mirror, reflecting our values as a society. Every case I took on was about fairness. An electrical apprentice unpaid by their employer, a nurse denied penalty rates, tradesperson whose super never appeared. And behind every case was a story of trust broken, of hard work undervalued. But I also saw something else, resilience and faith in justice. People believed that if they spoke up, someone would listen. This bill listens. It listens to workers who've been shortchanged. It listens to the superannuation funds who've been calling for the change. And it listens to the millions of Australians who just want a fair go. It's trauma-informed policy in the truest sense. It recognises the harm caused by systemic neglect, and it acts to prevent that harm before it happens. Deputy Speaker, this is more than a financial reform. It's a moral one. It says to every worker in this country, your hard work will be honoured, your future will be protected, and Albanese Labor government will stand up for you. Because super isn't a privilege, it's a promise. And with this bill, the Albanese Labor government is keeping that promise for every worker, in every suburb, in every corner of this nation. So that the childcare worker in Cogra, the cleaner in Bexley North, the factory hand in Rockdale, the small business employee in Earlwood can look to their future with confidence, knowing that every dollar they've earned will be there when they need it most.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to go, we're just listening to the member for Barton. She spoke properly about people who've missed out on super and people who don't know their super has been paid. And in line with that, I'd like to talk about people who have paid their super and have had it stolen. And that is one of the big issues that are before us today. I want to read from a letter from a Paul Chiobo back in the 24th of March 2022, where he referred to a superannuation fund called Falcon, or associated with Falcon FGC. And he suggests that investors who seem, what he was talking about, clearly there was an ongoing strategy to target non-sophisticated investors and classify them as sophisticated investors in order to illegally raise funds for ventures that suit the capital raisers, including with Falcon FGC, having a financial interest in these ventures as well. This shows that Falcon FGC is in partnership and structuring payment arrangements of secret commissions dressed up in profit sharing to the sales group to hide this away from the investors and not disclose in the PDF, which is disclosure form. These activities show a strong intent of this illegal activity, and this activity is now systemic with the makeup of Falcon FGC. This is the same fund and players that I made the original complaint to report these activities, including stating that Falcon FGC is the key enabler beneficiary of these illegal strategies. Now, what is interesting about that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is later Falcon FGC, or what was associated, First Shield and Guardian, they basically stole $1.2 billion out of people's super funds. They lost, well, if they didn't steal it, then they just lost it. We have people, and I've been meeting them, whose lives have been turned upside down by the loss of money. They have basically been a teacher all their life, they've worked all their life, they've gone to get their super. It's not that some of it's gone, it's all gone. It's all gone. And I think there's a role, obviously, for Minister Molino to clearly, during this whole day, so I've never had the last weeks any explanation about what's going on with these people. We've got Macquarie Bank, who, to their credit, have covered the shield amounts that were lost, stolen, misappropriated, whatever, but only from their Macquarie Bank platform. We have other issues. We have people in self-managed super funds. We've got to find out if the minister, under Section 23 of the SIS Act, can deal with the self-managed super fund losses of, I think, about $17 million in Shield and $100 million in First Guardian. The minister still has to clearly catch up and pay attention to such people as Melinda Keys. I've been speaking to people such as Peter Spencer Franks. He lost over $1 million. It's gone, just taken. And what that means as we go into Christmas, we're having issues that some of these fund holders are, unfortunately, at the edge of suicide, because they're going into Christmas with the realisation that all their savings are gone and they're going to be working for as long as they can stand upright. There is no other alternative for them. They have no money. They have to sell their house. It is incumbent upon the Minister, Minister Molino, to come to the dispatch box and give a statement to this House about exactly what is going on. Now, I know he's lately been in communication with Melinda. He's supposed to get back to her. I speak, just so the Minister knows, I speak to her regularly, and what we want is a resolution on this. There's this money they just wanted overseas. ASIC should have been over this. ASIC should have been across this. They're approved. There's got to be some foresight. People on the way through were collecting commissions on this. In the investigation into this, the people who are basically the hawkers for the money, organisations such as Empire Wealth Group Australia or I don't know, with an Australian Super Compare Proprietary Limited, the director Osama Sood, Atlas Marketing, Indigo Group, Notch Up, Lion and Lion and Horn. They'd go out and ring people up, basically cold call them, and say, "Oh yeah, well you should invest," and they'd get their money, and then they'd get the money off to Future Capital First Guardian, or off to Shield Master Funds. And obviously they didn't do it for nothing. They would have collected commission. But we're investigating the hawkers and not the actual funds. The funds must have known who these people were. They were recommending them this business. So we should be investigating the funds, and we should be clearly spelling out the responsibilities that the government has, because it's government legislation that makes you invest in super. And it's ASIC run by the government that has oversight of the potential oversight of how these super funds work. And when we're discussing this Treasury Laws Amendment, we, at the same time where the Minister is presiding over this, he should be telling us exactly when these people are going to get their money back. It was amazing. So there's been warnings about this back to 2022. We had to wait till 2024, when they became basically insolvent, to find out that what they were warned about 2 years later is no longer there, and it's still not there now. So February 24 is when I think it was Shield went into liquidation, but 2022 was when they were warned about it. Now here's another good trick. In these super funds, they were frozen. So the investor, the person who owned the money, couldn't get it. But while it was frozen, the money was taken out of a frozen fund. That's a good trick. And disappeared. Stolen, fraudulently misappropriated, call it what you like. How do they get it out of a frozen fund? If ASIC freezes the fund, how do they get the money out? Because it wasn't the owner of the money. It was people sitting behind it who got the money. So there are so many questions here. I said this week, there's a few things that I'm going to follow up, obviously always against intermittent power, but this is another big one. Because these people, it's just like they've been put under the mat and forgotten about. Now, the Minister is a competent person and he's given some very loquacious speeches, and he went to Harvard, and that's great. But these people are waiting for someone to give some answers before Christmas about where they get their money back from. I put it to the Minister that under Section 23 of the SIS Act, why don't you just pay them out, and the government, as the Act prescribes, goes out and finds the money. You can keep. Whatever you catch, you keep, government. But I think the government's in a much better place to go hunting for these people's money than people such as Melinda Keys or Peter Spencer Franks or Daniel Adams or Christian Eriksen, who are talking all the time about how they deal with this. So this is the question to the Minister. Can you please give us what your remedy is for this situation? Can you please give us a timeline as when you're actually going to do this? Can you please make sure that your communications with the group goes beyond empathy to outcomes about exactly what's going to happen? Can you make sure that we clearly understand that some of these people are, unfortunately, in some instances close to suicide, and can we give a reason that you can't use Section 23 of the SIS Act, and if not, what do you intend to do? The alternative for these people is they sell off their house, they go into a rental house, and they try and live with a pension. That's rather remarkable when they've put away hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some instances more than $1 million. So there is a resolution that can help these people out. As I said, the fact that they'll find out that their money was invested in financial tech stocks overseas and applications for AI and real estate in the United States, and that people's directors, I think David Anderson, moved money out after liquidation of First Guardian. How'd that happen? These questions remain completely unanswered, and every day we'll get Dorothy Dixes on a whole range of issues. So you can do this even in a neat way, a neat Dorothy Dix from the government to the minister, just asking what the process is forward from here. Just on noting, the minister actually received, I think he received 4,000 emails before he decided to reply to one, which is a bit of a record. I reckon if I had 4,000 emails in my inbox, I'd probably think something was up. But it's this is going to be an important thing. I'll just close on some of the losses some of these people had. Linda Keys, she lost $370,000. $370,000 just went. She knew something was on. She said, I can't seem to get access to what's going on with my money. Can't get it out. And then she found out it's gone. Mel Wallace, she lost $380,000. $380,000. Peter Spencer Franks lost $1.2 million. $1.2 million is gone. How on earth would these people, where would they have had the knowledge and the attributes to find out that people were basically thieving, misappropriating, wasting their money? How could they do that? They looked on their balance and the money was there. It's just that when they went to get it, it wasn't there. Do you know, and even, and perverse this is, when they go to get a pension now, the government says, you can't have it because the money's there. They said, the money's gone. You know it's gone. They said, so they can't get a pension because the balance still shows an amount that has actually been stolen and gone. Can someone please explain to me how that happens? That is the cruelest hoax that can be played on some of the most vulnerable people. So I commend this request to the House. I ask for the Minister to stand and deliver to this chamber what his solution is, because there are a lot of people whose basically lives depend on it.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour. We can skip that. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'll start with the obvious, and that is that climate change is real, and with 8 billion people on Earth, we do have an effect on the environment. That's the reality. But I'll tell you what is not real. What is not real is Labor's promise of a $275 electricity price reduction by 2025. That's not real. What else is not real is this fantasy that Australia is about to become a green hydrogen superpower, and the idea that adding more expensive intermittent wind and solar, the actual cause of electricity prices going up, will in somehow create an electricity nirvana of jobs and prosperity. Well, that's not real either. I suspect that the Minister for Energy has been watching too much Harry Potter. He seems to think that if we just run harder at the wall of economics and physics, we're going to have a platform 9 3/4 moment where a belief will overcome reality and we'll be transported to a magical world where electricity is free and the $1.3 billion of cost of his electricity system will be paid for by Gringotts Bank and not the Australian taxpayer and energy consumer. And if we sprint hard enough, magically manufacturing jobs will come back from China. The Energy Minister calls others deniers. He is the denier.
Has the call.
Today, I want to share the story of Farron, a young woman from my electorate of Bonner. In April last year, at just 24 years of age, Farron was diagnosed with a grade 3 anaplastic astrocytoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Only days before her diagnosis, Farron had run her first half marathon. That weekend, she says, was the last time she felt like a normal person in her 20s. Since then, she's endured an 8-hour craniotomy, 33 rounds of radiation, 12 rounds of chemotherapy and countless holistic treatments. I met Farron and her mum at the Head to the Hill event hosted by the Brain Tumour Alliance Australia yesterday, right here at Parliament House. In a powerful display, shoes were placed throughout the Parliament House courtyard to represent lives touched by brain cancer, including Farron's own running shoes from the weekend before her diagnosis. Brain cancer has also touched my own family, with my uncle Terry George passing away at just 36 years of age, leaving his young family behind. I'm proud that the Albanese Labor government is investing in medical research through the $24.5 billion Medical Research Future Fund, including $50 million for the Australian Brain Cancer Mission to support vital research and clinical trials to improve the lives of Australians living with brain cancer. To Farron and to every person facing brain cancer, we see you, we stand with you, and we will keep fighting for you.
Member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was a Sunday afternoon. He was 13 years of age, and he stood there waiting for a bus at Nambour Connection Road. He was abducted and he was murdered. I'm talking here about Daniel Morecambe. This Friday, Walk for Daniel is again on, and I will be there to walk with them. Later this week in this Parliament, regardless of political stripe, we'll be wearing red lapels in memory of Daniel. Red because that was the colour of the shirt that he wore on that tragic day. It's the colour of the shirts we'll wear on Friday when we do that walk, and that walk now takes place right across the country. And I pay credit to his parents and to the Daniel Morecambe Foundation, because they have turned an absolute tragedy into a message of hope about child safety. And to them, we will walk with you.
Member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, I met with a Baptist ministry delegation who spoke with me about the devastating humanitarian crisis in Myanmar, where a combination of years of conflict, a recent 7.7 magnitude earthquake, widespread flooding and the collapse of US aid has left around 18 million people in need of humanitarian aid, 2.6 million internally displaced, and 100,000 plus refugees facing food and medical shortages. This is an issue I've previously brought to the attention of the House. The Baptist delegation had 3 asks of the Australian Government. Firstly, for Australia to deliver $110 million in emergency funding to Myanmar, including $7 million to restore health, food and education services for refugee camps in bordering countries. Secondly, increase to 5,000 the refugee intake from Myanmar. And thirdly, increase diplomatic efforts to end the hostilities in Myanmar and ensure humanitarian aid reaches those in most need. The situation in Myanmar is desperate. The Australian Baptist Movement and other NGOs are providing incredible humanitarian assistance, but so much more is needed. Millions of people in Myanmar who are facing a life-threatening future are pleading for more Australian help, and I again bring their plight to the House's attention.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to deliver this speech, written by Nancy, a 16-year-old Ryan constituent, as part of Raise Our Voice Australia. Did you know, in 2024, 43% of Australian 15-year-olds are not proficient in reading? Despite being one of the most developed nations out there, we are failing. We are not a nation where everyone gets a fair go, when everyone doesn't start at the same place. And it's not just that we start at different places, we also move at different paces. We get handed different opportunities. Public schools need more funding. Students need more early intervention, more compassion. Teachers are overworked, underpaid and underappreciated. They are humans set with the insurmountable task of creating the people of the future. Why do I see private schools that cost tens of thousands to attend, while some schools can't even afford air conditioning on the hottest days? There has to be more needs-based funding. We actually need to bring change. A child's poor academic grade isn't a moral failing on their part, but instead on the underfunded education system that has not only failed them, but given up on them. Education isn't just a report card. It dictates your future and quality of life. Invest in the future, in us, the future. Thank you.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, the Raise Our Voice in Parliament 2025 campaign is a platform for young Australians to voice their opinion on important topics. Ananya, a resident of my electorate of Sturt, aged just 12, spoke about supporting student wellbeing. In Ananya's words, what would you do if your child struggled silently with mental health problems because no one cared enough to help? Right now, 35.9% of high school students and 27.4% of primary students in Australia face anxiety or depression. We must act now. Every student deserves to feel safe and supported at school. By funding qualified mental health professionals like therapists and psychologists in schools, we can give students a safe space to talk and heal. For example, Monash University's Wellbeing Program helped over 40,000 students reduce anxiety and depression. Early support prevents long-term harm. Without help, students may struggle to learn, lose self-esteem and even self-harm. In 2023, 94 young Australians under 17 died by suicide. Most were just 15 to 17 years old. Timely help could save lives and futures. Investing in school-based mental health support shapes a healthier, stronger generation. As the Black Dog Institute says, early help lowers mental health illness later in life. If we act now, we build resilient communities and a brighter future for all Australians. Deputy Speaker, let's act before it's too late.
Member for Wentworth.
Across our communities, parents are increasingly concerned about the future we're leaving our kids. From record-breaking heat waves to bushfires in spring, it's clear that climate change is no longer a distant threat, it's here shaping our kids' lives. Parents for Climate Action is Australia's leading advocacy group of mums, dads, carers and grandparents calling for strong practical action. Non-partisan and solutions-focused, they have over 25,000 supporters across all the federal electorates, including more than 450 in Wentworth. I recently met three of them, Claire, Katie and Kelly, who are united by a shared responsibility to leave the world a better place. They want clean energy powering our homes and our schools, reliable public transport and safe, walkable neighbourhoods. They want policies that cut pollution, protect nature and create opportunities for their children in a clean energy economy. They are deeply concerned by the recent climate risk assessment and the adequacy of climate targets. Yet what strikes me most in our conversation was their optimism, their focus on what's practical and achievable, and on the everyday actions that, taken together, can drive real change. Parents for Climate make it easier for families to take part in the climate movement, recognising that carers don't always have the time or energy for traditional activism. One of their upcoming initiatives, a community clothes and toy swap, is a brilliant way to reduce waste and strengthen local connections. I'm proud to support Parents for Climate's tireless efforts and the many thousands of families they represent.
Member for McNamara.
To amplify and raise the voice of Zephan, a 16-year-old in McNamara, as part of the Raise Our Voices campaign. These are Zephan's words. I'm addressing you all due to the spike in costs and lack of accessibility towards further essential learning and education. An important necessity that must be taken into account. For many young Australians, The cost of textbooks, compulsory digital platforms and essential school materials has become a barrier to opportunity. Education should be the foundation for an equal society, but when access depends on how much a family can afford, we risk creating a system where only some can thrive. The benefits stretch beyond the classroom. When young people can focus on learning instead of worrying about affordability, we create a more skilled and innovative future workforce. That means stronger industries, a more resilient economy, and a society where talent and effort and hard work determine success, not wealth and/or societal status. Supporting affordable education resources is not just a policy choice, it is a responsibility. And by investing in learning today, the government is investing in fairness, opportunity and a brighter Australia tomorrow. So I ask, if we can afford not to invest in our students, present and upcoming, can we really afford the future that follows? And I thank Zephan for his contribution and for allowing me to read his words in this place.
Member for Barker.
Last week, the Bureau of Meteorology rolled out a redesigned website. Now, that came at an eye-watering cost of $4.1 million, and that would be hard enough to swallow in and of itself, but it takes a special kind of incompetence to spend $4.1 million of hard-earned taxpayers' dollars only to turn around and take a perfectly functional website that farmers, residents, community members otherwise were quite happy with and turn it into something that is completely friendless. I haven't found one person who regularly uses that website who's had a good thing to say about it, not even staff at the Bureau of Meteorology and certainly not independent meteorologists. This is the kind of stuff that drives people spare. Spending hard-earned tax dollars on a vanity project which actually takes us backwards. And those opposite might laugh about it, but those of us in the regions rely on this kind of communication tool to make important decisions around our businesses and, quite frankly, to keep ourselves safe. And you know the one person who can't avoid responsibility for this, and he's very keen to duck and dodge it, is the minister. Now, the minister's come out and said, oh, it's bad, it needs to be fixed. Of course it does, Minister, and you're to blame and you need to fix it.
Member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, did you know we are making the single largest investment in Medicare ever? From Saturday, we're expanding Medicare, so millions more bulk billed GP visits will be available every year. And as part of this, more local clinics in my electorate of Corangamite and across the nation will be supported if they bulk bill every single patient. That's good for doctors and it's good for locals. Better access to health care should be a given, and that's why we are acting so that no matter where you live, Australians can access free health care with just their Medicare card. Because when you're sick, you shouldn't need to make the choice between paying for groceries or paying for a doctor. That's also why our urgent care clinics are such a game changer. We've rolled out around 90 across the nation, with around 50 more to come. Locally, we have one in Belmont and one set for Torquay. These clinics take pressure off emergency departments, and, Deputy Speaker, they're open 7 days a week for extended hours. And we're not stopping there. We're also investing in women's health with an $800 million package to include more contraceptives and IUDs on the PBS. And from January, every PBS script will be only $25. What this all means is better access, lower costs and more choice for Australians when it comes to health. So, Deputy Speaker, Labor built Medicare, and under this government we're strengthening it so more Australians can see a GP and keep more of
Line has called.
Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to recognise the Blackhead Surf Life Saving Club, which celebrated 100 years last weekend. I was delighted to attend the celebrations and pay tribute to the generations of volunteers, both past and present, who have dedicated themselves to protecting countless locals and tourists alike who converge on the beautiful Blackhead Beach every summer. The Blackhead Surf Life Saving Club has the distinction of being the oldest continuously operating club in the lower North Coast branch. The need for the club became apparent one dramatic day back in 1915, when 4 members of the Nabiac Methodist Church choir got caught in a strong rip that quickly swept them out to sea. 2 of the 4 managed to swim their way back to shore. The other 2 had to be rescued by a local surf boat. Thankfully, all parties survived that day, a feat the club still maintains, with no lives having been lost on the beach during patrol throughout the club's century-long existence. I would like to acknowledge several individuals without whom the commemoration and publication of the club's history would not be possible. Carmel Bartlett, Ingrid Horsburgh, Helen Manisu, John Edstein, Graham Doig, John Taylor, Lee Aldridge and Mitchell Garland. Thank you to the presidents, the committees and all the volunteers who have contributed in some way to keeping this wonderful club's legacy alive.
Time. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government continues the Labor legacy of affordable healthcare, building health services for the growing southern suburbs of Adelaide. In my electorate of Boothby alone, we have an urgent care clinic now operating for almost 2 years, taking pressure off Flinders Medical Centre ED. We have a Headspace which provides mental health services to young people. These will soon be joined by a mental health kids hub, which will be open at the Marion GP Plus Centre, an eating disorder clinic to be established at REPAT, and a Medicare mental health clinic, which was an election commitment in 2025. Bulk billing continues to rise. Bulk billing rate in Boothby was 69.4% up, which is up 1.8 from the previous quarter. And in this is in advance of the 1st of November, when this Labor government's largest ever Medicare commitment kicks in, more bulk billing for everyone. We have $150 million going into Flinders University to produce an additional 1,300 nurses and allied health workers every year and provide 10,000 new allied health appointments to the public in student-led clinics. And the Flinders Medical Centre rebuild is continuing with our state government, which will deliver 160 new beds plus a new ED and operating theatres. Labor continues its legacy of investing in our health for our communities for generations to come.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The messages that I receive daily from my constituents reflect the deep frustration and hardship that so many Australians are currently facing under this Labor government. Stephen from Mount Cotton has asked me why, under Labor, his electricity bill has increased 41.7% since 2022. Labor promised cheaper power, yet bills continue to soar with no relief in sight. Michael from Birkdale has written to me condemning the severe delays in receiving his approved Level 2 home care package, calling the government, quote, incompetent and heartless. Jocelyn and Steve, small business owners from Capalaba, are facing the heartbreaking reality of closing their therapy practice after 18 years. They ask how ordinary Australians are supposed to get by when housing, insurance, health and power costs keep rising. They ask, why does the government continue to spend millions overseas while Australians struggle to make ends meet? Errol from Thornlands reports that his home insurance has jumped 25% this year. June from Redland Bay writes that with the increased cost of living, including basics like food and petrol, I'm really struggling. A few weeks back, I visited the community centre at Capalaba, an organisation that does wonderful work, where they help me out with some emergency food once a fortnight. I feel embarrassed that I've had to reach out. Well, the embarrassment shouldn't be with June. The embarrassment should be with this Labor government, an incompetent, self-satisfied government that is failing everyday Australians.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I've had the privilege of welcoming Squadron Leader Sean Vaughan, an outstanding Australian from Queensland, into our parliamentary office as part of the ADF parliamentary program. Squadron Leader Vaughan is a medical officer and general practitioner in the Royal Australian Air Force and makes an exceptional contribution to the ADF as the Health Centre Manager of Amberley Health Centre. During his time here, he has observed the many facets of parliamentary work, from constituency advocacy, policy development and committee responsibilities. It was an opportunity to see firsthand how decisions are made in this place and how they are informed by the realities faced by our communities and how those decisions in turn shape our nation's future. In return, I joined the crew of the HMAS Canberra, where I spent time across several units gaining an appreciation for the scale, discipline and teamwork that underpin our Navy's operations. To the Commanding Officer, Captain David McPherson, and the Executive Officer, Commander John Little, it was an honour to be aboard the Canberra. Thank you for your detailed briefings
on the operational systems and diverse functions of the Canberra, which offered a fascinating insight into the capability of our Navy. The spirit of Canberra Can was evident, a clear reflection of the crew's dedication, teamwork and pride in service. I'm deeply appreciative of the opportunity to see firsthand the skill and commitment that keeps one of Australia's most advanced maritime assets at peak readiness. A thank you to Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Martin and Commander Nigel Pacini, Royal Australian Navy, for making this incredible program possible.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A feature of this Labor government is that too often the policy is being based on ideology and not what is able to be delivered in the real world. I'll give you one example. Taxing unrealised gains on superannuation, a tax on the book value of an asset, absolutely unfair and completely unimplementable. Thankfully, we forced a backflip on it. Another example, a policy with an energy grid overly reliant on wind and solar that can only force prices up, unimplementable without large damage to regional Australia's environment and our natural economy. Another example, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, the new Murray-Darling Basin Plan, buying back water with no thought as to whether it is needed for the environment or even deliverable, but would certainly damage our food-producing capability and prosperity. There are so many more examples. Let's increase the cost recovery for biosecurity. Let's get the farmers to pay for it. Let's get the farmers to pay for their competitors to bring food into the country to compete with them. We need more common sense and more thought around policy as to whether it can be implemented in the real world, Labor. And I suggest you get on with doing that. Worst case scenario is that they have to backflip on policy and get a bit embarrassed. But what if it's worse than that? What if it gets to the point where some of these policies actually get through, like energy, and we damage our economy? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Reid.
I love Medicare. The Prime Minister loves Medicare. Labor loves Medicare. Australians love Medicare. The only people that don't love Medicare are the Liberal and National parties. Because when they were in government, they neglected Medicare for a decade. They froze Medicare rebates for 6 years. They ripped billions of dollars out of the system, and they tried to slap a $7 GP fee. They didn't treat Medicare the way it deserved to be treated. The Labor government is giving Medicare the care and attention it deserves. On 1 November, we are delivering the biggest boost to Medicare bulk billing in decades. We are tripling bulk billing incentives and rewarding clinics that bulk bill every patient. This builds on the work that we did in 2023 to triple the bulk billing incentives for children and concession card holders. Because we know that when you're feeling unwell, all you should have to rely on is your Medicare card, not your credit card. So to summarise the difference, I'd like to draw on inspiration from Taylor Swift. The Coalition and Medicare, they got bad blood. But for this Labor government, with Medicare, it's a love story. Thanks.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to point out to the Labor government that regional communities are not some kind of piñata for Labor votes, for Labor members to gain votes in the city. Regional communities have suffered under this government, and particularly under the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who has rolled out at rapid pace transmission lines, wind turbines, solar panels, now substations, you name it, on prime agricultural land. This is a problem for my community of Mallee. There is no end to that. Then this last week we find out that the Minister for Infrastructure has put out a consultation to drop the default speed limit on regional roads, but to potentially 70 kilometres an hour. There just happens to be no favour in regional communities for this move. We all want to see fatalities reduce in the regions. However, this is actually all about carbon emissions, because the Climate Change and Energy Minister is wanting to reduce carbon emissions in the regions by slowing down regional drivers. And it will also impact city drivers who will have to drive at 70 kilometres an hour as well. Not good policy.
Member for Solomon.
Mr. Speaker, our government is supporting Australians through the biggest investments in Medicare since its inception. In my electorate in Darwin and Palmerston and Northern Territory, we've seen a 4.5% increase in bulk billing and just in recent times. And I really want to thank all those out there that make our health system work, all those that increase the health and well-being of Territorians and all Australians around our great country. One of the organisations who supports the health and well-being of our ADF members and our veterans is Aussie Hero Quilts, who make beautiful quilts and laundry bags for our deployed ADF members, many deployed far from home. They don't just send quilts or laundry bags, they send a slice of home and a token of Australian values of mateship, service and compassion. They've made 17,430 quilts and over 37,000 laundry bags. I was very humbled to receive a laundry bag from Lois Shambrook recently, who is one of their volunteers, and I want to give Lois a very personal thanks. And she had a posting to Darwin previously with her husband who was in the RAF, so Lois absolutely nailed it. Oh, look at that. Absolutely nailed it. So thank you very much, Lois, and thank you to Tracy Pelling for her wonderful MC.
Give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the social media companies have publicly confirmed what I've been saying for months now, that government ID, digital ID, can be used for age assurance on social media. It was revealed yesterday that a parliamentary committee, when they appeared this week, TikTok said, with respect to taking IDs, of course, that is one option among many options that our users might have to use to verify their age. Meta said that government IDs may be used as part of the age assurance process, and Snap said, we've been very alive to the privacy and security risks and trying to make sure that we're adopting at least intrusive approach. ID is a very small part of it. So digital ID can be used when it comes to age verification. But this is not what the Minister for Communications has been saying. She said on Instagram, myth, you'll be required to upload your government ID to use social media. Fact, you won't, it's the law. Additionally, she said in a video about using government ID, I can unequivocally rule that out. So what is it, Minister? Come December 10, will Australians be compelled to use digital ID as you promised they wouldn't?
Give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Speaker, 1 November is an important day in world history. In 1945, Australia became a founding member of the United Nations. In 1993, the European Union was officially established. And, Speaker, it also happens to be World Vegan Day. And so my good friend here, Parliament's most infamous vegan, the member for McNamara, on Saturday he'll be no doubt celebrating with a fresh glass of calcium-fortified plant milk, but the rest of us will be out in our communities talking about the huge changes in Medicare thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Speaker, from 1 November, our biggest ever investment in Medicare comes into force, meaning it'll start to become easier for people across the country to see a GP. Our effective bulk billing incentives will apply to every patient, not just children, not just card holders, but every single Medicare card holder, and it's already having an impact, Speaker. I can tell the House that the My Health GP clinic at Top Ryde Shopping Centre will switch from a $35 gap fee to a fully bulk billed Medicare practice from 1 November. These things happen not because of the Liberals and Nationals, but because of Labor, because we created Medicare, we protected Medicare, and will always strengthen it.
Yeah. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia will be absent from question time today and tomorrow, and that the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations will answer questions on her behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Because of Labor's economic vandalism, households are paying 15% more for their food, 20% more for their insurance and nearly 40% more for their electricity in the last year alone. Australians are suffering through the largest decline in living standards in the developed world during Labor's cost of living crisis. Why is it that when Labor fails, Australians are always left to foot the bill?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. When we became the government in May of 2022, and from that moment onwards, all of our focus has been on putting in place policies which ease cost of living pressures, be it more affordable childcare, be it getting wages going, be it tax cuts, be it cheaper medicines. All of this has been aimed at helping households manage their budgets. Now, what today's figures demonstrate is that Australian households are still under pressure, and we understand that the work is never done, which is why we will continue to pursue cost of living measures. But it is worth noting that even the headline inflation rate today is about half of the headline inflation rate that we inherited when we came to office. And indeed, the core inflation rate today means that for 3 successive quarters, the core inflation rate has been within the Reserve Bank band. And that is in no small part due to the way in which we have been managing in a prudent way the Commonwealth budget. Annual spending growth under our government over the last 3 years has averaged at about 1.2%. When those opposite were in government, the average increase in annual spending was around 4.1%. They doubled debt before the pandemic, and they left us with $1 trillion of debt with absolutely nothing to show for it. And it's because we have been able to turn 2 Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses that we've saved in the last financial year $188 billion on the nation's debt, which in turn means that we will be paying $60 billion less over a decade in terms of interest payments. But let's be absolutely clear. At the last election, those opposite went to the election promising higher taxes, bigger deficit and bigger debt. And that's not us saying it, that's the PBO.
Order.
Heaven knows what Robert Menzies would make of this lot, because their signature policy was a $600 billion state-owned power plant, and the architect of it they have promoted to being the shadow treasurer. They are now big government, big taxing, big spending people now, and that's before the member of Canning gets his hands on it, when we'll be seeing tariffs jacked up. They'll close the door and then look at what happens to inflation.
Order. The member for Goldstein, the member for Durack. Order. The member for Durack, the member for Goldstein and the member for Wright were in full flight during that answer. You may be sitting a fair way away, but I can hear every single word. I've got good hearing today. When the House comes to order, the member for Gippsland is warned. When I'm settling the House, it's not the time to interject. Give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How will the Albanese Labor government's historic investment in Medicare from the 1st of November deliver more bulk billing for Australians and assist with the cost of living? Why is this so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. On this Saturday, the 1st of November, Labor's bulk billing practice incentive program begins. This is an $8.5 billion commitment, which will lead to 9 out of 10 GP consults being bulk billed. Over the next 4 years, we will see around 4,800 GP clinics become bulk billing practices. That represents more than 30 in each of our electorates. And I can tell you that as of the beginning of this week, in my electorate, 13 practices, almost half the required number, have already expressed an interest before the program has started. Now, this will restore every dollar to Medicare that the Liberals cut. And we will never forget that in the first budget of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government, they ripped $50 billion out of health. We'll never forget that under the Liberals, they froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, sending bulk billing rates plummeting, and we will never forget that they tried to completely abolish bulk billing through the introduction of a GP tax, a tax that the Leader of the Opposition, when she was the Health Minister, completely supported, saying that its price signal was vital. And that is entirely consistent with her worldview, because last year she said that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it, and last week the Leader of the Opposition said that she was standing up against a culture of dependency. I mean, this is actually a really clear view. The Leader of the Opposition is obviously deeply uncomfortable with the idea of Australians going to the GP for free. The Liberals are now, and have always been, a material risk to Medicare. Well, this government has a very different view, because we believe that access to essential health care should be a basic right. And that's why we're doing even more. From the 1st of January, in just a couple of months, we're going to cap PBS scripts at just $25. They haven't been that low since 2004. And we will continue the rollout of our urgent care clinics. We did 87 in our first term. We'll do 50 in this term, meaning that Australians in need of non-life-threatening urgent care can get it hours quicker, much more conveniently and completely for free. Our government will defend public health, and we will advance public health very much in the interests of every Australian.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Earlier this year, the Treasurer went on a victory lap, declaring, quote, "Inflation is down substantially and in a sustained way." Yet today, inflation has shot up above all expectations, jumping to 3.2%. This means no relief for households, no relief when seeing the doctor, no rate cuts in sight, and families paying an additional $1,800 on their mortgage. With Australians suffering through the largest decline in living standards in the developed world, why is it when Labor fails, Australians always foot the bill?
Call to the Treasurer.
Well, Mr Speaker, if the opposition leader really cared about cost of living pressures, she wouldn't have just gone to an election promising to increase taxes on every single tax-paying Australian worker, Mr Speaker. If they cared about cost of living pressures, they wouldn't oppose our efforts to provide responsible cost of living relief, Mr Speaker. And I can hear the member for Hume chirping away over there, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased and relieved to learn that he's still here. But I remind him, Mr Speaker, that he's the one that took to the election a policy for higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. It was in his costings document, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the inflation numbers today, these inflation numbers do reflect a situation that I've described on a number of occasions, acknowledged on a number of occasions, and I describe it this way, Mr Speaker. Even with the very substantial and very sustained progress that we've made together on inflation, even with the progress that we've made on real wages, even with the progress we've made in the economy more broadly, a lot of Australians are still under pressure. I've acknowledged that. And that's reflected in the numbers today, Mr Speaker, as well. In these numbers today, as the Deputy Prime Minister said a moment ago, inflation is higher than we'd like, but it is around half what we inherited from those opposite. And so if those opposite want to make this point about inflation at 3%, what do they say about inflation that they had running north of 6% and rising when we came to office? Inflation is half what we inherited from those opposite, Mr Speaker. And I hear again the member for Hume. I love it when he interjects, Mr Speaker, because it hasn't dawned on the member for Hume that when he left office, inflation was 6.1 and it was rising fast. Mr Speaker, they were spending more, they had bigger deficits. and they had more debt, Mr Speaker. Now, the point that I would make about the numbers today, more specifically, Mr Speaker, is that the headline number increased largely as a result of the end of state energy rebates, but it is still much lower than its peak. The point that I would make about underlying inflation, both numbers are important, headline and underlying, but underlying inflation was at the top of the target band in the September quarter, and that means we've seen underlying inflation within the target band for multiple quarters, Mr Speaker. Remember, underlying inflation was closer to 5% when we came to office, and now it's around 3%, Mr Speaker. If those opposite were honest, they would acknowledge a couple of things. First of all, inflation's half what we inherited. Secondly, their policies would have made inflation worse, not better. We have made it clear that we want to make more progress on inflation. We've made it very clear that that progress often isn't in a straight line, as we've seen around the world. We know that there's more work to do, and that's our focus.
Before I call the member for Braddon, the member for Hume interjected 9 times during that answer. Order. Members on my right, I don't need any commentary. So the member for Hume will not be interjecting, given he's used all his lives up. He won't be interjecting for the remainder of question time. And if he does, he won't be here. So everyone understand that? Great. Okay, the member for Braddon has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Why is it so important that the Albanese Labor government invest in bulk billing after a decade of cuts and neglect?
The call to the Minister for Health, Ageing and the Minister for the Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. A big reason why the member for Braddon got the biggest swing of any member in this House was her relentless support for a stronger Medicare and cheaper medicines, Mr Speaker. And for her and for Labor, bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare, Mr Speaker. The idea that all you need in this country to get great health care should be this little green and gold card, Mr Speaker, is central to our philosophy. And it was hard-fought, Mr Speaker. John Howard, the leader of the modern Liberal Party, said that bulk billing was an absolute rort. The AMA wanted to go on strike over bulk billing, Mr Speaker. But 30 years on, I think most of us thought the bulk billing was here to stay. 30 years on. Back in 2014, we didn't reckon on the Abbott government, of course, a government that tried to abolish bulk billing altogether in their first budget, Mr Speaker. And when we blocked that GP tax in the other place, Mr Speaker, the then Health Minister, Peter Dutton, tried another way instead and introduced a years-long freeze to the Medicare rebate, thinking that obviously if you freeze the income of doctors, that will pressure them to move away from bulk billing. Now, Peter Dutton didn't last long as Health Minister, Mr Speaker, but any sense that his replacement might have changed course was pretty quickly disappointed, Mr Speaker. And I think we remember who that replacement was. That's right. The Leader of the Opposition, of course, the Leader of the Opposition. Now, as the new Health Minister, she could have changed direction, but instead, Mr Speaker, she doubled down. In her budget in 2016 as Health Minister, she didn't just lock in Peter Dutton's Medicare rebate freeze, she extended it for all of the rest of the decade, Mr Speaker. All of the rest of the decade, marking herself out as the only Health Minister in the history of Medicare never once to increase the Medicare rebate. Even Peter Dutton managed it once, not once under this Health Minister, marking herself out as the person probably most responsible for the situation we inherited when we came to government. A situation with bulk billing in freefall, Mr Speaker. Not the word I use, the word used by the College of GPs, Mr Speaker. Now, for those opposite who for decades fought against universal health care, who hate that little green and gold card, for those opposite, that's exactly what they always wanted, the idea of user-pays health care. For Labor, it was completely unacceptable. And that is why in the last 3 years we've delivered the 3 biggest increases to the Medicare rebate since Paul Keating was Prime Minister. That's why we tripled the bulk billing incentive for pensioners, concession card holders and children, Mr Speaker, and that's why on Saturday we will roll out the biggest investment in Medicare's history to fix the mess that the Leader of the Opposition created when she was the Health Minister.
Before I call the member for Mayo, I have a large number of guests to welcome to the Parliament. Firstly, in the southern gallery behind the glass up today is students from Wentworth Falls Public School from the members for Macquarie's electorate. And in the southern gallery, we've got our friends, a group of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students from urban, rural and remote communities participating in the 2025 Work Exposure and Government program. And members from the Tasmanian Legislative Assembly, Josh Willey, and the member for Clark, Janie Finlay. And I see the former member for Higgins, Dr Katie Allen, in the gallery, Sam Dighton, the CEO of the Committee of Adelaide, and the Mayor, Jeff McDonald, and Deputy Mayor Rebecca Van Hoff from Toowoomba Regional Council. A group of young people from Western Australia representing 12 Buckets as part of their campaign to end child poverty, and the member for Pearce's electorate. And also a group of Young Assyrians, a youth-led organisation that aims to educate and empower young people in the Assyrian community, as guests of the member for Greenway and the member for McMahon. Welcome to everyone to Question Time. Now I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Fred is a full pensioner with a Level 3 home care package. Today, his package covers his needs to stay home. Fred's been advised once support at home starts this Saturday, he will pay $21.87 out of pocket for each hour of cleaning, gardening and meal preparation. Fred can't afford this and says he'll be forced to cancel his care package. Can the Minister explain how Fred, not being able to afford home care, is putting the care into aged care?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, and I acknowledge her genuine interest in ensuring that every older person in her community can access safe, dignified and high-quality aged care services. I'm not familiar with the particular circumstances of Fred, but we'll be happy to take advice after question time from the member and follow up on his personal circumstances. However, I can provide some more general information to the member and to the House about co-contributions and means testing, to which the member's question pertains. The Albanese Labor government's once-in-a-generation aged care reforms are focused on ensuring that we have an equitable and sustainable aged care system that delivers the care that every older person across our country needs and deserves. The new funding model is designed to make our aged care system more sustainable and to encourage investment in new facilities. These are both important parts of our plan to support the growing needs of an ageing population. In the next 40 years, the number of Australians aged over 65 is expected to more than double, while those 85 or older will more than triple. We worked closely with those opposite to seek a bipartisan approach to aged care sector sustainability. The new Aged Care Act, which starts this weekend, legislates a new funding model which was developed in response to expert advice from the Aged Care Task Force. Under the new model, people who can contribute to their care will, while people who are less well off will receive extra support. These changes are about ensuring that the government can afford to continue as the primary funder of the aged care system. Importantly, the government will continue to cover the full cost of clinical care for all residential and in-home care. A key feature of Support at Home is the services list, which outlines services that can be accessed under the program. And the department engaged with a range of aged care stakeholders to test and refine the Support at Home service list to ensure it recognises the needs of older people in the context of the broader universal health system, including Medicare. Now, there are protections in place so that people aren't worse off. A person who is in residential aged care when the new laws come in will remain under the current means testing arrangements unless they choose to opt into the new system. And with Support at Home, the in-home care program, the no worse off principle applies. So anyone who was in the system before 12th of September 2024 will have their contributions grandfathered. Older people having difficulty paying their co-contributions will be able to apply for very substantial hardship assistance through Services Australia, and a lifetime contribution cap will apply for everybody. Mr Speaker, our goal is to make sure that every older person across Australia can access the safe, dignified and high-quality care that they need and deserve.
Give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What does the latest data tell us about the progress we have made together on the economy, and how does that compare to other approaches?
The member for Goldstein, interjecting on, I think I made this pretty clear yesterday, interjecting during a question is highly disorderly. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. The same rules will apply all the time, every day. It's not going to change. So don't interject on a question and you can stay. If you interject on a question, you won't be here. One more time. All right, the Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the wonderful member for Chisholm for her question, but also for the way that she represents her community here in this place in the Parliament, Mr Speaker. As I said a moment ago, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the inflation data that we received a short time ago, we acknowledge that even with the very substantial and sustained progress that we've made in the fight against inflation and on real wages, and with interest rates coming down 3 times this year, we know that a lot of Australians are still under pressure, and this is borne out in the figures today, Mr Speaker. But it's also true that since we came to office, inflation has halved, and that reflects our efforts to do as much as we responsibly can to help with the cost of living, to get the budget in much better condition than we inherited from those opposite. Now, we've made good progress when it comes to a number of the most important indicators in our economy, but we do acknowledge that people are still under pressure, and we see that in the numbers today, Mr Speaker. Now, it's not uncommon around the world to see this progress on inflation, for that progress not to be in a straight line. We've seen inflation go up in every major advanced economy in their most recent data, except for the UK, where it's much higher than it is here already, Mr Speaker. And so that's an important factor as well, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the points that those opposite have made through the course of this question time, we know that they're divided, we know that they're divisive, we know they're in disarray, but they are also dishonest when it comes to inflation, Mr Speaker. Because if they were honest about inflation, they would admit inflation was 6.1% and rising when we came to office. It's now half that. If they were honest, they'd admit that interest rates were already coming up when we came to office. Under us, they've fallen 3 times this year. If they were honest, that they would admit that unemployment averaged 5.6% under them, 3.9% under us. If they were honest, they'd admit that wages growth was 2.2% under them, 3.7% under us. If they were honest, they'd admit real wages were going backwards 3.4% when we came to office. They're now growing at their strongest rate in 5 years. And when it comes to the question the Leader of the Opposition asked a moment ago, Mr Speaker, if she was honest, she would admit that living standards went backwards 1.9% in the quarter that we came to office. They're now growing 2.4% through the year to June 2025, the strongest annual growth in almost 4 years, Mr Speaker. So the point I'm making is this. There are no shortage of challenges in our economy. That's why we're rolling out responsible cost of living relief and strengthening Medicare to help where we responsibly can the Australians who are still facing cost of living pressure. Under those opposite, things were much worse, and if they'd won their last election, things would have been much worse still.
Give a call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Yesterday, the Governor of the Reserve Bank said a 0.9% increase in core inflation would be, I quote, a material miss. Today, it came in even higher. Given the Treasurer always takes credit for when inflation falls, will he now take responsibility for today's news of inflation increasing?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Actually, I share credit when inflation comes down, as I have on many occasions from this dispatch box. I make the point that government is playing a helpful and meaningful role in our economic progress, but that the credit belongs to the Australian people who work hard and provide for their loved ones and do the best they can, Mr Speaker. So if he's going to get a very rare question, Mr Speaker, he may as well get it right and quote me accurately. I always share credit when things go well in our economy. And I take responsibility. I take responsibility for working through the challenges as they present themselves in our economy, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for the fact that this cabinet and this government has cleaned up much of the mess that those opposite left us in the budget. I take responsibility for the fact that we worked together with the Australian people to deliver 2 surpluses when those opposite couldn't deliver a single one in 9 years. I take responsibility for the fact that we've got real wages growing again after a decade of deliberate wage suppression and wage stagnation. We take responsibility for the fact that living standards are recovering after they were falling sharply under those opposite, Mr Speaker. We take responsibility to work through the challenges in our economy, whether those challenges are inflation or business investment or more work that we need to do when it comes to the sustainability of the budget, Mr Speaker. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer wants to ask me about the comments of the Reserve Bank Governor, then the Shadow Treasurer should acknowledge that this is what the Reserve Bank Governor has said. We have got relatively low debt compared to the other countries, relatively low debt to GDP ratios. We've had a couple of surpluses, and the most recent deficit, in fact, is quite small as well, Mr Speaker. And the last time that the Reserve Bank looked at their forecast for public demand, which is government spending largely, they revised down their forecasts in the near term. So if the Shadow Treasurer is going to get a rare outing at the dispatch box, he should quote the Reserve Bank Governor the right way. He should quote me the right way. We've made a lot of progress in our economy, Mr Speaker, but we know the job is not done. We had a hell of a mess to clean up when we came to office. We've made progress on inflation. We've made progress in the budget. We've made progress on real wages. We've made progress on the gender gap. We're rolling out cost of living help in the most responsible way that we can. Those opposite have opposed most of that cost of living help. If they had their way and won their last election, Australians would be under more pressure, not less.
The call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australia's small businesses, and why is this so important?
Call to the Minister for International Development and the Minister for Small Business and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you so much also to the member for Brisbane, a passionate supporter of small businesses in her electorate, and like many of us on this side is out there listening to small businesses in their communities, heeding their comments and coming back in here and advocating so passionately and so strongly for them. And the member knows, as we all do in the Albanese government, that small businesses are at the heart of our communities. And with 2.6 million small businesses employing more than 5 million Australians and contributing almost $600 billion to our nation's economy every year, small business is big business. They are the corner cafes that bring us together, the tradies who build our homes, the startups that turn dreams and passions into livelihoods. And when they thrive, Australia thrives. That's what guides our national small business strategy, the first of its kind, with a focus on helping small business grow, on tackling red tape and on creating an even playing field. Now, Mr Speaker, over the past few weeks I've had the pleasure of visiting business communities from Burwood in Reid to North Beach in Moore, from Sunnybank in Moreton to Box Hill in Menzies. And I've spoken with small business owners, listened to their stories and heard firsthand some of the challenges that they face. In the last sitting period in this House and on this side of the chamber, we reaffirmed our focus on delivering real outcomes for small businesses right across Australia by passing legislation that extends the $20,000 instant asset write-off so that small businesses with an annual turnover of less than $10 million can continue to immediately deduct eligible assets. Now, I know that this measure will make a real difference to small businesses in Australia, including the 1.5 million small businesses that are sole traders and who also have benefited from the Albanese Labor government's tax cuts. For small business owners like Philip, now Philip runs Oatly Chinese Malaysian restaurant in the member for Banks's electorate. And the instant asset write-off is going to help Philip manage his cash flow to invest in new kitchen equipment, expand his operations and continue serving his local community. because we understand that every piece of equipment bought, every tool replaced, every shop front opened represents something bigger. It represents confidence and a chance to build a better future. So, whether it's extending the instant asset write-off or targeted energy bill relief or improved payment times, digital supports or giving small business a fair go in government procurement, the Albanese Labor government backs in small business, just as small business backs in Australia.
Before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I'm pleased to inform the House that we've just been joined by a delegation from the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Parliament of the Republic of Estonia, led by Committee's Chairman Mr Marko Mikkelsen, accompanied by a delegation His Excellency Mr Jan Reinhold, Ambassador to Estonia to Australia. Welcome to you all. Call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer, and it follows his answer to my previous question where he showered himself with compliments but failed to take responsibility for today's shocking inflation figures. Given government spending is running 4 times faster than the economy, with the highest level of spending outside recession in nearly 40 years, keeping interest rates higher for longer, will the Treasurer now concede it is time to stop Labor's spending spree?
You call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, I can't believe a word he says. I mean, the way that he's characterised, the way that he just characterised my earlier answer has no relationship with reality, Mr Speaker. But leaving that aside for one moment, I think the Shadow Treasurer once again has impeccable timing, asking me about government spending and the budget position in the week that Fitch Ratings Agency has reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating. Right. And the reason they've done that is because our budget position is one of the strongest in the G20. Yeah. And that's because, unlike those opposite in ways unrecognisable to them in government, we've banked most of the upward revisions to revenue. We've found $100 billion in savings. We delivered 2 surpluses in our first 2 years when those opposite couldn't deliver a single one in 9 years. We've got the deficit down to about 1/5 of what we inherited from those opposite. We've got debt down by $188 billion since we came to office, and that's saving the Australian people $60 billion in interest, Mr Speaker. Now, can I remind the Shadow Treasurer that when he asks about government spending, when we came to office, spending was about 1/3 of the economy, and we got it down to about 1/4 of the economy. They had real spending growth averaging 4.1. We've got it averaging 1.7. They had gross debt peaking at 45% of the economy. We've got it down to 37% of the economy, Mr Speaker. But I think the most important thing for those watching at home to understand about the Shadow Treasurer's answer is when he talks about the difference in spending in recent years, one of the things that he's most critical of is the fact that we have seen very substantial indexation of government payments, including the age pension. And so if the Shadow Treasurer thinks that indexing the age pension is wasteful spending, then he should say so. That's right. He should say so. And it reminds me, Mr Speaker, as well, that when it comes to the opposition leader's comments, in the week where we are investing massive amounts of money to improve bulk billing in our communities, the opposition leader has said that she doesn't support universal entitlements. The most important universal entitlement in our society and our communities is Medicare, and the opposition leader doesn't support it. She makes that clear. So, Mr Speaker, when those opposite talk about spending restraint, what they mean is coming after pensions again, like they did in 2014. They mean come after Medicare again like they did in 2014. The opposition leader even plagiarised Joe Hockey's lifters and leaners speech, which didn't go real well for him before the 2014 budget. We'll continue to manage the budget responsibly. Interest rates have come down 3 times this year already. Inflation's half what we inherited. We'll stack up our record against yours any day.
Give the call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
How is the Albanese government and the Australian Federal Police helping to keep Australian children safe?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Cunningham for raising an important and tough issue. Today at the National Press Club, Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett announced the formation of Task Force Pompolid. The purpose of this task force is to deal with a form of exploitation and sadism that we all wish we didn't have to be aware of. This is effectively because of an online network where the perpetrators are principally young boys and young men from Western English-speaking backgrounds, and the victims are overwhelmingly young girls who've had a history of low self-esteem, mental health disorders, histories of self-harm, eating disorders, and other attributes that might lead them to seek connection online. The method has been that victims are pressured initially into providing compromising or sensitive information or images. Once the images have been provided, they are then blackmailed into escalating acts of violence targeted at themselves, at their siblings, sometimes at strangers, sometimes at pets. In establishing the task force, the Federal Police are bringing together officers from their cyber, counter-terrorism, from their intelligence division, and also from the Australian Centre for countering child exploitation. And I do want to pay tribute to the officers who work in that particular division in Brisbane, and in particular pay tribute to Peter Dutton as a former Minister for Home Affairs in seeing that established. Legislation which passed this parliament, passed the other place this morning, the new telecommunications bill, gives new powers that the AFP and other agencies will be able to use to be able to infiltrate and destroy some of these child exploitation networks. In terms of the scale, when you consider that we have largely not spoken about this to date, since July of 2023, the Federal Police has received just over 100 reports of sadistic online exploitation. These reports have been received, some from our international law enforcement partners, some from the United States Centre, and some from members of the public. It's resulted in 9 international and 3 domestic arrests. While the Australian Federal Police are doing their work with the task force, parents and children will often ask, what can they do? The 4 pieces of advice from the Australian Federal Police are these: stop the chat, take screenshots, especially of the offender's username, report and block the account, screenshot your own account information as well. And of course, all this information and the capacity to report is at the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation's website, accce.gov.au. The best thing that anyone can do, no matter whether they're involved or they know a friend who is to tell someone about it. Tell someone it is not your fault. While the Commissioner mentioned today that it has always taken a village to raise a child, sometimes it takes a country to protect them. And those people who are feeling threatened or exploited by these networks need to know that the Federal Police are there with them, protecting them. The government is there, the entire parliament is there, and the Australian people stand together with the work of the Australian Federal Police.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, can I associate the opposition with those remarks and say how much we appreciate the work of those in the agencies you mentioned, Minister, in Task Force Argus, and indeed in every police station across this country that has to deal with hideous and heinous acts against children. Can I also express my very deep concern at the explosion of internet child sexual abuse in this country? In the time that I have been in the Parliament, I have been overwhelmed. Law enforcement has been overwhelmed. We want to work constructively and very positively to do whatever we can to stamp this out.
Give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation. Yesterday, the Minister for Industry said he would exhaust every opportunity to save Tomago. Minister, James Strong, a local manufacturing business in my electorate, has seen their energy bills rise by over 70% over the past 4 years, an increase of around $800,000. Why won't the Albanese Labor government exhaust every opportunity to listen to Aussie manufacturers like James Strong and scrap their failed energy policies?
Call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation.
I thank the member for her question, and we are absolutely committed to listening and acting for Australian manufacturers. Every day we get up and fight to support manufacturers, and that's what we're doing right now, fighting to keep Tomago open. Unlike those opposite, we don't cheer when manufacturers go overseas. We don't say you shouldn't be despondent when an aluminium smelter closes down, like the Liberal Party did in 2014. We're fighting very hard to support manufacturers every day, and that includes driving strong energy policies. Unlike those opposite, who had 23 failed energy policies, we're intent on speeding up the rollout of the cheapest form of new power, which is renewable energy, backed up by peaking gas, backed up by batteries, backed up by pumped hydro. And I'll note the statements from Tomago's owner, Rio Tinto, that it was the lack of availability of renewable energy that was driving some of their decisions. That stands in stark contrast to the experience of the Boyne Island smelter that has secured, through their own actions and the actions of the Commonwealth Government and state governments of both persuasions, power purchasing agreements that cover 80% of their power, and that's coming from renewable energy, which is locking in their future. Tomago was unable to secure that so far, and that's why we're working really hard with them to find solutions. But let's be frank about this. We're dealing with this because of 10 years of inaction from those opposite. 10 years of inaction. And don't take my word for it. Take the word from Rio's CEO, who said in 2019, and I quote,
the member for Lyne will see
Australia lacks internationally competitive energy prices which undermine the viability of these assets. That's what they said in 2019 when they were experiencing 23 failed energy policies of those opposite. We're getting on with a job. We're fighting hard to get energy prices down, unlike those who cheer when manufacturers go overseas, who had 23 policies around energy, who are intent on fighting climate wars instead of getting on the job of supporting manufacturers. I'll never be lectured on support from manufacturers from the party of Joe Hockey, from the party who cheered when Toyota left, who cheered when General Motors left. We will fight for manufacturers every single day.
Order. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
It just goes to relevance, Speaker. He wasn't asked about the opposition. He was asked about what you're doing to save those jobs.
Has the minister completed his answer? Has the minister completed his answer? Okay. Order. Order. Just the member for Cowper will just cease and desist. Okay. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese government ensuring working Australians are paid what they're entitled to, including superannuation?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Blair for that question and for his advocacy for working people in his community. Of course, the Albanese Labor government has delivered significant improvements to our workplace laws to protect the entitlements of working Aussies, including their superannuation entitlements. We've already delivered important laws that protect Australian workers' pay by criminalising intentional wage theft. As part of our commitment to protect workers' entitlements, we've amended the Fair Work Act to make superannuation a clear workplace right. Our amendment means that workers can pursue unpaid wages and unpaid super at the same time, making it easier for workers to get what they are owed. Now, for too long, workers have had to undergo separate processes to get their entitlements, and we have fixed that. Now, recognising superannuation has a critical role in supporting workers in retirement is what our government has done. We are now paying superannuation on government-paid parental leave. And of course, on the 1st of July, our government has increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%. This improves the economic security of thousands of families in Australia. Yeah. And of course, we are continuing to safeguard entitlements of Aussie workers through our payday super legislation, ensuring that their super is paid at the same time as their wages. Yeah. Now, our payday super changes will ensure that super is paid earlier and more regularly into super accounts, giving people better oversight and bigger balances at retirement. Too many workers are not paid their superannuation that they're owed. We know that unpaid superannuation has a profound impact on workers' retirement savings. In fact, the most recent financial year data shows that almost $5.2 billion in unpaid super that is out there that should have gone to workers. And of course, by having better oversight, which our legislation will do, will ensure workers can check that they're getting paid the entitlements that they are owed. But payday super also means that workers are retiring with more because deposits are being made in a timely manner and more frequently. What this will mean for an average 25-year-old's retirement balance is an extra $6,000 in today's dollars. This is a real boost to their retirement savings. It is Labor that created superannuation. We believe in it, and that's why we will always strengthen the system to make sure it's equitable, sustainable and delivers to Australian workers.
Yeah. Give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Before the election, the Albanese government promised a Western Sydney University campus at Fairfield Connect. Can the Minister confirm what courses and degrees are actually being offered there for the southwest residents of that area, including my electorate of Fowler? And can the Minister confirm that there are no plans to cut funding or close the campus at any time? Thank you.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Fowler for her question. That university study hub at Fairfield is very important because what it does is it brings university closer to where people in our community live and make it easier for people to go to university and get an education. And when that hub expands in a couple of weeks' time, it'll mean that you'll be able to study for almost any degree at almost any university across the country. It's one of about 69 university study hubs that are either established now or will be established over the next few months across the country. We've doubling the number in the bush and in the regions, but for the first time ever establishing these hubs in the outer suburbs of our big cities. Fairfield is an example of that, but one will be established in Liverpool in your electorate in the first week of December as well. And we do that for a reason, because, as you know, as many members know, I grew up in your electorate, one of the best parts of the country, went to school there, went to high school there. I'm the first person in my family to finish high school, to finish Year 10. A lot of people that I went to school with, I'm sure the same is true for you. I know the same is true for my friend Chris Bowen, who's over here as well. Is that for a lot of people that we grew up with, university seemed like it was somewhere else, for someone else. And this invisible barrier that stopped a lot of people from going to university. We've got to break down that barrier. And this is all about doing that, making sure that more people can go to university, or if they're going to university in the city, that they can study closer to home. And so that's what that is about. I'm very, very proud that we're doing that. But not just that. The reforms that I'll implement into the Parliament next year are about making sure that we provide more funding for more people from communities like ours to get to university and to succeed when they get there. That involves investing in a demand-driven system for young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Because the truth is that even though this country has changed in remarkable ways, to the point where over my own lifetime the number of people with a university degree has changed from barely 2% to now almost 1 in 2 young people in their 20s and 30s with a university degree. It's not true where I grew up, and it's not true in many of the communities in Western Sydney, and I want to change that. And that's what the reforms that I'll introduce next year are about, a demand-driven system to provide more support for more people from our communities to go to university, and needs-based funding to support them while they're at university to get the degree, to transform their lives, because a good education changes the lives of people in our community, and a good education system will change this nation.
Call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. With the new Aged Care Act coming into effect this Saturday, how is the Albanese Labor government supporting older Australians and the sector to prepare for these historic reforms? Why are these reforms necessary?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Whitlam for her question, and I acknowledge her profound contribution to our care economy before she joined this parliament. And I had a great time with her and the member for Cunningham when we visited older people in the Illawarra recently. In just a few short days, Australia will take a once-in-a-generation step forward in our care of older people. On Saturday, the Albanese Labor government's new Aged Care Act comes into effect, delivering safer, fairer care for hundreds of thousands of older Australians. Now, we came to government determined to fix a system that had been left to crumble, a system the Royal Commission found unacceptable and unsustainable, and said of those opposite, and I quote, "Their main consideration was the minimum commitment they could get away with." On Saturday, we'll deliver the next step in the transformative change Australians have been waiting for. This is a reform built carefully, designed alongside those it serves: older people and their families, workers, providers and experts. Planned, tested and communicated so that older people don't have their care interrupted. From support at home to strengthened residential standards, our changes will make sure that older Australians can get the right care in the right place at the right time, helping them live their later years with the dignity and the joy that they deserve. It means more people can stay in their homes for longer with the support, equipment and modifications that they need to live independently. And it means safer residential care with stronger standards, clearer obligations and more accountability. Mr Speaker, every older person on a home care package has been written to directly. Providers have had months of support and guidance about the changes coming this weekend. We've held webinars, town halls and workshops across the country to make sure that people have the information they need, and we're continuing that outreach every single day. Mr Speaker, we're ready to deliver this reform, but it's not the end of the journey. There's more to do. We'll make sure we're keeping pace with demand so that older Australians can get the care they need for generations to come. We'll be ambitious about supporting people who need more intensive care than traditional aged care can provide. And we'll keep working with the sector to get the settings right for older people, for workers and for a sustainable system into the future. Mr Speaker, we are on the eve of generational reform. On Saturday, Australia will have a better aged care system, one built on safety, on dignity and respect, and designed to meet the needs of generations to come.
Give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Minister for Veterans Affairs. The New South Wales RSL has given evidence to the Senate inquiry into Labor's Defence Honours Bill, saying it is disgraceful, and I quote, "This bill will be completely detrimental to not only their physical health and mental health, it will also devalue their service." Minister, you know this bill strips away rights from veterans and ADF personnel who have delivered the freedoms we enjoy in our nation today. Will the government finally admit it has made a mistake and just bin this disgraceful bill?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question because it provides me with a great opportunity to provide him and the House with some clarifications on the matters that he has raised. And I I'm grateful for that opportunity because I've seen over the course of the last few days his blood pressure really rise, his anxiety level really rise, which might be of concern for members of our House about the member for Gippsland. But what I'm more concerned with, Mr Speaker, is the way in which he has conducted his opposition.
The Minister doesn't work that way. Member for Gippsland has asked a question. The Minister's answering. We've got to respect each other here. So no more interjections from Member for Gippsland. I can hear you, trust me, and I'll give the call to the Minister now to answer and return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What's concerned me is the way in which the member for Gippsland has engaged in debate on this bill, creating anxiety and uncertainty and unclarity across the veteran community in respect to what this legislation is about. What I've encountered as a Minister for Veterans Affairs is concerns that have been raised by the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal about the difficulty that it has confronted over many years, over different chairpersons of that tribunal, of dealing with long historical cases in front of it and making sure that it is able to remain relevant in the work that it does to ensure that our veterans and our serving personnel can have decisions made by Defence properly reviewed. And I think people understand, and I know in my engagement with the veteran community around this bill and around many issues surrounding medals, that they want to ensure that those decisions can be properly based in evidence, which is why we have many reviews of these matters, that they can be properly based in evidence, and that we see the integrity in the way in which that system operates, and that's what these amendments are designed to achieve. What is particularly troubling, though, is the way in which the member opposite, the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, who, given he is a former Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence personnel, should know better, is the way in which he has tried to suggest that these amendments would remove the capacity to be able to award honours to serving persons.
The member for Wannan's pushing it here. The Minister was asked a direct question about the legislation. He's talking about the legislation. He's talking about the criticism of the legislation. It's going to be very difficult. I think everyone here has heard what the Minister is saying for you to raise a point of order on relevance. So we just can't have people jumping up and taking points because you don't like the answer. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
On relevance, the question was about the comments by the New South Wales RSL.
No, the member for Wannon, you've got to stop doing this. The question was about evidence given to the Senate committee about the bill. So the minister's talking about the bill. Listen carefully. He's talking about the bill. He's talking about the components of the bill. I'm making notes about what he's saying. So that's an abuse of the standing orders, and you continually do it. If he was talking about another bill, if he was talking about another piece of legislation, well, he wouldn't be relevant. But when you're talking about the question that you're asked, the standing orders are written in such a way, I don't want this to continue. So that's the last time you're going to take a frivolous point of order. So the minister is being absolutely relevant, and I want to make sure he's continued not about the opposition, about the bill. The minister has the call.
One of the concerns that's been raised about the bill, Mr Speaker, has been to suggest that people who have been awarded honours previously, with the changes that we have made, would not have been able to be awarded those honours, and the person so often cited has been Teddy Sheehan. And the thing that needs to be remembered, especially by those opposite, Teddy Sheehan was a very deserved awardee of the Victoria Cross for Australia. When the tribunal recommended that decision, the government opposite didn't follow that recommendation. They didn't follow that recommendation. They had a whole separate process to deal with that because of the pressure on this side of the House, because of the pressure from the veteran community. It is that sort of disinformation that is causing anxiety in the veteran community, and as former minister, the member opposite should know better.
Give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering a modern, reliable energy grid in the national interest? What policies have been proposed that are not in the national interest?
We call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Macon for his question. He was a champion power lifter and is a champion MP, Mr Speaker. And his community are champion battery installers because of the 150 electorates in Australia. The electorate of Macon comes in well in the top 10 in 7th place for the number of cheaper home batteries installed since the 1st of July, and they are big participants in the 103,494 batteries that have been installed since the 1st of July. So this is a great addition. I know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't support the policy as she interjects, but the Australian people do, Mr Speaker, as they're showing by their actions. It is part of a broader suite, and we saw the AEMO connection figures overnight showing 23.2 gigawatts of early-stage projects finalising contracts or under construction, up 43% on the same time last year. And just today we saw the Minister for the Environment improve a new big battery in Chinchilla in the member for Maranoa's electorate, which will power 101,000 houses for 4 hours. 101,000 houses for 4 hours. Facts matter. Facts matter. I'm sure the Leader of the National Party joins us in welcoming this big step forward. And the member asked me what policies are being proposed that are not in the national interest, because obviously all the policies I just ran through are in the national interest. And of course, on the opposition, we see the right hand not knowing what the further right hand is doing as they battle to try and get further and further away from mainstream Australia, whether it's nuclear or net zero. We saw the opposition go to the last election with a nuclear policy, and in the wash-up of that election defeat, we saw the blame game started. We saw Jacob Grieber report. Littleproud, this is about the nuclear policy, Littleproud reportedly told party insiders it was a way to give us something to talk about on Sky, where late-night hosts were whipping up a long campaign against Labor's renewable focus. Well, there you have it. There's their priorities. We're about storing renewable energy for after dark. They're about appeasing Sky after dark, Mr Speaker. We're about building policies to build the nation. They're about policies to beat one nation. We're about expert reports. They're about the Bolt report. We care about credibility. They care about Credlin. There's a difference, Mr Speaker, between our approach and their approach. This is why mainstream Australia sees them increasingly out of touch with the challenges and opportunities of our economy, why they weren't trusted in May and why they're not trusted now, because they have spent the time since the election showing that they are even more out of touch now than they were in May.
I'll give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Treasurer. Treasurer, late last year your department published a review of the Medical Research Future Fund, but it was only released at the end of last month. In that report, the department canvassed options for the MRFF, including its abolition. Will the Treasurer reassure Australia's medical researchers that the government will not abolish the MRFF or use its funds for any purpose other than disbursing MRFF earnings for MRFF research grants?
Call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. I can give that commitment. We won't be abolishing the fund. We think the fund serves a very important purpose in our when it comes to health research, and so I'm happy to give that assurance. In fact, Mr Speaker, in all of the discussions that we've had about this fund in the time that you have been raising it in good faith and from a good place and based on all of your experience, all of the conversations that I've been having with the Minister for Health about this are about strengthening the role of the fund and making sure that it's serving the purpose for which it is intended. And so I provide the member with that assurance. And the reason we're big believers in the fund is because we know how important medical research is. We are a nation of innovators. We know that that innovation can help when it comes to some of our most persistent health challenges. And I'm proud, I'm sure the government is proud, the Cabinet is proud that in our 24-25 budget we had that $6.5 billion 10-year investment plan supported by the Medical Research Future Fund. And I want to pay tribute here to the Minister for Health and his colleagues in the health team for the work that he does in making sure that the fund is doing the job for which it is intended. When the honourable member asked the Minister for Health a similar question, He pointed out that we're now funding more than $1.5 billion of health and medical research every year, not just through the MRFF, but also the endowment account from the NHMRC as well. That includes projects like clinical trials to help patients access cutting-edge medical interventions and build our evidence base, investing in research missions, including better treating brain cancer, cardiovascular health, reducing health inequities, and also training the next generation of clinical researchers, Mr Speaker. We've taken a consistent approach, a reliable approach to drawing down from the fund, providing that $650 million a year as part of the 10-year investment plan. In years where the maximum disbursement recommended by the Future Fund has been lower than the $650 million, we've provided additional funding through the budget process. I think from memory, or I'm told that in 2022-23 we topped it up. When the recommendation was $598, we provided an extra $52 million. As the Minister also indicated when the honourable member asked him most recently, we will consider findings from the review of the MRFF as part of the broader work on our National Health and Medical Research Strategy. We will look forward to engaging further with the member about what comes next. But I finish where I started, Mr Speaker. These research funds are really important. We believe in them, the important role that health and medical research plays in our community, in our economy, and most particularly when it comes to the health of Australians. And the position that we take following that review will reflect that.
The Treasurer's time is concluded. The call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australians veterans and their families?
Give the call to the
and are there any risk to their support? Thank you.
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the terrific member for Tangney for his important question, and I acknowledge the service of his son in our Australian Defence Force as well. The Albanese government's commitment to delivering for veterans and families has been seen across our term of government, but even all the way back to opposition. We saw the rates of defence and veteran suicide, and we called on the previous government to hold a royal commission. We saw the backlog of some 42,000 veteran claims sitting in the Department of Veterans Affairs, not even being looked at under the previous government, and we committed to 500 additional staff for DVA, and we delivered that in government. We received the interim report then of the Royal Commission only months after coming into government in 2022, and we delivered a response from government in September of 2022. We took action on all of the recommendations in that report. We delivered proper resourcing to the Department of Veterans Affairs, making it the best funded it has been in 3 decades. We cleared the backlog of claims early so veterans and families could get access to the services and supports that they deserve and that they need. We oversaw an increase in funding going to veteran services and compensation of some $15 billion. Meanwhile, the opposition wanted to cut the extra staff that we had added to support our veterans. That's right. We passed the Vets Act, simplifying and harmonising 3 complex pieces of legislation supporting our veterans to create one simpler scheme. That was the biggest change to veterans legislation in a century. We received the final report of the Royal Commission in September of 2024. And we delivered the government response in December of 2024, one of the fastest government responses to a Royal Commission ever, because we take these issues seriously. Within a year of the Royal Commission, we have implemented what it said was its most important recommendation, establishing a legislated oversight body, the Defence and Veterans Service Commission. We've implemented 8 other recommendations as well already, and work is underway on a further 110 of the recommendations. We're also rolling out Veterans and Families Hubs across the country and delivering the Veterans Employment Program. We have Also doing the work to make it easier for veterans and families to be able to lodge claims with DVA, and we've delivered the first combined defence and veteran mental health and wellbeing strategy. Meanwhile, the only commitment that's coming out of the opposition leader and her shadow treasurer is cutting back government expenditure, something that would go to the heart of the support that is delivered to our veterans. Unlike the fluff and cluck from those opposite with their fear and misinformation, the Albanese government is actually delivering for veterans and families.
Give a call to the honourable member for Gippsland. The member for Herbert will leave the chamber. Completely disrespectful. The member for Gippsland will start his question.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Can the minister name a single veteran who supports the Labor Party's changes to the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Minister for Defence Personnel. Order.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. In the process of developing these reforms, I engaged with all of the members of the ex-service organisation roundtable. We also put these reforms forward at a previous Senate inquiry before the last election. I've engaged with many ex-service organisations around these issues. I'm not going to go into chapter and verse of every individual conversation I have just to satisfy your ego. If you don't want to engage collaboratively with the government around these important reforms—
Order. Has the minister concluded his answer? Has the minister concluded his answer? Well, I'll take that as no. The manager on a point of order.
And Mr. Speaker, to take his point of order, but I noticed the Leader of the House was about to jump with his policing of the you and your, his long-term ode to all of us. The minister has used several you and yours in his response, and I know the Leader of the House has a very significant concern about that language.
It would assist the House greatly if the minister would follow the standing orders and direct all comments through the chair. The manager is correct.
And I thank the member for raising it. As I said before, I've had lengthy engagement in respect of this bill that will make sure that we have a tribunal that is modern, that is able to look after the concerns of our veterans, and to make sure that the tribunal is able to consider relevant evidence that is easily available to it. That's why we have these reforms. There is a committee considering these reforms right now in the Senate, and I look forward to engaging with the opposition and all members on how we can deliver important reform to modernise the work of the tribunal. And thank you.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. After a decade of cuts and neglect, how will Australian doctors and patients be better off thanks to the Albanese Labor government's investment in Medicare?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the member for Macarthur opened his medical practice on the 1st of February 1984, the day that Medicare started. He has truly lived and breathed Medicare, Mr. Speaker, and relentlessly urged us to do everything we can to clean up the mess that was left by those opposite. He knows the biggest mess was the situation around bulk billing, Mr. Speaker, and we are turning that around. By changing the indexation of Medicare rebates formula, we've delivered the biggest increases to the Medicare rebate since Paul Keating was the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. By tripling the bulk billing incentive for Australia's pensioners, concession card holders and kids, we've delivered millions of additional free visits to the doctor and turned bulk billing around for those Australians, getting it back up to 92%, Mr. Speaker. But the member knows that for those Australians who don't have a concession card, the bulk billing rate has been continuing to slide. And that is why this Saturday, Mr. Speaker, we will roll out the biggest investment in the history of Medicare to turn that around, to extend bulk billing incentives for the first time ever to every single Australian, to extend an incentive payment, an additional payment to general practices and their doctors if they choose to bulk bill every patient all of the time, Mr Speaker. Now, that's obviously going to be great for patients, Mr Speaker, but it's also going to be good for doctors. 2 years ago, a full-time, fully bulk billing GP in our cities would have been earning about $280,000. Next week, that GP will be earning $415,000, a $135,000 increase. And it's even bigger in rural towns because they get bigger incentives, Mr Speaker. That same GP in a rural town will be earning $490,000 after they pay their practice costs, Mr Speaker. Now, already 1,000 clinics have told us they're charging gap fees this week and they'll move to full bulk billing next week, Mr Speaker. And that's on top of the 1,600 clinics that are already fully bulk billing. Now, I'm sure she's looking at her phone, but I'm sure that's something that the member for Lindsay will be very happy about, because a few months ago she asked me a question about a clinic around the corner from my electorate office, the Harbour Medical Service. She was concerned that a notice had been put up about gap fees going up. I was concerned too. And she said, "Isn't it the case that Australians need both their Medicare card and their credit card to get the health care they need under Labor?" Well, I'm happy to report, Mr Speaker, that the Harbour Medical Service next week is moving to fully bulk billing. To fully bulk billing, Mr Speaker. And I'm sure the member for Lindsay is going to be very happy that at Harbour Medical Service, all you'll need is your Medicare card.
The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
And on that note, I'll ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I present the Auditor-General's Information Report number 4 of 2025-26 entitled 2024-25 Performance Audit Outcomes. I also present a corrigendum to the National Audit Office Annual Report 2024-2025 and call the Leader of the House with papers.
These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Calare proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need to ban gambling advertising. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Calare.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have brought this matter of public importance to the House because we are in a crisis, and it's a crisis the country is yet to come to grips with. It's gambling. The consequences of gambling can be catastrophic, including job loss, bankruptcy, broken relationships, domestic and family violence, and suicide. The Productivity Commission estimates that the social cost of problem gambling in 2024 was up to $12.5 billion. The tragic human cost is heartbreaking, and it's there for all to see in every community in Australia if we're prepared to listen and look. We need to ban gambling advertising. 2 months ago, I attended a gambling roundtable here at Parliament. We heard from Australian cricketer Usman Khawaja, who called out the government for being too slow to ban gambling advertising. We also heard from Kate, who didn't want to be identified and whose brother took his life by suicide brought on by gambling. Kate said her brother lost $10,000 a year from gambling, and she said, "This is exactly the burden that our 24-year-old brother was carrying 6 days before he ended his life." She said, on this particular day, he walked into the kitchen with pain all over his face, and I could tell something was wrong. So I prompted him, "Are you okay?" He could barely find the words. 6 days later, my dad, sister and I found him 500 metres from our childhood home. The sound Dad made, the look on my sister's face, haunts me every moment of every day. Kate said her brother's suicide note stated, "I'm so disgusted and revolted with myself that I want to end my life before my addiction ruins more people around me." That roundtable features on the ABC's Four Corners program. And just 2 weeks ago, another ABC Four Corners program aired on the subject of gambling. In it was an interview with Richmond AFL club fan Sean McDonough, known as Tiger Sean, because he puts on his suit of armour in the guise of a tiger suit for every game. Sean said in a 3-year period he lost around $200,000 despite being on the government's self-exclusion register BetStop. Sean told Four Corners, "It eats at you inside. It just eats you away. All we think about 24/7 is gambling." He spoke of the shame and humiliation that will never go away. He went on to say, the advertising that you see on TV and then the thoughts that start going through your mind and the thoughts that you know, being on the train tracks, you know, after coming out of Centrelink, calling my daughter saying that I've got no money to buy food, it's not a good situation for anyone to be in. The late Peter Murphy led the way on this issue. Her Parliamentary Committee report, and I have a copy of it right here, is entitled "You Win Some, You Lose More: Online Gambling and Its Impacts on Those Experiencing Gambling Harm." It made 31 recommendations, Deputy Speaker, 31. These included treating gambling as a public health issue and banning gambling ads during sports broadcasts. 2 years on, the government is yet to respond to the report. How could that possibly be? Gambling advertising is a constant source of concern among community members in Calare. I've recently heard from constituents Jane Mitchell from Bathurst, Aidan Fisher from Orange and Chris Prest from Canowindra. They are very concerned about the scourge of gambling addiction, and they have contacted me and they want our government, the Government of Australia, to do something about it. According to the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, people living in rural and remote communities are at a higher risk of experiencing gambling harm than other Australians. They are also less likely to seek help due to shame, stigma, and the fear of judgment. One of the reasons given for inaction on banning gambling advertising is that media outlets would lose revenue. It's true that media, and regional media in particular, are struggling. Yet, action is needed. As legislators, we need to find ways to implement a ban on gambling advertising and support vital media at the same time. I believe that this could be achieved by introducing a 0.5% levy on each bet placed by gamblers. This would raise $1.2 billion. That is almost 10 times the revenue that would be lost by TV stations. This funding could be used by the government for advertising in regional and national media, including important messaging on support available to help break gambling addiction. It's crucial that we preserve the independence and viability of regional media, and this would be an effective way of doing it without placing an additional burden on taxpayers. So a support package such as this must be a vital part of a ban on gambling advertising. And I know that my colleague, the member for Curtin, has done a lot of work in this field, and she will no doubt be speaking shortly and provide us with some more of the facts and figures around this particular issue. And, Deputy Speaker, don't think for a moment that betting companies don't donate to the major parties. Trust me, I have been there and I have seen it. I have been forced to sit in the hotel ballrooms of Canberra on corporate days where we have betting companies who are paying money to the parties coming and talking to any MP that they want to. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So the addiction of the major parties to that revenue is another addiction that needs to be broken. I'm also very shocked at how gambling has just become a part of watching sport, particularly for our young people. I can remember watching a rugby league game with my son in his younger years, who was a Bulldogs supporter and still is. And as the game started, he was able to recount the betting odds. Can you believe that? Sitting there watching television with your son, and he's telling you the betting odds. And that was some time ago. And since then, the influence of betting and gambling has become all pervasive. And it's time that we did something about it, because the price of inaction on a ban on gambling advertising is more lives destroyed and more lives lost. We can't wait any longer. We are in this place and we have these jobs to make life better for the people that we represent, the people of Australia. And they are crying out for action. They want us to do something. Yet every time they ask, every time they call, their voices and their pleas are not heeded. As a parliament and a country, we can do much better than this. We can't wait any longer. We need to ban gambling advertising, and we need to do it on the double.
I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government absolutely recognises the harms that gambling can cause, and we take this matter seriously. Since 2022, the Albanese government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, including launching BetStop and banning the use of credit cards for online wagering. Gambling, of course, can be insidious and create detrimental impacts on families. The Albanese government takes seriously our responsibility to protect Australians, particularly young and vulnerable people, from these harms. We know there is more work to do in this space, and we are committed to doing that work. However, we have already shown how seriously we take this matter. The Albanese government has undertaken the most significant gambling harm reduction measures in the past decade. Let me repeat that. It is this government that made the most important reforms to reduce gambling harm in the past decade. Already, we have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering because Australians should not be gambling with money that they do not have. This credit card ban means that companies who allow the use of credit cards, credit-related products and digital currencies may be liable for fines of up to $234,750. The credit card ban demonstrates our government's continued commitment to creating a safer online gambling environment underpinned by a robust legislative framework with strong consumer protections. We've also launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. BetStop covers all Australian licensed interactive wagering service providers and enables Australians to self-exclude from a minimum of 3 months to a lifetime by registering free of charge and in a single interaction. BetStop is making an enormous difference to the lives of Australians. At 30th September this year, BetStop has recorded 49,382 registrations, and of those, almost 50,000 registrations, there are 31,838 active exclusions. 79% of current BetStop registrants are aged 40 or under, while 39% of current registrants have chosen a lifetime ban. BetStop has changed lives for the better, giving Australians most at risk of gambling harm the support they need to self-exclude from interactive licensed wagering. Research conducted on behalf of ACMA with BetStop registrants found that 96% of those surveyed say they had either stopped betting completely or decreased the amount they were betting. Around 77% say they have experienced a better overall quality of life since registering. 79% have experienced improved mental health. 69% have experienced better personal relationships with family, friends and partners. The register has had a real impact on people's lives, with one participant stating, "I feel like I owe my happiness to BetStop. It gave me the ability to cut my losses and cravings with a hard stop on betting in Australia. I just want to say thanks. I don't think I'd be alive today or have my wife or be happy without BetStop and my wife's support." ACMA is also cracking down on compliance. In May 2025, the ACMA penalised gambling company Unibet $1 million for failing to disclose the accounts of customers who had registered with BetStop. Now, complementing the launch of BetStop, the government also introduced mandatory customer pre-verification, requiring wagering service providers to verify a customer's identity when they register for a new account and before they can place a bet. We've also forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses, so those who do gamble understand their outcomes. To ensure that there's not just regulation and preemptive restrictions, our government has also provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling. Counsellors can provide support including access to information, advocacy and/or negotiation, referrals to other services and education. This government is also acting on new technology and how it creates harmful gambling content, and that's why we've introduced new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content. The changes respond to growing community concerns about the potential harms of children accessing gambling-like content in computer games. Research by the Australian Institute of Family Studies found that young people who played simulated gambling games were 40% more likely to spend real money on gambling as young adults. The changes mean that computer games containing in-game purchases linked to elements of chance, such as paid loot boxes, receive a minimum classification of M. Computer games containing simulated gambling, such as social casino games, will be legally restricted to adults only with a minimum classification of R18+. Our government has also introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, such as "Chances are you're about to lose." And we've also introduced nationally consistent staff training, which means that all staff involved in online gambling industry will be required to undertake training in the responsible services of online wagering. This reform will help reduce harm by creating a culture of safer gambling within wagering organisations nationally. The facts are Australians lose too much money to gambling, and that's why we have acted with such significant reforms. Australians lost $32.2 billion to the gambling industry in 23-24. In 23-24, wagering losses accounted for 26% of all gambling losses. In 2025, 65.1% of Australian adults participated in at least one form of gambling. In 2025, 19.4% of Australian adults reported gambling at risky levels in the past year. These stats are concerning, and it's why we've taken action. We know minimising the harm caused by online gambling is not a set and forget exercise, and our government will continue to work on further positive changes. We do take this matter seriously. As a government, we have delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, attacking complex problems with complex responses. We know there is more work to do, and we are getting on with that work.
Member for Ryan.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Calare for bringing this really important MPI. Yeah, the government is responsible for safeguarding the Australian public from the harms caused by gambling, but how can they seriously consider reform to the gambling industry when they refuse to address the close and unhealthy relationship between the gambling industry and politicians, without addressing the insidious influence that corporate donations have on politics and regulators? The Labor government cannot take meaningful action on gambling reform. It's well known how harmful gambling can be on physical and mental health. Australians are the biggest gamblers in the world per capita, and the problem's only getting worse. Australians recorded the largest gambling losses ever last year at $31.5 billion. The federal government is responsible for online wagering but doesn't regulate it. We deserve a national regulator to protect Australians from the harm caused by the gambling industry and to monitor the actions of the gambling industry. It's been more than 2 years since the Australian Government's Parliamentary Committee into Online Gambling Harm released its 31 recommendations to prevent harms, and nothing has been done. So if you're betting on the government to stand up to the gambling lobby, chances are you're about to lose, because the gambling lobby has more influence on the Labor government's policy than everyday Australians. 3 in 4 Australians support a total ban. That's 3 in 4 Australians supporting a total ban on gambling ads. 4 in 5 Australians support banning gambling ads on social media, online, in stadiums and on players' uniforms. Nearly 4 in 5 Australians agree that Australian government policies should aim to reduce the amount people spend on gambling, and nearly 9 in 10 Australians support banning gambling ads during primetime TV hours for families and children. So, with a supermajority in support from Australians, what has the Labor government done about gambling reform? Not a thing. Zip. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese shelved gambling reform in the lead up to the federal election because it would upset media and sports corporations. Because the gambling industry has pockets deep enough for politicians to get lost in. The Labor and Liberal parties are puppets of the gambling industry, coal and gas corporations and property developers, and they're doing everything they can to trick you into thinking there is nothing the government can do to fix these issues. They aren't serving Australians, they're serving corporations. When it comes to gambling reform in Australia, the House always wins. 85% of 12 to 17-year-olds have seen a gambling ad on TV in the past month, and Australians lost $31.5 billion gambling last year, but the Labor Party refuses to take action on gambling advertisements. Now, why would that be? Could it have something to do with the Labor and Liberal parties accepting nearly $1.5 million in donations from companies involved in the gambling industry just last year? Could it have something to do with the Labor Party directly financially benefiting from gambling? The Canberra Labor Club Group operates more than 400 gaming machines. The Randwick Labor Club in Sydney operates more than 80 pokie machines. Could it have something to do with the Labor member for Greenway accepting a $19,000 donation from Sportsbet in the lead-up to the 2022 election? The member who was then appointed as the Minister for Communications and who was responsible for considering the ban on gambling advertising. The member who is now the Attorney-General. If you were wondering what the odds are to buy a Labor Party politician, $19,000 seems like a good bet to me. These are facts. These are facts.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you.
Member for Ryan, you cast a very direct imputation on a sitting member right there. Please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the matter of public importance brought to the chamber by the member for Calare regarding the need to ban gambling advertising. Since 2022, the Albanese Labor government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, including launching, as we heard from the previous speaker on this side, BetStop, and banning the use of credit cards for online wagering. The Albanese government has taken decisive action to protect Australians, especially young people and especially our vulnerable communities, from the risks and harms of online wagering. The Albanese government has delivered the most significant gambling harm reduction forms in more than a decade, just since we have been in government since 2022, in less than 4 years. Less than 4 years, we've done more than what's been done over a decade. We've banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. because no one should be able to gamble with money that they don't have. We've launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, an initiative that allows people to block themselves from all licensed online wagering services in Australia. And as of the 30th of September this year, which is almost a month ago, BetStop has recorded, according to the ACMA, 49,382 registrations. And of that 49,382 registrations, that is a staggering number. It is a brilliant number of people who have self-registered. 31,838 of those are active exclusions. 79% of current registrations are aged 40 or under. 39% of current registrants have chosen a lifetime ban. People have made decisions with the help of our legislation. BetStop is clearly providing a mechanism for people to register or choose a lifetime ban. That tells us two things. That tells us that people want help and that people want lasting change, and they are making those decisions to do that. According to Queensland Treasury, Australians lost $32.2 billion to the gambling industry in 2023-24. In the same year, 23-24, wagering losses accounted for 26% of all gambling losses. That equates to $8.4 billion. 62% of losses included gaming, including poker machines. 12% was from lotteries. In 2024, 65.1% of Australian adults participated in at least one form of gambling. With lotteries, 52.7% of Australian adults was the most popular. Race betting, 17.8%, and sports betting, 12.5%, were in the top five. In 2025, 19.4% of Australian adults reported gambling at risky levels in the past year. Research tells us that one person's gambling can affect up to 6 others. That's around 3 million Australians impacted by someone else's gambling. That is not just a personal issue, it's a community issue. And through the actions of the Albanese Labor government, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, has now got the tools to block illegal gambling websites. Since 2019, the ACMA, over 13,000 sites have been shut down, protecting Australians from unregulated and unsafe platforms. And on the 21st of August 2023, BetStop was launched, and this allows Australians to exclude themselves. The choice is theirs, and they can exclude themselves for periods of up to 3 months or up to a lifetime from all Australian licensed interactive wagering services. BetStop is subject to statutory review after 1 year of operation and a statutory evaluation after 3 years of operation. The independent reviewer, Mr Richard Eccles, was appointed by the former Minister for Communications to conduct the review, and he's supported by the Secretariat from the Department of Communications. A public consultation period was held from December 24 to April 25, and a final report for the review must be delivered to the Minister by the end of February 2026, which is 18 months at the end of the first 12 months of operation and then tabled in Parliament. The Albanese government takes seriously our responsibility to protect Australians, particularly young and vulnerable people, from the harms of online gambling, and we are getting on with the job.
And I give the call to Member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, all I can say is good grief. The Australian community was expecting us to come in here and have an intelligent debate about the issue of banning gambling advertising. And all we have heard so far from the members of the government is a whole lot of platitudes and backslapping about a wonderful job they are doing. No mention so far of the fact that the Murphy inquiry more than 2 years ago made a flagship recommendation that there be a 3-year phase-out
of gambling advertising for a range of reasons. For a start, Australians are sick of it. They're sick to death every time they turn on their iPad or their phone or their telly or whatever, they are bombarded with gambling advertising. It's annoying and it's ruining their enjoyment of sport. But much more important than the annoyance of gambling advertising is the way it's normalising gambling in our community at all age levels, to the point where I would say it is more than normalising, it's grooming children to become future gamblers. No wonder the Australia Institute recently, during its research, found that in 1 year, almost 1 million teenagers between the ages of 12 and 19 had gambled. How can we accept that as a country and as a community, that almost 1 million teenagers gambled in any 1 year? I mean, this is an intensely human issue, Deputy Speaker, because as you increase the prevalence of gambling, as you normalise it, you increase the prevalence of gambling and addiction. And with gambling addiction comes people losing, many people, tens of thousands of people, losing money they can't afford to lose, losing relationships, losing their family, losing their job, losing their health and their mental health, and in the worst case, self-harming. This is what I'm very pleased the member for Clare has raised this, Deputy Speaker, the issue of suicide, because we like to just push that aside. It's unpalatable to talk about. But we know for a fact out of the UK that something like 5% of people who gamble, who have a gambling addiction, attempt suicide in any 1 year. We know for a fact that in Australia, more than 400 people suicide any 1 year as a direct result of gambling addiction. In other words, since the Murphy report was released more than 2 years ago, approaching 1,000 Australians have taken their life because of their gambling addiction, and yet we come in here and we pat each other on the back and say what a grand job we're doing. We're not doing a grand job at all. And why is this? Why is it so hard for a government to simply implement the bipartisan or tripartisan unanimous recommendations of the Murphy report more than 2 years ago? I'll tell you why, Deputy Speaker, because the government and the opposition are scared stiff of the gambling companies. The government and the opposition are scared stiff of the media companies. The government and the opposition, they're scared stiff of the major sporting codes who profit from the bets that are laid on their games, from the NRL, from the AFL. That's what this comes down to. It comes down to gutless policymakers who are not prepared to stand up to these thugs and put the public interest ahead of the corporate interests of the gambling companies, the media companies and the major sporting codes. That's what it comes down to. Anyone who's listening into this debate out in the community, they won't just be disappointed, Deputy Speaker, they'll be distressed. There's every chance they know someone with a gambling addiction. It could be their mum or their dad or their brother or their sister or their son or their daughter or their friend or their work colleague. And they look at us and they hear our debates and they think, how can those politicians be so selfish and so clueless and so weak? Because that's what it comes down to, Deputy Speaker. I've been banging away on this for a long time, and a lot of Australians have been banging away on this for a long time. And we will keep taking this fight up to the government and the alternative government until they grow a backbone and they stare down these powerful vested interests. Because until they do, people will keep suffering, people will keep dying, and the public will have had a gut fall with the political class. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. When we talk about men's health, we often think about the physical side, like getting checked, staying active and eating right. But one of the biggest challenges facing men today is something that's much harder to see. It's the mental toll gamble takes on too many of our mates, our sons and our fathers. Gambling can start as some harmless fun, a few bets on the weekend or a punt on the footy. But for some blokes, it becomes something much darker. It leads to stress, shame, financial trouble and broken relationships. It can push people to breaking point and tear families apart.
As Special Envoy for Men's Health, I have met men who have lost everything to gambling and are too embarrassed to tell their families. Men who thought they were alone when they are not the only... men who thought they were alone when they are not, and who just need someone to listen and lend them a hand. That is why the Albanese Labor government takes gambling harm very seriously. Because it's not just about the money, Deputy Speaker. It's about the mental health, families, community, and giving people back control over their lives. Speaker, since 2022, we have delivered the most significant gambling harm reduction reforms in more than a decade. We have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering, so no one is gambling with borrowed money. We have launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, given people a real way to block themselves from every licensed online betting service in this country. We have made wagering companies send customers monthly statements showing them exactly how much they have won or lost. We have funded specialist financial counselling to support people who are struggling with gambling harm. We have introduced the mandatory ID checks for online betting accounts, national staff training, and new evidence-based advertising taglines to stop companies from downplaying risks and exploiting vulnerable Australians. We have also taken steps to protect young people. New minimum classifications for video games means that those simulated gambling are now rated R+, and games with loot boxes must be rated M. Speaker, parents and carers can also now see what their kids are being exposed to and make informed choices about games that are entertaining in their homes. These reforms are already working. As of September 2025, nearly 50,000 Australians have registered with BetStop. Around 80% are aged 40 or under, and almost 40% have chosen to exclude themselves for life. That tells us many Australians, especially young men, are looking for help and want a way out, a fresh start, Speaker. The Australian Communications and Media Authority has also blocked more than 1,300 illegal gambling websites since 2019. These dodgy sites often target those vulnerable people, and shutting them down helps protect Aussies from serious harm. We know gambling harm does not just affect the individual, it affects families, workplaces, the whole community. For every person experiencing problem gambling, up to 6 others are directly impacted. And it is around 3 million Australians being hurt by somebody else's gambling. Speaker, that is why we're investing in prevention and support services across this country, through targeted funding and ensuring that people affected by gambling have access to the help when they need it. We are also improving the transparency across the industry by making operators accountable and ensuring consumers have better information. We're helping people make informed choices. All of this is about giving Australians, particularly men, the tools and the support they need to take back control. We know blokes are reluctant to ask for help. They often feel they have to handle everything on their own, but asking for help is one of the strongest things a person can do. The more we talk about gambling and its impact on mental health, the more we break down the stigma that keeps men silent and isolated. Speaker, every time we take a step to reduce gambling harm, it's a step towards better mental outcomes for men and for everyone. It means fewer families are torn apart, fewer sleepless nights, fewer blokes feeling trapped with nowhere to turn. There is more work to do, Speaker, but we know we're on the right track. We're delivering real reforms that are making a difference because every Australian deserves to live a healthy and well life. Cheers.
Member for Curtin.
Since the very first week of my first term, my constituents have told me repeatedly that they want gambling ads banned. And despite the unanimous recommendations of the Murphy report, which I contributed to, that said we should phase out all gambling ads, the Prime Minister refuses to act. Opportunities to gamble are available 24/7, and whether it's during a footy match, a family TV show or scrolling through social media, Australians, and especially young Australians, are being relentlessly targeted by gambling ads, and Australians are outraged. And I know it's not just my community. I know that it's communities all over Australia. I know that many Labor backbenchers are being asked by their constituents to stop the gambling ads, but the Prime Minister won't let them speak up. On this issue, the Prime Minister and Labor's reliance on donations from gambling companies is the problem. When pushed to respond to the Murphy report, he gets mad. He spouts all the gambling industry talking points. He lists actions, and we've heard them again today, over and over again, that are being taken by this government, but doesn't mention that these actions are in response to the coalition government's previous review. The Prime Minister's reforms on gambling are coalition reforms that were already underway when we did this inquiry. The recommendations in the Murphy report were based on these being implemented already. The Prime Minister and the Communications Minister say that they need to strike a balance. But a balance between what? Between the big profits being made and the harm being done to everyday Australians. Now, I have a problem with the gambling debate being framed like this. How much profit to a gambling company, TV station or sports code justifies another life being destroyed by gambling addiction? If it's the viability of the TV stations and the sports codes that you want to protect, there is a solution. Last year, gambling companies spent $130 million on TV ads. The TV stations say they'll go broke or have to pull local news without gambling ad revenue. But we can keep the TV stations in business. If you look closely, gambling ad revenue represents less than 4% of TV stations' reported ad revenue of $3.3 billion. This is a problem that we can solve. The sports codes say they won't be able to offer junior sport without their gambling revenue, although they're coy about admitting how much they actually make from gambling companies. If we assume about $50 million for each of the NRL and the AFL, that's $100 million a year. So combined, we're looking at total ad revenue from TV gambling ads and the sports codes of $230 million a year. Now, if this is genuinely the problem, I have a solution. Let's charge the gambling companies a levy on every bet placed, which we can use to wean our media and our sports codes off their ad revenue and pay for the industry regulation we desperately need. In 23-24, Australians placed $254 billion in bets. Now, that's an extraordinary figure. In fact, it's more than 1,000 times the amount needed to replace lost revenue for media and sports codes if we banned gambling ads. 1,000 times. So let's say we introduce a 0.5% levy on bets for gambling companies to pay. So for every dollar wagered, half of a cent goes to Treasury. That would deliver $1.2 billion. Now, with that revenue, the government could roll out a national advertising campaign, replacing all the existing gambling ads with public health messages. Media companies would get their ad revenue, and those ads would be doing good, not evil. And replacing all the ads on every platform would cost us less than a quarter of the $1.2 billion. Then, the government could provide the sports codes with transitional funding until they find new non-gambling partners, or we could provide ongoing funding. We could also afford to establish a strong independent gambling regulator in line with the committee's recommendations to properly regulate the industry and reduce harm. Right now, the de facto national regulator is the Northern Territory Racing and Gaming Commission, and they have proven they are not up to the task. Now, after solving all these problems, we would still have hundreds of millions of dollars to support people experiencing gambling harm and more to fix the hole in the budget. This solution isn't radical. A levy was proposed under Recommendation 9 of the Murphy report. A levy cannot be used as an excuse not to further regulate the gambling industry, but it can neutralise the financial obstacles. A generation ago, we banned tobacco ads when we realised the damage they were doing. The Prime Minister needs to listen to Australians and the members in this place, including in his own party, and tell his gambling company mates that their winning streak...
I give the call to member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Gambling harm affects too many Australians and too many people in my electorate of Maribyrnong. With my background in mental health, I recognise the importance of supporting people when they need it. Behind every statistic is a story, someone struggling quietly, a family under stress, a young person drawn in before they truly understand the risks. This Labor government recognises that, and we're acting, because protecting Australians from gambling harm isn't about stopping people from enjoying a bet. It's about making sure that when they do, it's safe, responsible and fair. It is a complex challenge demanding a considered and thorough approach, and that matters deeply in Maribyrnong, a community with a proud and long-standing racing heritage. I want to recognise we are the home to Flemington and the Race That Stops the Nation and Moonee Valley, the Cox Plate, two of Australia's most iconic races and race courses that are part of our identity, both of which are enjoying right now the celebration of the Spring Carnival. These tracks and racing clubs provide jobs for trainers and jockeys and stable hands and hospitality staff, supporting local businesses and bringing the energy and excitement into the heart of our community. But the way Australians gamble has changed. What was once a punt at the track or a flutter on Cup Day has become a 24-hour industry that lives in our phones, in our pockets and across every sporting code. And with that shift has come growing harm, particularly young Australians. In 23-24, Australians lost around $32.2 billion in gambling. More than $8 billion of that came from wagering online. It is estimated that more than 3 million Australians feel the flow-on effects of gambling harm. And that is why this government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction reforms that we've seen in over a decade. Practical reforms designed to reduce harm and restore fairness. Yeah. We know that gambling harm can have devastating effects on individuals, families and communities. That is why this government has taken decisive and practical action to give Australians more control and more protection. We have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering because no one should be gambling with money they do not have. We've launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, allowing Australians to exclude themselves from all licensed online wagering services for as little as 3 months or for life. Since its launch in August 23, more than 49,000 Australians have registered, with 31,000 active exclusions and almost 40% choosing a lifetime ban. These statistics are powerful stories about people taking back control. We've also required monthly activity statements from betting companies so customers can clearly see what they've won and lost. We've introduced nationally consistent self-training, mandatory customer ID verification and new evidence-based responsible gambling taglines to replace the marketing spin that once dominated wagering ads. We've provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling, supporting people and families affected by problem gambling. And we've taken steps to protect young Australians through classification reform, ensuring video games with simulated gambling now carry an R18+ rating, and those with loot boxes are rated M, so parents know what their children are being exposed to. These reforms are grounded in evidence, guided by compassion, and led by the Minister for Communications, who has made protecting Australians online a clear priority. Since 2019, ACMA has blocked more than 1,300 illegal gambling websites, cutting off dangerous offshore operators from targeting Australians. And the independent review of BetStop is well underway to ensure the system continues to work effectively, to adapt to new changes and challenges and remain a reliable tool for Australians seeking protection. Deputy Speaker, the people of Maribyrnong can be proud of our racing history, proud of the tradition, the sport and the sense of community it brings. But we can also be honest about the risks that arise from gambling that has moved beyond the racetrack and into every corner of daily life. Right across Australia, we're working hard to build a future where people can enjoy the things they love, like racing and sport, without the hidden harms that come with them. We recognise there is more to do, and we remain steadfast and clear-eyed on doing that important work. Thank you.
Member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, we all know the statistics, but they bear repeating. Australians per capita lose more money to gambling than any other country on earth, $31.5 billion a year, and as many as 20% of suicides in Australia are caused by gambling. A 2023 study found that nearly 3/4 of Australian adults had gambled in the last 12 months, and of those, almost half were classified as being at some risk of gambling harm. Australia, we have a gambling problem. But the good news is that we know a simple, practical steps to tackle them, and that is banning gambling advertising. And why do I say that it's simple and practical? It's straightforward to implement. We've done it before with tobacco advertising. It works. It's been effective in Spain, and the bans have now also been put in place in Belgium, Italy, the Netherlands and Germany. It's politically easy and would sail through Parliament because the Australian public overwhelmingly, at a rate of 76%, support a total ban on gambling advertising. And yet, here we are, well over 2 years after Peter Murphy achieved the near impossible, a multi-partisan consensus on a total ban on gambling advertising, and nearly 6 months since the Albanese government's landslide 94-seat victory in this federal election, it has still not occurred. And it's confounding. The usual approach which is to tell the most harrowing, damaging, tragic tales of gambling harm, is not working. Those stories have been told. The government has been begged the grief-stricken families repeatedly, but nothing changes. So today I thought I'd reorient the discourse. A few weeks ago, as mentioned by the member for Clare, we were lucky enough to hear in this place from one of Australia's most beloved cricketers, Usman Khawaja, and alongside families of people who had lost loved ones to the damaging impacts of gambling and survivors who had managed to escape its clutches, Usman told us about 2 other impacts which aren't usually discussed as frequently, although constituents in Bradfield have written to me about the first of these. And the first is that the impact gambling has on our children's experience of sport. Everyone knows that gambling ads saturate television and online coverage of games. And kids these days are as likely to know the odds of their favourite players scoring the first try in a rugby league match as they are to know how many tries he scored in that season or how many premierships her team has won. Sport and gambling have become inextricably linked. And is this how we want children and families to experience sport in this country? Sport has been a core part of Australian identity for all our lifetimes, and it's such a positive part of our identity, teaching as it does lessons of hard work, perseverance, teamwork, health, fitness, achievement, and much more. Do we now want something so positive and so wholesome to be correlated with something as negative and destructive as gambling? Anyone who's watched a football game on commercial television, caught up with the basketball highlights on YouTube, or gone to the pub with friends to watch the T20 cricket match is all too familiar with the pervasiveness of gambling advertising. Sports should be for sport's sake, not to make a quick buck or to get a quick added thrill by placing a cheeky bet. And the second, less discussed aspect of harm created by gambling is that experienced indirectly by our athletes. Usman explained that athletes can be targeted by punters who have lost money on matches the punters have gambled on. And in some instances, athletes are targeted and even doxed when large gambling losses are suffered and the punters blame the athlete. Clearly, this impacts the well-being of athletes, and it's an unnecessary condition to the scrutiny that they are already under and the stress that they already experience. And I raise these issues that Usman raised for an important reason. The horrific stories that we're used to hearing about the impacts of gambling, family breakdowns, ruined careers, suicide, bankruptcy, are apparently not cutting through. How many victims do we have to drag through this place, having them retell their harrowing stories, re-traumatising them before something is done? We have a landmark Murphy report. We have the public crying out for action, but nothing. No action from this government. The stories of heartbreak and loss apparently do not move the members that comprise this government. So maybe stories of kids now linking sport with gambling and its negative impacts on athletes will. The crossbench will keep up the fight on this. The government can bet on it.
Member for Moreton.
Speaker, and I thank the member for Clare for raising this incredibly important issue. And to the member before, I say the stories of heartbreak and loss affect me. The stories of heartbreak and loss affect everyone on this side of the chamber. And the stories of heartbreak and loss are those of so many Australians. Australians who have been affected by this include mothers, include fathers, include friends, include work colleagues. And Deputy Speaker, I, like so many other Australians, have seen the reports. I've seen the reports on television. We've seen the reports in the papers. We read about them. We see them online. These are reports that are upsetting. These are reports that are deeply concerning. And these are reports that are disturbing. Deputy Speaker, I believe that Australians deserve protection when it comes to gambling harm. I believe that we must work as a government to reduce gambling harm significantly and particularly online. And, Deputy Speaker, I believe that practical action is what's required. It is not enough to simply talk. It is not enough to simply discuss. What is required is a government that stands up and takes action to bring people with them on reform. What is required is a government that stands up and takes action to ensure that real reform gets done with tangible and practical outcomes that impact every day the lives of those people who are adversely affected by gambling harm. And, Deputy Speaker, this is that government. This is that government because this is a government that has undertaken the most significant reforms when it comes to gambling harm in the last decade. It has undertaken more reform than we have seen in a very long time. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that took action when we banned the use of credit cards and digital currency for online wagering, because government has a role to play in making sure that online wagering is more difficult for those who are problem gamblers. This is a government that launched BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, and as we have heard before, not only have we seen thousands of people self-exclude, but we know that 39% of those people have excluded themselves for life. And that's because government has a role to make sure that we lend a helping hand when people want and need to stop. This is a government that forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses, because we believe that government has a role in making sure that gambling companies are accountable to those who use their services. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that has put $31.2 million over 5 years to 32 providers for specialist financial counselling for people affected by problem gambling. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that has introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering and advertising, that has introduced nationally consistent staff training, and that has introduced established mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering. And Deputy Speaker, this is a government that has introduced new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content, because we know that all Australians deserve protection from gambling harm, and particularly young Australians deserve protection from predatory practices when it comes to gambling harm. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to young people in particular, today was the first day, and I've said this in the Fed chamber earlier, that I got to drop off my toddler at the Parliamentary daycare. I hope that she has fun. I hope that she enjoys the food. I hope that she makes friends. And importantly, when it comes to this matter, I hope that she and those friends, when they grow up, think of gambling harm as a distant memory because of governments like this that have not simply talked, but have taken action.
And the discussion has now concluded. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Report 228 AUKUS UK Collaboration, UK and Indonesian Defence Treaties, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties report into the Nuclear-Powered Submarines Partnership and Collaboration Agreement between the Australian Government and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the agreement between the Government of Australia, the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for defence and security cooperation, the agreement between the Australian Government, the Government of Australia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on the cooperation in the field of defence, and 8 minor treaty actions, the amendments to the International Convention for Safety of Life at Sea, 1974. The committee has been busy, Deputy Speaker. The AUKUS UK collaboration establishes a legal framework between Australia and the UK and the United Kingdom for the development of a new class of submarines, the SSN AUKUS. The framework addresses costs, liability, intellectual property, the UK submarine visits and rotations. At the public hearing held in October, the committee heard evidence from witnesses and identified a number of key questions regarding the agreement. As outlined in the report, these questions focused on the delivery of the SSN AUKUS submarines, the readiness of the Australian workforce, potential risks surrounding nuclear material, and questions regarding non-proliferation. At the public hearing, the committee heard that Australia will deliver its first domestically built submarine by the early 2040s. It will receive its first SSN AUKUS from the UK in the 2030s. The development and design of these submarines will create approximately 20,000 jobs in the defence, public service, industry and advanced trade sectors. The committee also heard about the dedicated pathways to facilitate entry of skilled workers into Australia specifically to support the SSN AUKUS workforce. Throughout the inquiry, the committee examined questions raised regarding nuclear waste and non-proliferation. The committee was pleased to hear that the environmental monitoring programs are in place and that the community consultation will occur and continue to occur regarding future disposal locations of nuclear waste and management. The UK Defence Treaty updates the 2014 Defence and Security Cooperation Treaty between Australia and the UK. The updated treaty strengthens collaboration in key areas including cybersecurity, military capacities and legal frameworks for visiting forces. The treaty also aims to address emerging global security challenges. Throughout the inquiry, the committee found that the treaty complements existing bilateral and multilateral arrangements, including the aforementioned AUKUS treaties. The committee also examined the treaty potential capacity to uplist and opportunities to strengthen Australia's industrial base through collaborative projects. The committee agreed that the treaty's provisions for the facilitation of joint training and operational readiness are a practical approach to bilateral defence cooperations. The Indonesian Defence Treaty replaces an existing arrangement between Australia and Indonesia, one that is binding under international law. This treaty will increase opportunities for defence collaboration and stipulates how Australia and Indonesia will conduct future defence cooperations. During the inquiry, the committee sought to examine the new treaty, including existing arrangements with other nations and safeguards for sensitive information. At the public hearing, the committee heard that the treaty will also provide a framework for protections for classified information shared between these two nations. The committee concluded that the treaty's provisions for joint training and technical collaboration offers constructive and principle-based for future cooperations. These measures will deepen Australia's ongoing defence relationship with Indonesia, one of our closest neighbours, and supports collaborative defence capacity. The report also contains 8 minor treaty actions for the amendments to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, 1974. These amendments are technical amendments and updates to the standards that support safe construction, equipment and operation of ships. The committee found that the 8 minor treaty actions are expected to have limited practical and legal financial effect on Australia, as we already have high safety standards. The committee recommends ratification of all treaties examined within this report. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend the report to the House.
Thank you. Member for Flinders.
Leave to make short remarks in relation to the treaty report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Flinders.
Thank you. I rise to speak as the Deputy Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties regarding Report 228, AUKUS-UK Collaboration, UK and Indonesia Defence Treaties. And I thank the Committee Chair, the Member for Bendigo and the Secretariat for their able and quick work in assisting the Committee, and to my fellow Committee members for their consideration and collaboration on this report. This is the second inquiry of the Treaties Committee of this Parliament, and our report made 3 recommendations to support the 3 major treaty actions reviewed and to recommend that binding treaty actions be taken. While my comments will focus on the AUKUS-UK collaboration, I acknowledge the positive outcomes of the UK and Indonesia defence treaties that were also considered and what they signify for our strategic partnerships and friendships with both the UK and Indonesia. As members can read in the report, the Nuclear-Powered Submarine Partnership and Collaboration Agreement, otherwise referred to as the AUKUS-UK Collaboration, is related to the AUKUS Trilateral Security Partnership between Australia, the UK and the US, focused on enhancing Australia's naval capabilities through the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines, or SSNs as they're known, in accordance with AUKUS Pillar 1. Announced on 15 September 2021 by the former coalition government, AUKUS aims to strengthen defence ties between the 3 nations, starting with Australia acquiring SSNs for her Navy. Since the announcement by the former coalition Prime Minister Morrison, there have been a number of key events that have contributed to advancing AUKUS to this point. On 14 March 2023, AUKUS leaders announced the optimal pathway for Australia to attain nuclear-powered submarines, SSNs, was by acquiring 2 second-hand Virginia-class and 1 new-build Virginia-class from the United States, as well as 5 SSN AUKUS submarines based on a US design, and both the UK and Australia will build those submarines. On 5 August 2024, the ANNPA was signed, enabling the transfer and cooperation on naval nuclear propulsion information and equipment. Soon after, in September 2024, the UK and Australia began negotiations on a bilateral agreement to support the SSN AUKUS program, focusing on submarine production, operations and workforce development, which has culminated in this treaty action. This collaboration represents one of the most significant treaty actions to advance our national interest in the midst of what is the most challenging strategic competition since the end of World War II. This treaty action represents the strengthening of our close ties with our key allies. It will deliver a sovereign SSN capability by the early 2040s, improving Australia's defence capabilities and industrial capacity. Nuclear-powered submarines are critical to Australia's defence strategy, offering stealth, endurance and deterrence capabilities. And these SSNs will enhance Australia's industrial and naval capacity and support regional security and stability. AUKUS will enhance our interoperability with the US Navy and the Royal Navy that will prove to be significantly beneficial for the RAN. This collaboration advances the professional opportunities for our RAN submariners, specifically through the requirement to facilitate personnel exchanges and visits of US and UK SSNs to Australian ports, specifically to HMAS Stirling in Western Australia, and offers new opportunities for Australia's defence industry. This treaty action will reinforce AUKUS members' commitment to non-proliferation obligations and safeguard our agreements with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And importantly, it will increase our capability to contribute effectively to maintaining strategic balance and peace in the Indo-Pacific region and to uphold the global rules-based order. We accept that there will be from time to time challenges that arise from AUKUS, particularly with regard to recruitment, training and retention. However, the Royal Australian Navy is a professional force amongst the very best in the world, with extraordinary capabilities, and it is up to the challenge. By serendipity, when our committee's public hearing on this treaty was occurring, I was on the last day of my 3-day placement at HMAS Cerberus in my electorate, where not only did I get to experience the life of a sailor recruit and observe and participate in their training and activities of new recruits, but I also got to meet the young men and women who will now be part of our future nuclear-powered sub-mariner force. When I first visited Cerberus 3 years ago, and indeed when I joined the crew of HMAS Rankin for the better part of a week off the waters of Western Australia back in early 2023, AUKUS felt a long way off. AUKUS is now very much present in the projects and planning of the recruits at HMAS Cerberus, and the passion and purpose of those serving there is quite an honour to behold. I thank my colleagues, the member for Fisher and the member for Dunkley, for their fine company on this program, and a big shout out to Commanding Officer Captain Ben Favell, Captain Damien Munchenberg, the Executive Officer on the base, and may I say a mighty fine baker of a birthday cake, and Commander Cameron Eastman for his kind, patient and deeply informative leadership of our program, as well as his palpable love of HMAS Cerberus, its traditions and its people. I'm very proud this week to receive Colonel Jane McBarron in my office as part of the ADF Parliamentary Exchange Program, who in a few short days has impressed me immensely and demonstrated the amazing capabilities of Australian servicemen and women. It is with absolute conviction that I say our RAN sailors are strong, courageous and selfless in placing the security and interests of our nation and the Australian people ahead of their own. The AUKUS UK collaboration encapsulates the opportunities that AUKUS will provide our nation under Pillar 1, and the encouraging element to this is that there's still plenty of work to come towards achieving the outcomes regarding advanced technologies set out in Pillar 2. I acknowledge the work of the government in continuing our commitments set out under the former coalition government, and I'm encouraged by the bipartisanship that AUKUS has inspired in promoting our national interest and improving our defence capabilities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 6 of 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Opposition? Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to present Report 5 of 2025 and table Report 6 of 2025 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. In these reports, the committee considered 44 bills and 150 new legislative instruments. It has commented on 15 bills, 2 legislative instruments, and concluded its examination of 5 bills and 1 legislative instrument. The committee has also sought additional information from relevant ministers in relation to the human rights compatibility of 8 new bills. In Report 5 of 2025, the committee commented on the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2024 Measure No. 1, Bill 2025. This Bill, now Act, removes the rules of natural justice in relation to the exercise of certain powers that facilitate the removal of non-citizens from Australia. These powers relate to the collection, use or disclosure of information, entering third country reception arrangements and issuing removal pathway directions to non-citizens. The committee previously commented on these powers when they were first introduced. The committee considered that these powers limited numerous human rights. These same human rights concerns are relevant to this bill. In particular, the committee considers that the disapplying the rules of natural justice limits right not to be expelled from a country without due process. The measure also engages Australia non-refoulement obligations. The prohibition against torture, cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment and the right to an effective remedy. The committee also notes that the bill directly affects the outcome of a case currently pending before the High Court of Australia. There is a risk that this could constitute an impermissible interference with the independence and impartiality of the judiciary, an element of the right to a fair hearing. The committee notes that the bill finally passed both houses of the Parliament in a short time frame. This meant that the committee did not have adequate time to scrutinise the bill and seek further information from the Minister in order to provide appropriate human rights advice to the Parliament. This is of particular concern to the committee given the significant human rights implications of this bill. As the bill has now passed, the committee draws these concerns to the attention of the Minister and the Parliament and makes no further comment. In Report 6 of 2025, the committee has commented on the Criminal Code Amendment State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025. This bill would allow the Commonwealth to list foreign state entities as state sponsors of terrorism, introduce new criminal offences and extend the application of Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code, which relates to control orders, preventative detention orders, continuing detention orders and extended supervision orders. The bill would also extend the application of other counter-terrorism and law enforcement powers in various acts to the new offences. The committee considers the measures in this bill limit numerous human rights. The committee considers that the criminalising certain conduct relating to state sponsors of terrorism and state terrorist acts could deter and prevent the commission of violent offences and the advocacy of national, racial or religious hatred. In doing so, the measures could promote a number of human rights, including the right to life and security of persons. However, the committee considers that the new offences and associated counter-terrorism powers would also limit multiple human rights, including the rights to freedom of expression, freedom of association, equality and non-discrimination, fair trial and liberty, as well as children's rights. The committee has previously provided detailed consideration of the counter-terrorism and the law enforcement powers that would apply to new offences. Consistent with its previous comments, the committee considers that these powers are likely to be incompatible with human rights. The committee also considers that the new offences ought to be introduced by this bill did not appear to be compatible with a number of human rights. The committee reiterates its previous recommendations with respect to terrorism offences, particularly with respect to the rights of the child. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely. With these comments, I commend the committee scrutiny report 5 and 6 of 2025 to the House.
I have to report that the Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Sorry. That the bill be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. Aye. To no. And I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Minister.
I thank the opposition. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time, and I call the clerk.
Aye.
Oh. All those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
I've received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment. The Commonwealth Workplace Protection Bill 2025 and the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes and transmit it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, the bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
Put the question. All that opinion say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. I'm going to call the clerk, sorry.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
And I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak in support of this particular bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, because this is a once-in-a-generation reform and it's there to tackle unpaid superannuation. Unpaid superannuation, Deputy Speaker, costs Australian workers $5.2 billion in 2021 and 2022 alone. And the reform that we're putting through to the House as legislation requires employers to pay superannuation at the same time as wages, rather than giving them the option of a quarterly 3-month payment once every 3 months. Currently, some employers pay immediately on payday and put the money into the super fund on that same day or within a couple of days after. Others choose to wait 3 months as the law requires them to make those payments. Now, what this legislation will do is it will strengthen the super system and it will help ensure workers receive what they're legally owed. And this is a point worth making very clear, and a mindset that we should all have as Australians, that superannuation that's paid into a super fund by an employer which is paid to workers, is not a present. It's not something out of the goodness of their hearts. It is money that is owed to workers for the work that they've done, no different than wages. It's remuneration for work done. It's just that the way that superannuation is set up, we split the wages and you get the money into your bank account so you can go off and pay your bills, etc. But part of that payment is also some money to go into your retirement fund. So I think if we hear a story where someone hasn't been paid wages, we are up in arms and it is unacceptable to our community. But when we hear of someone who perhaps has had a bit of super missing or not all their super paid, we're not outraged by it, but we should be, because it is no different than not paying your workers. It is no different. And this will assist and help workers to receive the money that's owed to them on time, correctly. And as I said, you wouldn't accept workers needing to wait months to receive their salary payments, so why should their superannuation be any different? And not only that, Deputy Speaker, receiving it weekly or fortnightly as you're paid means that the accumulation grows quicker as well than waiting every 3 months. So, Deputy Speaker, whether you work in construction or healthcare, hospitality, retail, education, aged care, agriculture or advanced manufacturing, these reforms will help ensure that more Australians get the secure retirement that they need and they deserve. And I think a lot of people that are affected by this are young people. And I suppose it's because superannuation seems to be such a distant, long time away before they actually receive the benefits of it. But also many young people who are going into the workforce for the very first time may not be aware of all the laws, the industrial relation laws, may not even be aware that they're entitled to a certain percentage of their salary going into superannuation. But I suppose, Deputy Speaker, as you get older and as you age in your employment, those benefits seem to be more at the forefront of your thinking. But over time, benefits of compounding earnings become obvious and this bill will make a significant impact on those retirement balances of individuals, both young workers, people in the workforce and people nearing retirement age. It's estimated that for the average 25-year-old worker's retirement balance of receiving more frequent and earlier super contributions will be the equivalent of receiving an additional $6,000 in today's money. And that is, again, that accumulation formula, that if the money goes into your account quicker, earlier, it then starts accumulating money for the recipient. From the 1st of July of 2026, the new law will state that employers must ensure super contributions are received by the employee's superannuation fund within 7 business days of payday, or they will be liable for the superannuation guarantee charge. The bill also updates the super guarantee charge to better target employers' behaviour and ensure employees are compensated for delays, including through the notional earning and penalties. In other words, the notional earning would be the days where the money hasn't gone into the account. What they would have earned on those days would have to be paid. Deputy Speaker, I believe that employers do the right thing and pay their employees the super that they're owed. The majority of employers do the right thing. They employ people, they look after their employees. But of course, this is not always the case, and we have all heard of stories where people haven't been paid or haven't been paid the right amounts or are owed money. And of course, I've seen many people in my electorate office who've come to see me about not receiving their super payments. And it's been reported that some businesses actually use the super entitlements to manage cash flow. So if you're doing it tough in a business, and many businesses are doing it tough, but we have to ensure that we have laws in place that protects the workers who turn up to work to use their labour in return for remuneration, so then they can go off and pay their bills and look after their families. So it's a terrible thing when people are using money that's meant to be going to the employer for their cash flows or for other personal issues. And this can always lead to super being paid late, being underpaid, or not being paid at all. And as I said, we've seen this many times in my electorate office where people have turned up to find some form of getting that payment back to them. The ATO estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021-22. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. So that money's been earned through the labour that they've put in, but have not received payment for that labour. And that's important to get in that mindset that superannuation is no different than your salary or your wage. It is a remuneration for the work that you have done, and we should be up in arms when that happens. Unpaid super disproportionately affects younger workers, as I said, and those in insecure work, part-time work, vulnerable communities, female workforce. These are the people who can least afford to miss out on retirement savings. And in a typical ATO investigation of an unpaid super case, a worker, just the sort of average case is that a worker's missed out on 2 years of superannuation worth of super contributions. Now, for the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money would reduce their retirement saving for approximately $32,000 for an average worker in today's dollars. When employers go bust, the impact is even more severe, Deputy Speaker. For an average 35-year-old, missing out on super from a liquidated business could leave their retirement balance worse off, over $90,000 in today's dollars again. In an August 2024 Super Members Council report found that Australia's $4 trillion superannuation system is one of the most robust and effective retirement schemes in the world. And it covers 90% of employees with medium balances of around $200,000 for workers nearing their retirement. However, the report found that too many Australians are not paid the legal super entitlements. So that $4 trillion could quite easily go up to $5-6 trillion in funds that then is used for a whole range of things: infrastructure, loans, housing. The benefits go back to the super fund, and then back to the member of that super fund, the person that's been contributing to that super fund, meaning more money in their retirement. We know that people who are denied the full benefits of our superannuation system will be shortchanged in retirement. And the Super Member Council modelling showed that, again, 2021 to 22 financial year, 2.8 million Australians missed out on $5.1 billion in legal super entitlements. And that's just the people that we're aware of. Over 9 years, Australians miss out on $41.6 billion, and the average affected worker missed out on 1.8 thousand in super in a year. And this can mean, as I said, more than $30,000 on average less in retirement savings for a typical worker. And the problem, of course, is getting worse with Australians losing more money at a higher average. The Superannuation Member Council analysis also shows that those in insecure work, as I mentioned earlier, lower income earners, migrants, vulnerable communities, younger workers, people with disabilities, are most likely to be affected by someone not paying their super. And relatively lower paid women are actually affected, and workers in these groups often face broader inequities which can be exacerbated and extended to retirement if they're not paid their super. And younger Australians are the most likely to be affected by unpaid super, with 31%, or almost 1 in 3 workers, Deputy Speaker, in young Australians in their 20s, and 28% in their 30s affected in 21-22. Deputy Speaker, Australians over 60 approaching retirement are also more likely than average to have unpaid super at 28%. Many older Australians' primary reasons for working beyond 60 or 67 years of age is because they cannot afford to retire. So unpaid super is arguably delaying their retirement. Sadly, examples of Australians being ripped off make it into our electorate offices, and I'm sure every person in this place would have seen an example where someone's come to see us to talk to us about not having received their superannuation. Just one example: a couple of weeks ago in my electorate office, Nathaniel, who was called, his name's Nathaniel, who received no superannuation contributions from his employer over a 4-year period, none at all. During this time, he completed an apprenticeship with the company. He was paid for 38 hours per week, despite frequently, he was telling me, working significantly more than 38 hours. He's reportedly owed $24,000 approximately in super, and based on an annual shortfall of approximately $6,000 per year, which wasn't paid. And understandably, Nathaniel has left his job due to not being paid properly and his employer's failure to meet those super obligations and to pay him the correct overtime, etc. So this bill will prevent unpaid superannuation for Australians and protect others. It'll protect others from financial hardship like that experienced by Nathaniel, who came to see me. And Nathaniel's not the only one. Every so often I have someone coming in. Many times I find young apprentices who'll come in with their dads because they've spoken to their father. They don't know too much about the law. They're not too up to date with what superannuation is, how much it should be. And many times I see a father and son in my office, usually an apprentice who hasn't been paid their super. And it's not just employees who are being ripped off, Deputy Speaker. It's unfair for businesses as well, who do the right thing and pay their employees' entitlements in full and on time. They have to compete with businesses perhaps that don't. So it's not only unfair on the people that aren't receiving it, but also on businesses that do the right thing. And it's also unfair on taxpayers, because if someone is going to retire with less money, it means they're more likely to go along to their local Centrelink office and ask for some form of social security payment. So who's paying that social security payment? The taxpayer, the Australian taxpayer is. So An employee that doesn't pay his superannuation to an employee, the people that miss out are the employee, perhaps other businesses who can't compete because it's an unfair competition with another business who's not paying when they are, and thirdly, and most importantly, the Australian taxpayer, because that means Australian taxpayers have to fork out more to keep the social security system going. So this case for reform is clear, it's compelling, and this is why this government's acting. Deputy Speaker, again, I'll go to the point that I made. Superannuation is not a gift. It is not something that someone gives to you out of the kindness of their heart. Maybe some do. But the reality is that superannuation is remuneration for work that's been done by an employee. And that is quite straightforward. If we weren't paying wages, community would be up in arms. Well, superannuation is the same thing. It's a result of non-payment.
Before I call the member for Lala, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. And I give the call now to the member for Lala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. Early money is like yeast. It makes the dough rise. The principles of Emily's list is early investment in female candidates attracts more funding for female candidates and leads to more members of Parliament being women, something Labor women live and completely understand. The same principles apply to superannuation. The early money, the compounding of that money over time gathers itself and creates more dough. This legislation is part of a strong Labor tradition. We created superannuation, we created this system, and we are working to ensure it is sustainable and working to make sure it is fair. The bill in front of the House confronts an issue that has affected millions of Australians: unpaid superannuation. Unpaid superannuation cost Australians $5.2 billion in 21-22. The reforms presented require employees to pay super at the same time as wages, ensuring that employees are more easily able to keep track and employers are reminded more often of their responsibilities. The Albanese Labor government is committed to strengthening the super system and ensuring that Australian workers receive what they are legally owed. And let's have a look. It means a lot in my electorate. And I want you to remember while we're doing this that the electorate of Lalor is one of the youngest electorates in the country. So we have a lot of people in their first years of employment. The median super member in Lalor is $14,300 compared to $62,300 in Australia. The unpaid super rate is higher than the national average. 35% of workers in Lalor saw their super not fully paid in the year 20 to 21. Over 29,000 workers missed out on an average of $1,300, totalling $13.8 million across the electorate. That means that around 1 in 3 people in my electorate have faced unpaid super. That's just not fair. My electorate experienced unpaid super 8% more on average than all Australians. Unpaid super disproportionately affects the population of younger employees in my electorate. These reforms will ensure that the young individuals in my electorate are receiving their fair share and that the money is being invested in their futures. The superannuation guarantee charge is also being updated to target the employer behaviour and ensure employees are compensated for delays. Employers will face a charge if an employee's super is not paid within the 7-day timeframe or in full. These charges incentivise employers to pay employees super on time. Our government is ensuring that employees face fair working conditions, and superannuation is part of that. The government has committed $404.1 million for the operation and implementation of these introduced reforms. They're incredibly important reforms, incredibly important for individuals in my electorate, not just now, but into their futures, to ensure that they have a dignified retirement in the longer term. The Albanese government is delivering more for low-income workers in this cost of living crisis, because as announced by the Treasurer, reforms to the low-income superannuation tax offset will also come to this place and ensure that the financial burden is eased upon those who are vulnerable. The income threshold will increase from $37,000 to $45,000. The maximum rebate is increasing from $500 to $810. These will boost the super of 9,100 low-income earners in my electorate, around 4 million across my electorate. Around $4 million across the electorate. With these reforms, the government will deliver a more secure retirement for an additional 1.3 million Australians, 60% of them being women. The average increase in listo payments will be $410, leading to a potential increase in super funds by $15,000. The additional super allows Australians to invest into their future. Workers who benefit from this reform include 100,000 sales assistants, 50,000 administrative workers, 50,000 aged and disabled carers. These workers are absolutely critical to the very fabric that make up Australia. The total number of Australians eligible for listo increases to 3.1 million with these changes. The average annual listo payment will increase by a third, from $280 to $375. In my community, 56% of those who benefit will be women. That means 5,096 women in my community will benefit due to the policy that we are introducing. This is really critical legislation, and it's a Labor tradition to strengthen superannuation, just as it's been a Labor tradition to strengthen Medicare. Further reforms announced by the Treasurer also include introducing a second threshold on earnings of large balances over $10 million and large balance thresholds of $3 million. These changes will also go to make superannuation fairer. These policies will continue to affect less than 0.5% of all Australians, and there are 14 times as many people who will benefit from the boost to listo as there are people in the other categories. Another measure that the Albanese government has introduced, of course, is paying super on Commonwealth paid parental leave. Within my community, data shows that on average men have an extra $1,900 funds in their super account compared to women. Addressing the fund discrepancy and building on policies to bridge that gap protects Australian women. The Albanese Labor government is a government that stands behind women, behind young people. We are there for all of Australia. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of a government that is working to make sure that superannuation is sustainable and it's fairer, and it means that workers, young workers in my electorate, can count on this government to make sure they're getting every cent that they work for. Thank you.
Yeah. And I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Today I want to take the opportunity to speak in strong support of Payday Super, reform that is not only overdue but transformational, reform that restores fairness to our superannuation system and protects the excitement for retirement shared by millions of Australians. This is a bill about respect for all workers in Australia, about wages earned but never delivered, about the core principle that every Australian worker deserves the full value of their labour, paid on time, without delay or excuse. Payday Super will finally require employers to pay superannuation at the same time as wages, ending the outdated and unfair system that has allowed billions in unpaid super to accumulate out of sight and out of reach of Australian workers. Through my life, I have worked many jobs before joining Parliament. But whether I was serving finger-licking good chicken at KFC or working as a cash and transit officer, one thing was a constant throughout: adding to my super, slowly but surely, getting ready for retirement. I wasn't thinking about compound interest or retirement balances at 18. I was just trusting that the system would do right by me. That is the trust every worker places in their employer and in their government, and that is the trust this reform protects. Unfortunately, the Australian Taxation Office has estimated that $5.2 billion in super was unpaid in 2021 to 22 alone. That is $100 million every single week that workers put in the hard yards for but never received. That is not just a number on a page. It is a real loss felt by real people. People in my electorate, young workers saving for their first home, parents returning to work, older Australians edging closer and closer to retirement. Super is not a bonus that employers should be able to opt in or out of receiving. It is deferred wages. It belongs to the workers from the moment they clock on to their shifts, and this parliament has a responsibility to ensure they receive every single dollar. And I'm glad my colleagues have acted on their responsibility. Unpaid super disproportionately affects younger Australians, women, casual workers and those in insecure employment. People who can least afford to miss out today, let alone in years' time. In the north, across Elizabeth, Salisbury and Gawler, there are thousands of people working multiple jobs, raising families, planning for their future. They don't have the time to chase up unpaid super. Under the quarterly system, many only discover unpaid super years later, when the employer has collapsed or the debt is unrecoverable. Quite frankly, to me that doesn't seem like a fair go to a lot of people who are already doing it tough. In a typical ATO investigation, a worker has missed nearly 2 years of super contributions, and if they are 35 years old, that can reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000. If their employer goes under, that loss can potentially exceed $90,000. That is the difference between financial security and financial hardship in retirement. These are not hypothetical scenarios. They're happening now. They're happening in our electorates. They're happening in industries that employ some of the lowest paid workers in the country, workers in my own electorate. Payday super stops the damage before it happens. It requires super to be paid in real time, so workers can see their super landing in their account as soon as they are paid. From 1 July 2026, superannuation guarantee payments must be made at the same time as wages and must reach the super fund within 7 business days. This reform empowers workers with visibility by ensuring workers across the country can check their account on payday and know their future is being secured one contribution at a time. The Payday Super Bill also gives the ATO the ability to intervene early and enforce this bill, before debts spiral out of control and before workers become shortchanged. Using single-touch payroll data and super fund reporting, the ATO will be able to detect unpaid super in near real time, a significant step forward for compliance, transparency and responsibility for all employers. That is how we stop workers losing thousands of dollars in compounding returns. That is how we ensure accountability in every workplace. It sends a clear message that super is not optional or discretionary, but a compulsory part of wages that must be honoured every single payday. This bill also strengthens the superannuation guarantee charge, the penalty employers face when they fail to meet their obligations. Under the new system, the penalty will apply to each payday missed, ensuring consistent compliance and real consequences. The new bill includes additional changes such as notional earnings, compensating workers for lost investment returns, administrative uplift, ensuring enforcement costs are covered, and choice loading, penalising employers who fail to pay into a worker's chosen fund. Employers who repeatedly fail to comply, even after being warned, will face penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid super amount, ensuring no employer can game the system and that each worker is paid their fair and hard-earned wages. Now, it is worth noting this is not about punishing small businesses doing the right thing. It's about creating a fair system where everyone plays by the same rules, and those who do the right thing are rewarded, not disadvantaged. It is about protecting workers from exploitation and ensuring responsible employers are not undercut by those who break the rules. The majority of Australian employers already pay super on time. They welcome this reform because it levels the playing field and rewards compliance. Aligning super with payroll also reduces administrative complexity. Instead of batching payments every quarter, employers will simply include super in their payroll software, providing clarity and predictability in their cash flow management. The government has committed $404.1 million to ensure smooth implementation, including digital infrastructure, compliance systems and support for employers and payroll providers. The ATO will adopt a supportive approach in the first year. Employers who make genuine efforts to comply will be supported, not penalised, ensuring a smooth transition across the economy. This reform is backed by industry, by super funds, by unions, by consumer groups and, importantly, by hard-working individuals looking forward to a retirement across Australia. Workers want certainty. They want safety in retirement, and they want peace of mind knowing that every hour they work is contributing to their future. Payday Super delivers that. Here, the impacts of inaction are too great. Every year we delay is another year that billions go missing from the super balances and the back pockets of hard-working Aussies. Delaying this reform means more workers retiring with less, means taxpayers shouldering a higher-aged pension burden, and it means younger generations carrying the cost of unpaid entitlements from the past. We cannot allow that to happen. Superannuation is one of the great pillars of economic security in this country. It has lifted millions of Australians out of poverty and retirement, and this reform ensures that that promise is upheld for future generations. In communities like mine, super is an all-too-real lifeline and safeguard for the future. It is the difference between retiring with comfort or retiring with uncertainty, between being able to afford medicines, rent, heating and food, or having to make impossible choices. When super is not paid, when it is delayed, when it is withheld, it's not just a financial loss, it is a breach of trust. Payday Super restores that trust. It ensures that when a young hospitality worker in Salisbury starts their shift, they know their super is accruing on that day, not months later. It ensures that when a single mother who may just rejoin the workforce, her super is paid in full and on time, building her security for retirement. It ensures that every worker, no matter their industry, no matter their income, has control, visibility and certainty over their retirement savings. This reform also supports gender equality because women, who are more likely to work casually or take leave from work for caregiving reasons or purposes, are disproportionately impacted by unpaid super. Paying super on payday means women will no longer face months of compounding loss when their super is delayed, just because they had to take time off work for more important issues. Ensuring timely super payments helps close the retirement gap and supports intergenerational wealth creation. This is not just a financial change, it is a social justice measure, a fairness measure, a nation-building measure. It makes sure that whether you're retiring in the near future or decades away, that the Australian government is looking after you. It upholds the core Australian value that if you work hard and contribute, the nation will stand by you in return. And it is about ensuring Australians retire with safety, not anxiety. It's about making sure superannuation delivers on its promise for every worker, not just those in high income or secure employment. Yesterday, during question time, the opposition met the mention of this bill with jeers and disapproval. Now, some might see and hear those jeers as being directed at the government, but I heard them as being directed at working Australians who expect their super to be paid on time. It showed exactly who they stand with and who we stand with. Where they see inconvenience for some employers doing the wrong thing, we see justice for millions of workers. And that just shows the difference between us and those opposite. And that's the difference the Australian public voted for. Because the truth is simple. If you pay wages on payday, you can pay super on payday. That's fair. If you can process payroll, you you can process super. We should not accept excuses when the cost of inaction is borne by workers. Failing to act now means condemning future generations to retire with less, despite having worked just as hard in life. Every dollar in unpaid super is a dollar stolen from someone's future, from their retirement, from their ability to live with financial security after a lifetime of work. Payday super stops that theft. It ensures that no employer, whether it's a blue-chip multinational or the local fish and chip shop, can use the quarterly delay as a cash flow mechanism at the expense of their workers. It ends the practice of quietly accumulating super debts until they are too large to recover. This reform will build a fairer economy, stronger retirement system and a more secure future for all Australians. It reflects the voices of everyday Australians who have been calling for this change for years. It is supported by data, by evidence, by the lived experience of workers in every electorate in this country, and it ensures our super system continues to be one of the strongest in the world, delivering for Australians today and for generations to come. Speaker, in the North we pride ourselves on hard work and doing the right thing on fairness. And I am sure across the 150 electorates in Australia, the concept of hard work for fair pay is not a foreign one. Payday super reflects and supports those values. It ensures that a student at TAFE or university working part-time at Woolies stacking shelves doesn't have to worry about whether their job is doing right by them, and that they all receive their full entitlements on time, in full, without question. It gives certainty to workers in every industry, from retail and hospitality to construction and care, that their future is protected the moment they clock on. This reform is about trust in our system, trust in our laws, trust in our parliament to act in the interest of working people. It sends a clear signal that the outdated era of unpaid delayed super is over, replaced by a modern system built on transparency and accountability. Passing this bill is not only the right thing to do, it is the necessary thing to do. It is the fair thing to do, and it is the urgent thing to do. I commend Payday Super to the House. I urge all members to support it without delay, because every day we wait, Australians lose money they have worked hard to earn. Workers deserve better, and this bill deserves it.
I call the member for Gordon.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, brought forward by Minister Merlino, and I commend him for doing so. Acting Speaker, when I was 15, I worked in hospo. During this time, my boss signed me up as a trainee so he could pay me less, and he got away with it. I know what it feels like to be taken advantage of by your employer, and so do millions of Australians. The ATO estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021 to 22. $5.2 billion. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. Payday super is a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super, because workers deserve to get paid their full entitlements, and Australians deserve to retire with confidence and with financial security. Super is an entitlement for workers, like salary or wages, and unpaid super is a form of wage theft. This bill will put a stop to that. This bill is important. I know that the effects of what we vote for in this chamber will be felt right across the country, and I know it will be felt in my electorate in Melbourne's western suburbs. Gorton is one of the fastest growing electorates in the country. There are 70 babies born a week in the city of Melton alone. We are young, with an average age of 35, many with young families, and we are diverse. In so many ways, my electorate is a microcosm of multicultural Australia, with its vitality, rich cultural and linguistic makeup, and its aspirations for the future. A good, hard-working community like mine doesn't deserve to be taken advantage of by their employers, and they deserve to be paid fairly, as do all Australians. In a typical unpaid super case for a 35-year-old, recovering their super leaves their retirement balance more than $30,000 better off in today's dollars. For the average 25-year-old's worker's retirement balance, this is the equivalent
of receiving an extra $6,000 in today's dollars. And when employers go bust, the impact is even more severe. For an average 35-year-old, missing out on super from a liquidated business could leave their retirement balance over $90,000 worse in today's dollars. This reform will help ensure that workers actually receive the super they're owed when they're owed it. It means a more secure retirement for Aussies right around the country. From the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super at the same time as paying wages, instead of paying it quarterly. It means that employees will receive their super in their funds within 7 business days of payday. It ensures that workers receive what they're legally owed, and it strengthens our super system. This is to make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier, before debts become too difficult to recover. And then there's a superannuation guarantee change. This is a penalty employers will face when they fail to pay their super on time. The new framework will make sure that the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday your boss fails to pay super in full and on time. It includes notional earnings, which compensates employees for the investment returns they miss out on due to a late payment. It includes an administrative uplift, which is an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcing the framework and to incentivise employers to voluntarily rectify these missed payments. And it includes choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay super in your chosen super fund. Employers who continue not to employ their employees' super, even after the ATO has raised a super guarantee charge, will face higher penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. And employers who voluntarily disclose and have good compliance history will see their fees reduced. These changes are designed to encourage employers to fix mistakes quickly so that workers are fairly compensated when their boss falls short. And this isn't the fault of any employee when they don't get paid super. It's the fault of their boss, and those employees should be compensated for that lost pay. These are the new changes, and it's fair for Australians to ask how, practically speaking, they will be implemented. To enforce these changes, the ATO will use single-touch payroll data, which employers already report, and match it with data from super funds to detect missed payments in near real time. This data matching capability allows the ATO to intervene earlier, reducing the risk of large debts building up and increasing the chance of recovery for workers who aren't getting paid their fair share of super. To support employers to meet their obligations in the first year of this legislation being implemented, employers who make a genuine attempt to comply, even if they face technical issues, will not be targeted by ATO compliance. And this reform really is good for everyone. It helps reduce administrative pressures and the risk of large liabilities for employers. This is because the reform aligns super with payroll, meaning there's pressure taken off that end-of-quarter paperwork. But when we're talking in practicalities, this legislation needs to pass through Parliament House now. We need this bill to pass as soon as possible to give employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO time to build the systems needed for implementation by the 1st of July 2026. The longer we wait, the more workers miss out, and the harder it becomes to recover all of that unpaid super. That's why we're introducing this legislation now. It's why we're passing it through Parliament, because we know the importance of building a fairer, better system, and we know the impact that a better system will have on the lives of everyday Australians. Don't get me wrong, this bill is important for all Australians, but for Aussie women, this bill is a game changer. Unpaid super disproportionately affects more vulnerable Australians, younger workers, casual workers and those in insecure work. Ironically, these are the people who can least afford to miss out on their retirement savings. And a lot of the time, when we're talking about those on lower paid, casual and insecure work, we're talking about women. We have a serious problem in this country when it comes to women's pay. Women historically earn less. Today, the national gender pay gap is sitting at 11.5%. Women are more likely to take significant breaks in their careers, putting them on the back foot when they re-enter the workforce. Women are less likely to be promoted into higher-paying management roles. Women have less savings in their super when they retire. The gender super gap is about $50,000 for Australians nearing retirement. $50,000 less for women to live out their retirement on, because nurses, teachers, aged care workers and hairdressers are amongst those in casual and insecure work. Part of the issue is that those women in those fields aren't getting their fair share of super. This issue is massive and it's long overdue for fixing. This once-in-a-lifetime generational reform to fix unpaid super is by no means the only thing we are doing for women, our pay and our super. It's just one of Labor's reforms when it comes to superannuation. Just recently, the Albanese Labor government legislated paying super for parents on paid parental leave. Data from the Super Members Council shows that Gorton is amongst the highest Victorian electorates for unpaid super. Paying super on Commonwealth parental leave pay will boost a mother of two's retirement savings by about $14,800, and it will narrow the gender super gap by about a quarter. From the start of July this year, we also increased paid parental leave to 24 weeks, and we'll up it again to 26 weeks in July next year. This change will make a significant difference to so many families in my electorate. I'm really proud to be the aunt of James, my wonderful sister Emily's son. She's currently on paid parental leave and navigating life with a new baby. An additional 2 weeks of paid parental leave makes such a tangible difference to someone like my sister Emily's household budget. And we know that reforms to women's pay leads to massive improvements in the well-being of Australian women. Research shows that since former Prime Minister Julia Gillard introduced the paid parental leave scheme in 2011, the likelihood of mothers experiencing postpartum depression decreased. The research also found that this improvement was particularly significant for first-time mothers and for mothers who did not have access to paid parental leave through their employer. And this is what happens when we elect women. Women's issues become the forefront of the government's agenda. And I couldn't be prouder to be part of a Labor government made up of 56% women. Because when we elect women, we legislate on women's issues. That's why we've opened 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics and are opening another 11. It's why we've invested over $500 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better healthcare for women, including better IUDs, birth control pills and birth control implants. Just this week, we've announced that from the 1st of November this year, a new contraceptive option will be listed on the PBS, the NuvaRing. We're giving women access to more choice and lower cost, and we're doing the same for all Australians. Labor is the party of superannuation, and we will always be the party of superannuation. We're the ones who established compulsory superannuation. In 1983, under the Hawke Labor government, we made an agreement with the ACTU to create a universal super system so that all Australian workers would benefit. And then in 1992, under the Keating Labor government, we introduced the superannuation guarantee, meaning workers were, for the first time, entitled to minimum superannuation rates of 3%. We're the party that continues to back compulsory super, and we do it for a number of reasons. Most particularly that Australian citizens have access to funds that allow them to live a dignified retirement. That is the purpose of superannuation. That is the one we support and we continue to support. And when we strengthen superannuation, we do. At the core of the economic plan we laid out in our budget earlier this year was a simple objective: for more Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. That's what this legislation is all about. When you look at everything we're doing and what we've done for the superannuation sector, you can see that in everything we do since coming to government, we do it because Australian citizens should have access to funds that allow them to live a dignified retirement. And when we strengthen superannuation, we do. Like raising the superannuation guarantee so it has finally reached 12%. Like putting back on the low-income super tax offset so that lower-income workers have the same or similar tax benefits from superannuation as they're provided by the income scale. And like paying super on paid parental leave so that women don't miss out on superannuation payments when they spend those critical years out of the workforce, often caring for children. We've legislated the objective of super to provide income for a secure retirement. We've expanded the coverage of the superannuation performance test from around 80 products to more than 800 in 2023. And we're better targeting superannuation tax concessions and reforming the retirement phase of superannuation. Our plan is making a meaningful difference, and wages are moving in the right direction. In the 5 quarters leading up to the 2022 election, real wages fell in annual terms. They have now grown for the last 7. We've recorded the strongest annual real wages growth in 5 years. We're now on the longest run of real wages growth, above 0.7% in a decade, and real incomes per capita are growing now as well. Reforming super is by no means the whole story when it comes to labour and protecting Australians' workers. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Speaker, this bill is about fairness. It's about respect for workers. And it's about making sure every Australian is paid what they earned, in full, on time, every time. For hardworking families in Melbourne's western suburbs and right across the country, this bill means just that. Labor is the party of workers. We are the party of super. And with this bill, we are strengthening super and we're protecting workers for generations to come. I commend this bill to the House.
And I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the reforms that's long overdue. This reform puts workers first and ensures that superannuation is paid on time. Payday super. This is a new reform that's designed to fix a system that has affected millions of Australians. In the 2021-22 financial year, the Australian Taxation Office estimated that $5.2 billion in superannuation went unpaid. That's $100 million every week, money that workers earned but never received. This legislation is not just a technical issue, it's a breach of trust and a broken promise to workers who did the right thing. They showed up to work, worked hard, and expected their future to be financially secure. This reform matters because it's about fairness. It's about fairness in the workplace. It's also about fairness in retirement and fairness to the people who are often the most vulnerable and preventing them from being shortchanged, whether this be young workers, casual workers, or people in insecure jobs. These are the people who can afford the least to miss out on their retirement savings. They're already juggling rent, groceries and bills, and they shouldn't have to worry about whether their superannuation is actually being paid. For the average 35-year-old, missing out on nearly 2 years' worth of superannuation contributions could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000. Superannuation is a fantastic policy and it works so well because of something called compound interest. But for that compound interest to work effectively, we need to make sure that the actual superannuation balances are being paid into their accounts. So what happens if an employer goes bust? The impact is even more severe. The retirement balance could be $90,000 worse off. The legislation that we have introduced is a game changer. From the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation guaranteed contributions exactly the same time as wages. No more quarterly delays. Employers must ensure that superannuation contributions are received by the employee's super fund within 7 days of their payday. This is great. This is exciting. This change will make it easier for employers to track their superannuation. I know that there's times when I've left companies and needed to chase to make sure that superannuation had been paid because of the quarterly requirements. It will help the ATO detect missed payments earlier before debts become unrecoverable. Often in the business world, one of the ways that people see the health of a business and whether they're doing okay, often one of the first things that stops being paid is superannuation, and that's because of the requirement of it to be paid on a quarterly basis. But now this will be routine. It will happen every payday cycle, and it will be something that should be something that we set and make it automatic. So right now, the ATO often gets involved too late. On average, they're investigating 2 years worth of unpaid super, and then the businesses might have gone bust. That's why we're giving the ATO the tools that they need using real-time data to catch missed payments before they spiral. I know that this will be a big shift, and that's why the ATO will take a facilitative approach in the first year. Employers who make a genuine effort to comply will be treated as low risk. This is about getting the transition right and not punishing good faith efforts. The legislation also updates superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay super on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super full and on time. The updated charge includes notional earnings to compensate employees for the investment returns they missed out on, an administrative uplift to reflect the cost of enforcement and incentivise volunteer rectification. There will also be penalties if employers fail to pay into the employee's chosen superannuation fund. Employers who continue not to pay, even after the ATO has raised a super guaranteed charge, will face higher penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. These changes are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensures that workers are fairly compensated when their employers fall short. The ATO will use a single-touch payroll data system, which employers already report, and match it with data from super funds to detect missing payments in near real time. This data matching capability allows the ATO to intervene early and reduce the risk of large debts building up and increasing the chance of recovery. This is a good example of what you can do to use technology for good and to actually help people. And this is a smart way of modernising our government systems to help individuals. The government has committed $404 million to support implementation. This funding will ensure the systems that are in place and that the reform is effective. We are supporting employers to meet their obligations. The ATO will adopt a facilitative compliance approach in the first year. Employers who make a genuine attempt will not be targeted. This reform helps employers too by aligning the payday super, and it simplifies the processes. But the truth is we need to act now. The legislation must pass as soon as possible to give employers and payroll providers and superannuation funds and the ATO time to build systems needed for implementation by the 1st of July 2026. The longer we wait, the more workers will miss out, the harder it becomes to recover unpaid superannuation. This reform is about dignity in retirement, trust in our system, and making sure that every earned dollar is received. It's very exciting. And what I see this being about is actually putting humans and people at the heart of our pay systems. And it's making sure that we do this in a really important way. The Hawke government laid out the foundations for universal superannuation initially by negotiating a 3% employee contribution in industrial awards. Labor is really proud of our contribution and what we have been able to do to help our Australians in their retirement. Superannuation is one of the world's leading financial instruments that exists in any country, and it's something that we've done because the Labor Party is the party for the workers, and it's because we want to make sure that those workers has that dignity. And so what we got to see when I was 12 years old is the Keating government legislate the superannuation guarantee back in 1992, making employer contributions compulsory and creating and modernising this very exciting system. It's interesting because I remember when I was 15 years old working at Woolworths and starting to get superannuation paid, and it was very exciting. And the thing that I'd say that I've seen over the years is we continue to improve the system. And the first thing of introducing the superannuation guarantee was to create that foundation. And what Labor continues to do on term is to build the foundations to make sure that we help people in their retirement. And so what we saw with the Rudd-Gillard government was the introduction of MySuper, a low-cost, transparent default product to protect workers who didn't choose a fund. What we later saw was the opportunity for people to not be forced into a single superannuation scheme. And one of the things that we saw early on in this scheme is almost compulsory life insurance products that eated up the balance. And so the thing that I see is that we continue to improve this system and make sure that it's working for the individuals rather than financial companies and the big super funds, because the goal is to make sure that people have that money. The Rudd-Gillard government also launched the Super Stream, a major reform that streamlined how employers pay super, cutting red tape and improving efficiency. They legislated a gradual increase in the superannuation guarantee from 9%, and it was very exciting to be a part of a government that helped increase our superannuation guarantee to 12%. So the Albanese government legislated the purpose of superannuation to make sure that we put that in the heart of our legislation, which is fundamentally about income in retirement and reduce the reliance on the age pension. They removed the outdated 450 monthly income threshold, ensuring that low-income workers received super, and they extended super cover to young workers under the age of 18 who worked more than 30 hours a week. There's still more to do, but this is another example of the way that we continue to make sure that we're building and improving our systems for future generations. And let's be honest, unpaid super is wage theft. It's money earned and withheld, and it's happening to people who can least afford it. This legislation stops that. It puts fairness first and puts super where it belongs, in the hands of the people who earned it. This bill helps stops it. That's how you defend workers and their hard-earned savings. We've seen what happens when we wait too long. We've seen when workers left short, debt spiral, and retirement dreams fade. This legislation stops that. We have seen the Coalition neglect the superannuation system and deride it through history. While they speak like converts now, actions speak louder than word. The Coalition delayed the increases to the superannuation guarantee, denying workers the retirement savings they were promised under Labor legislation. They refused to pay super on Commonwealth paid parental leave, leaving women worse off in retirement and entrenching the gender super pay gap. I remember when I was door knocking during the election campaign, and I spoke to a woman about the fact that we wanted to pay superannuation on paid parental leave, and she didn't care what political party I was from. She just was like, yes, that is a problem that I've spoken to about my friends, and I'm going to vote for you because you understand that and you're advocating to make sure that I have enough money in retirement. This is another example of the way that the Labor Albanese government understands working families but also working women. So, unfortunately, what we also saw from the Coalition is that they failed to act on superannuation theft and allowing more dodgy employers to get away with withholding workers' retirement savings. They neglected low-income workers, letting the low-income superannuation tax offset stagnate, while Labor fought hard to make the system fairer. And when the super funds faced serious cybersecurity threats, The Coalition chose to play politics instead of protecting Australian savings. It's really important that we look after our workers. This reform is about defending a world-leading system, about keeping Australians and letting them keep more of what they earn. We've lifted the superannuation guarantee to 12%. We've strengthened the performance test. We've legislated the purpose of super to deliver a secure retirement. Payday super builds on that momentum. I commend this legislation to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025. This is a bill that delivers a once-in-a-generation reform to finally fix one of the most persistent and grossly unfair issues in our retirement system, that of unpaid super. For far too long, too many Australians have worked hard for their wages, have earned their super, only to find out down the track that their employer has failed to pay up, or worse, pay their super at all. The result is billions of dollars being lost from the future retirement savings of those workers every single year. According to the ATO, in 2021-22 alone, an estimated $5.2 billion in super went unpaid. That's around $100 million every single week, money that Australians have earned, earnings that belong to them, and earnings that should be working for their future. This reform will help ensure that Australians are paid the super they're owed when they're owed it. Unpaid super hits hardest those who can least afford it: younger workers, women, and people in insecure part-time or casual employment. These are Australians already facing cost of living pressures, housing stress, and some slower wage growth. Missing out on their super makes the challenge of building financial security even tougher. In an ATO investigation, a worker had missed out on nearly 2 years of super contributions. For a 35-year-old worker, that can mean around $32,000 less in retirement savings. And when an employer goes belly up, that kind of loss can be catastrophic. For that same 35-year-old worker, losing out on super because their employer goes into liquidation could leave their retirement balance more than $90,000 worse off in today's figures. That's the difference between retiring in confidence and retiring in anxiety about how the bills will be paid. Deputy Speaker, this is not just a matter of accounting, it's a matter of fairness. When workers miss out on super, they lose not only the immediate contribution, but also the years of compound growth that follows. Over a lifetime, those lost earnings mean further losses in compound interest to retirement savings, and that, in turn, increases pressure on the age pension and on government budgets for decades to come. This demonstrates how fixing unpaid super is good for workers, good for the budget, and good for the long-term sustainability of our retirement system. This is yet another way our government is helping Australians to not only earn more, but keep more of what they earn. This bill makes a simple yet powerful change. From the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super contributions at the same frequency as wages are paid, instead of quarterly. Employers must ensure that contributions are received by the Employee Super Fund within 7 business days of payday. This simple alignment, super paid on the same pay cycle, will make an enormous difference to workers. It will make it easier for them to see that their super has been paid because it will appear in their fund soon after payday, not months later. It will also help the ATO identify missed or late payments early before small debts snowball into large and unrecoverable ones. In short, it will make the system more transparent and trustworthy. The bill also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, the penalty imposed when employers fail to pay super on time. Under the new system, the charge will apply for each payday that super is unpaid or underpaid, rather than for each quarter. This ensures the rules match the new payday cycle and that non-compliance is identified and addressed sooner. The updated charge includes notional earnings, compensating employees for the investment returns they miss out on due to late payment. It additionally introduces an administrative uplift to reflect enforcement costs and encourage prompt voluntary correction, with reductions available for employers who disclose errors early and have a strong compliance history. Furthermore, it adds a choice loading and additional penalty for employers who fail to pay into an employee's chosen super fund. For those employers who continue to withhold payments even after the ATO has raised a charge, the penalties will be tougher and consist of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. These measures are designed not to punish, but to encourage fairness and responsibility. Employers who do the right thing have nothing to worry about. However, those employers who don't do the right thing will no longer be able to hide behind tired excuses of complexity and delay. The ATO will enforce this new framework using single touch payroll, STP, which employers already use to report wage and super information. STP data will be matched with information from superannuation funds in near real time, allowing the ATO to detect missing payments almost immediately. Early detection means earlier intervention, preventing large debts from building up and improving the chances that workers recover what they're owed. To support implementation, the government has committed $404 million. This investment will help modernise systems, enhance data sharing, and ensure the ATO has the capability to act swiftly and effectively when super goes unpaid. Deputy Speaker, we also recognise that reform on this scale requires time and adjustment. That's why the bill allows a 12-month transition period with commencement on the 1st of July 2026. In the first year of operation, the ATO will adopt a facilitative compliance approach, meaning that employers who make a genuine effort to comply, even if they encounter technical challenges, will not face enforcement action. The goal is education, support and partnership, not punishment for honest mistakes. Aligning super payments with the pay cycle will also reduce administrative burdens at the end of each quarter. It will help businesses better manage cash flow, spread obligations evenly throughout the year, and minimise the risk of large unpaid liabilities accumulating unnoticed. Many responsible employers already pay super alongside wages because they know it's the right thing to do and because it's actually the easier option. This reform levels the playing field, ensuring that all businesses meet the same standard. Deputy Speaker, this bill is supported by unions, consumer advocates, and even many employer groups because it's fair, it's practical, and it's long overdue. The evidence is clear, the benefits are substantial, and the moral case is undeniable. Australians should not have to chase their own money through the courts or the ATO. They should be able to have faith that when they work, they are paid their wages and their super in full and on time. Deputy Speaker, in order to make this much-needed reform to work, we have to act now. Employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO need time to prepare their systems, upgrade technology and educate their workforces ahead of the 1st of July 2026 start date. Every month of delay means millions more in unpaid super slipping through the cracks. The longer we wait, the more earnings workers miss out on, and the harder it becomes to recover what is owed. This bill represents another step in the Albanese government's commitment to restoring fairness and integrity to the economy, making sure that every Australian keeps what they've earned and that the system works for people, not against them. When this reform takes effect, millions of Australians will be able to look forward to retirement with greater savings, greater security and greater dignity. Their hard work will finally be rewarded in full. Deputy Speaker, this is what good reform looks like: practical, targeted, fair and future-focused. It protects workers, supports honest employers, strengthens the retirement system and builds a better foundation for generations to come. And I commend this bill to the House.
Hear, hear.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome very much this opportunity to stand in strong support of these Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill of 2025. This is a simple and sensible reform with a single powerful purpose to make sure that Australians receive the retirement savings they are owed when they earn them. For too long, our system has permitted a lag between when Australians work and when their superannuation is actually delivered into their accounts. And that lag caused unpaid superannuation to grow and hard-working people, often the youngest, the lowest paid, and indeed many women, to fall way behind in their retirement savings. Superannuation is one of the great Labor achievements, a world-leading system that has helped deliver dignity and independence in retirement for literally millions of Australians. But that promise is undermined when people don't actually receive what they've earned. This bill closes that gap once and for all by requiring employers to pay super at the same time as wages. We are ensuring workers' money goes where it belongs, into their super accounts, earning compounding returns for their future, not sitting in someone else's ledger. It's fair, it's practical, and this reform is long overdue. I want to speak very plainly about what this bill does. From July 1 of 2026, employers will be required to ensure superannuation contributions are received by an employee's fund at the same time that they pay their wages, effectively bringing super payments in each pay cycle rather than pushing them out into the quarterly remittance schedule. The effect is immediate and practical. Workers will start earning returns on their retirement savings sooner. Unpaid super will be easier for regulators to detect, and workers, especially those starting out in the workforce, will see more consistent balances in their accounts. These are not abstract improvements. Think about the young nurse working night shifts at the John Hunter Hospital, the hospitality worker serving coffee at a cafe in Derby Street, the tradie finishing a long week on a Newcastle construction site, or the aged care worker who looks after some of our most vulnerable citizens. When super is delayed, these people lose out twice on the delayed contributions themselves and on the delayed compound, they miss out on the compound interest altogether that money could have earned over a lifetime. For someone who starts work at 25, getting super into their account sooner can be making a meaningful difference over the decades. Treasury's modelling shows that the gains can be substantial over a working life. This bill is a first and foremost effort about reforming in a fair and equitable manner. Superannuation is part of pay. It belongs to the worker from the moment the work is done. It should not sit uninvested and at risk because of outdated administrative practices. By bringing super into the pay cycle, this bill aligns the timing of payment with the reality of work and the expectation of workers that their employers' superannuation contribution is part of what they earn for their work. Some say this is just an administrative change, but as I've tried to argue, this is much more than that. It changes incentives. The current quarterly system can disguise non-compliance. When contributions are due only every 3 months, missed payments are harder to spot and harder to remedy quickly. Under Payday Super, the Australian Tax Office will be able to detect issues earlier, and employees and funds will see payment records that match the rhythm of the This is how we reduce long-standing levels of unpaid super and protect the lifetime entitlements of working Australians. To those small and medium employers who are concerned about implementation and compliance costs, I say this: the Albanese Labor government has heard you. This bill is framed with practical exceptions and transitional support in mind. This legislation provides reasonable timeframes for particular circumstances, for example, additional time for new employees and tailored arrangements for irregular payment patterns. And the ATO has signalled it will take an assisting approach during the transition, so businesses doing their best in a period of change will not be unfairly penalised. We must balance the needs of compliant small businesses with the right of workers to have their super delivered on time. And that balance is reflected in the very design of this bill. I also note the support this reform has received from the superannuation sector and the industry bodies. Peak super funds and industry groups have welcomed payday super because it's straightforward to administer from the fund's perspective, and because it will improve outcomes for members, particularly young people and casual workers who change jobs frequently. When industry, regulators and the government can align behind reform that strengthens the foundations of retirement savings, we have an obligation to act. Let me be clear about who benefits most. While all working Australians will be better off for faster payments and earlier compounding, the gains are concentrated amongst those who have been structurally disadvantaged by the existing system. That's women, that's young workers, it's casual workers, part-time workers, and those in low-paid sectors like hospitality and retail. These cohorts are disproportionately affected by unpaid super and by lost compound returns. Payday super is a small change with a big impact for fairness in retirement outcomes. It's a progressive change, modest in administrative terms, yet significant in social effect. For my part, representing Newcastle, I often hear of workers missing entitlements and of small businesses working heroically to do the right thing. This bill does not punish those who act in good faith. It makes the rules clearer, it brings forward payments that already belong to workers, and it equips regulators to act earlier when employers do not meet their obligations. And that clarity benefits employers and employees alike. Fewer disputes, clearer record keeping, and less backlog for the system. It's the right structural reform for an economy that now relies on more frequent pay cycles, digital payroll systems, and the real-time financial services. There are legitimate questions about timing and implementation, as I indicated before. Employers need clear guidance, payroll providers need to be ready, and software systems must be upgraded. And that is why this bill and the accompanying policy measures include a reasonable lead time up to the 1st of July next year in 2026. And an administrative framework that recognises operational realities. It's the government's responsibility, and it is our job in this parliament to ensure the transition is managed carefully. But transition is not a reason to delay the principle that super must be paid on payday. The sooner we enshrine that principle into law, the sooner workers' balances will begin to reflect it. I know there will be opponents who argue the change is an unnecessary impost on business. Well, I say to them, paying super on paid day is not an imposition. It is a reform that modernises the law to the way Australian workplaces already operate in many sectors. Many employers are already making frequent super payments because that is simply how their payroll runs. And for those who must change processes, the government's measured approach, the industry engagement and the ATO guidance will ease that period of adjustment. And for workers who have had to chase unpaid super for years, sometimes decades, this bill is way overdue. Their lifetime retirement security should not be subordinated to administrative convenience. I know that this bill is going to be very welcome news for the thousands of workers in my electorate who have, over decades, experienced unpaid super. You would be shocked to delve in, I think, most members in this House, to find out how many workers, how many families in your electorates have suffered as a result of, superannuation payments being allowed to be kicked down the road quarterly or beyond. And for all of the reasons I've just outlined, where it is very hard to start detecting where those gaps are in paid super for people. But it is literally costing working families, working men and women, thousands and thousands of dollars that are rightfully theirs and should be part of their retirement incomes. So this bill is welcome news. It's about the national interest and about community values. We are a country that values hard work and expects fairness in return. That's the social contract. Superannuation is not an optional charity. It's a statutory right that is attached to work. And by ensuring contributions arrive when the work is paid for, so when the work is done and the work is paid for, we protect the dignity of labour, strengthening retirement outcomes and improve the integrity of the superannuation system. All of those young people, those people in precarious employment, people in low-paid jobs of retail and hospitality, the women of Australia are going to thank us for this bill, because this is addressing the structural inequities that have existed for them, disadvantaging them time and time again. In all honesty, I not only commend this bill to the House, but I would find it almost incomprehensible for it not to be supported by members opposite, because that would be saying to the young workers of Australia, that would be saying to those working in hospitality and retail, that would be saying to the women of Australia, we don't really care that you don't have retirement incomes that are matching the work that you have done throughout a lifetime. You know, we already know that every time these superannuation accounts take a hit, we saw what happened in COVID when people withdrew superannuation as part of their livelihood. We've seen the, what could have been a devastating pathway when the opposition in the last term of Parliament suggested that people raid their superannuation funds to deal with, any kinds of emergencies arising in life. It puts women especially in a very fraught and disadvantaged position. We already retire with hundreds of thousands of dollars less in our superannuation accounts than men. Let's not keep adding to that. Let's draw the compounding impact of that disadvantage. Let's grab that back and say, you know what, we want you to have your money and collect compounding interest instead of disadvantage. And let's be backing in reforms that are sensible and practical and fair and measured. These are good reforms for workers. These are good reforms for business. We will work together to ensure that the transition is one that is well supported because we want to see good outcomes here for everyone. This is a reform this House should get behind, and I do commend the bill to the House for Newcastle families, for the nurses, the carers, the tradies. This bill is for you.
Time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Super Bill. I support both the practice of the bill, the purpose and its intent, but I call on the government to show the same commitment to removing regulation and making life easier for business as it shows for reforms like this. Let me start firstly with this bill. This bill will require super contributions to hit a worker's bank account within 7 business days. There is a really strong reason that this is important. And the real reason on this is because we're talking about people's wages here, and we're talking about people missing out on super payments because they're not paid promptly, and because ultimately some people aren't paid, those super payments not paid at all. The ATO estimates that the superannuation gap in 2021-22 was $5.2 billion, a gap of 6.4%. And the Super Members Council estimates this impacts around 1 in 4 workers. In Wentworth, the expectation in my community, the estimate is that 26% of people in my community, around 19,750 people, individuals, have a lower super balance or have missed out super payments because of this lack of prompt payment of super and the sort of mistakes or lack of payment over time. That's on average $2,140 that these people are missing out on. And so, and a total cost of $42 million to the electorate. So this really matters. It matters to individuals, it matters, to women, it matters particularly to workers who might be moving across different parts of the economy and may have some more complications or difficulties getting super paid. And we do have companies who have abused the super system, who have used it as a piggy bank, who haven't paid the entitlements of super, and the lack of payday super has been something that has enabled that practice. So this is why I support the bill. However, I want to make the point out of this bill and others is that the government has committed in principle to making sure that we right-size regulation to make it easier for businesses to grow and thrive in this economy. And that is really important. But what I want to see is more action on this. It has been a number of months since the Treasurer committed to that, and this is a laudable aim. But this is going to be difficult. It is going to require sustained activity, and we need to see, and I am certainly looking for more action on this. And I think there are 3 key areas that the government needs to prioritise in this. Firstly is that legislative review prioritised by the industries that need it most. Now, I give credit to the government for addressing the EPBC Act in priority, because this is an area, this is a piece of legislation which we know is holding back, causing problems in terms of development, in causing, actually just causing harm to business and failing to protect the environment. So this is the area to start. But the government is not adopting the same, I think, activity and strength in other areas of the economy, and I will identify industrial relations as one of those areas where the government should be looking at a right-sizing approach on regulation on IR, should be looking at the regulation in IR on the basis of the benefit that it provides the workers, the benefit it provides the business. Can we do things that simplify awards that could be better for both? And the government does not have an agenda there at this point. The second piece I think the government really needs to move harder on is the incentives, because the incentives in this place are to stand up and pass laws. We all feel better for that. But it doesn't actually necessarily make the country better, and it certainly adds to the burden of regulation that our businesses face. When I was running a small not-for-profit, one of my auditors said, you should have a list, you should know all the legislation you are subject to. I asked them, well, can you write me a list? They gave me a page and a half of, it felt like about 30 bills that I was responsible for as a CEO of a business. There is absolutely no way, as someone who was running a small not-for-profit with around 20 to 30 staff, that I could be across all the depth of legislation that I am in theory responsible to. And the truth is, government is not accountable to the need to make businesses, it easy for businesses to comply with government regulation, nor is government accountable to that breadth of regulation. So we need to get to the heart of this, which is the incentives. And I think there are 2 different ways to do that. The first is the regulators need to have a responsibility to both grow the economy as well as protect and manage risk. We need to have growth and risk, and we need to get that balance right, because too often I speak to businesses who say it's only about risk. The country has moved to managing risk. We are not managing growth, and that is hurting our economy, and it hurts the opportunities for people in our economy and in our businesses and our young people in terms of growth. And the second thing, the government, in terms of those incentives, it's about having speed of government decision making. I have spoken to, the EPBC Act is a perfect example where there are projects that are still waiting 7 years on for approval on the basis of this Act. I have spoken to people who are waiting from the ATO. They are still waiting 18 months down the track on the ATO giving their guidance on whether or not their interpretation of legislation is right, so that they can make a transaction. This is business, government not being accountable to the timelines of business, and that is holding back our productivity. And the final area where I think the government needs to go, and to the Treasurer's credit, he spoke in sort of openness to some of this in the Economic Reform Roundtable, is to have clear goals in terms of what right-sizing regulation looks like. Because otherwise it's a theory. It has to come down to, are we going to measure this in terms of 20% reduction in regulation? Are we going to measure this in terms of one regulation in, one regulation out? I know all these measures are crude. I accept that. But the truth is we do need hard measures of this, because the incentives are all here across this place to drive regulation, to drive legislation, and to not be honest about the burden that this places on our business, because this is a burden that the people in this room do not bear. So I speak in support of this legislation. I think it is important legislation, but I seek to continue to ask the government to say, where is it reducing the burdens on business? Because this will take time and effort, particularly small, medium businesses, to implement. Time I know many of them will be proud to do, because this is a positive change, but there needs to be give and take, and certainly in the last term there was no give and take from the government in terms of supporting smaller businesses, and they need to step up to it this term. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I too rise in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill. Superannuation is another proud Labor legacy, and this bill further strengthens this legacy, our great superannuation system. It'll make it stronger, it'll make it fairer, and it'll make it more sustainable. That's because this is a Labor government, and we are here to help workers earn more, keep more of what they earn, and retire with more. The history of superannuation really is Labor, and it's about care, it's about equality, it's about fairness, those values that are at the heart of this government. There was a time in Australia where there was no such thing as super. Many people just totally relied on the government pension. My grandparents were examples, and I'm sure there are many others whose grandparents needed the same sort of support just to put food on the table and to pay their bills. And this was despite working their entire lives. It was a Labor government that introduced the system of compulsory superannuation in 1992 under the former Prime Minister Paul Keating, and it was a system to deliver dignified retirement. And the unions and Labor were instrumental in getting this over the line. They campaigned hard to secure compulsory superannuation and then later to increase the superannuation guarantee. And having a dignified retirement is really about ensuring that Australians have enough retirement income and financial security to live the lives they want to live. And after giving so much, older Australians don't deserve to be worrying about whether they can buy their medicines or pay their bills, or even buy their grandchild a small present for a birthday. And Labor introduced this system, and we are the only party that continues to grow and protect this scheme. Today, it is Labor and the Albanese government that has increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%, and now introducing payday super through this bill. In 1992, only 10% of workers retired with super. Now, 90% of workers in Australia have funds in super. And I really am proud to be part of a Labor government that continues to support and deliver for workers and for the people of my community, especially with increased wages and superannuation. But why are we introducing this bill? Why did these steps have to be taken? Well, first of all, this bill is needed because it makes it easier for employers and workers to know whether the right amount of super is being paid to workers. And the ATO estimates that there was approximately $5.2 billion in unpaid super in 21-22. That's effectively wage theft. It deprives people of the money they need to support themselves later in life. Not to mention, by being paid earlier, workers get a compounding financial benefit of having super paid up front, and it reduces the risk of super being lost forever. Now, to bring some of these changes to life, I'll share a little story. I was recently with the Treasurer in my electorate in Brisbane at the classic Paddington Tavern, and Paddington Tavern is known to us locals as the Paddo. It's my local haunt, it's where I grew up. Anyway, we met Sasha there, and we met her and her workmates. And Sasha's a hospitality worker, and like all hospitality workers, she does an amazing job. She's friendly, she's out there, she's happy, and she's looking after us, her customers. But she wasn't sure about the law changes that were coming in, but when we explained it to her, she was pretty happy to learn that what this means is that she'll get more money when she retires, even if she stays in this same job for the rest of her life. And why? Because she gets more in her super fund up front, which will build up towards her retirement. Now, when you're a young 20-something, maybe not quite 20, retirement seems a long way off, and she did admit that. But then she did get it. She said, no, I really understand. This means I will have more money to retire on. And that's exactly what this is about. As a Labor government, we will do everything we can to make the super system fairer for people like Sasha and for workers and her cohorts. And during this cost of living pressures, we do need to do everything we can to help workers like Sasha. And that's why we're also helping her earn more and keep more of what she earns, 20% off student debt, a rise in the minimum wage, raising the low income super offset, and now to payday super. We also know, and has been mentioned in the House earlier, that women are disproportionately impacted when they retire. They have less super in their bank accounts compared to men. So to me, this bill is also about equality. But let's go back to young workers for a minute. In my electorate in Brisbane, the median age is 34. So this bill makes the super system fairer from top to bottom, and will really benefit these younger men and women in my community. And as I said, we do know that unpaid super disproportionately affects younger workers, workers in insecure work, and women, which tend to make up the bulk of that workforce. And these are the people that really can least afford to miss out on retirement savings. Missing out on retirement savings has a compounding impact over time and means much less money at a time of retirement. By switching to payday super, a 35-year-old medium income earner with quarterly super payments could be around $6,000 better off at retirement. Not a small amount of money, but the bigger difference comes in for those who are missing out on super entirely. A typical ATO case involves nearly 2 years of suspected unpaid super, costing a 35-year-old medium income earner over $30,000 in retirement savings. That's a big jump. Now, if the employer goes under and the employee often would lose their super altogether, some estimates hit as high as $90,000. So this might be a very simple change, but it is going to make a very big difference to people's lives. It's a much-needed reform for younger workers who will benefit from it the most, but for older workers it also represents a minimum of, some estimate, around $300 in extra super payments per annum. But every single worker in Australia will benefit by ensuring they receive the super that is owed to them when they're owed it. Now, I often speak in this House about the impacts of the laws that this government is introducing, and in particular the impacts on women. And this bill, it's really important because women retire on average with a third less super than men, mainly because of career gaps and taking care of child-caring responsibilities. But this bill is part of a range of measures to make sure women women don't continue to retire with less super than men. So that's why also from 1 July, those claiming government-funded paid parental leave will now have super paid on that leave. And if you're not entitled to paid parental leave from your employer, from July you're eligible for government-funded 24 weeks up from 22 weeks, and this too will now include super. So paying super on payday is part of Labor's work to ensure Australians earn more, keep more of what they earn, and retire with more as well, including those who in the past have been left behind or unfairly impacted. Now, payday super is a once-in-a-generation reform that further builds and expands the superannuation scheme and protects workers' retirement savings. Currently, employers only need to pay super quarterly, and that means, like many of us, I don't know how often you check your super balances or check whether your employers put your super into your pay, it's in your pay sheet. But when you're paid, super is paid quarterly, unpaid or underpaid super can hide for many months and sometimes not even be noticed. And going back to the $5.2 billion in unpaid super that I talked about earlier, that's $100 million every week that workers earned but would never receive. Again, this reform will help ensure that workers actually receive the super they're owed when they're owed it. These changes are the culmination of extensive consultation with consumer groups, employers, super funds, payroll providers, all who will need to be prepared for the change, and hence there is a lead in time for that to happen, because these changes do not come into effect until 1 July 2026, and again, they will benefit every single employed worker in Australia. The onus will be on employers to ensure that their contributions are received by the employee's super fund within 7 business days of payday. And these changes, if you take them all together, will make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier. That's before debts become unrecoverable. Employees can check their super fund to confirm contributions have been received, and most funds do offer online portals or apps for easy access. This bill also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay super on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. And these changes will mean the employees are compensated for any notional earnings they may have missed out on when their employer fails to pay on time. Employers will also face a choice loading, which is an additional penalty if they do fail to pay on time. And these are sensible, pragmatic changes, and they're designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensure workers are fairly compensated when employers fall short. So how will this be enforced? The ATO will use single-touch payroll data, STP, for those who love acronyms, which employers already report, and they match it with data from the super funds to detect missed payments in real time, or as close to as they can. And this data matching capability allows the ATO to intervene earlier, reducing the risk of large debts building up and increasing the chance of recovery. The government has committed over $400 million to support the implementation of this process. Again, there is a transition period so everybody can get on board. But this is real action that can only happen when we have a government that will back a program like this with real and deliverable outcomes with real money. Australia and my constituents made the decision to support a stable Labor government earlier this year, a government that takes real action as opposed to an alternative where other parties block real action or deny superannuation increases. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to say one thing also on low-income super. Payday super comes on top of the low-income super tax offset, LISTO, to help deliver a more secure retirement for 1.3 million Australians. Labor will increase the low-income superannuation tax offset by $310, it'll go up to just over $800, and raise the eligibility threshold from $37,000 to $45,000 from 1 July 2020. 2027. And this change, combined with the other changes, will help deliver a more dignified retirement to 1.3 million Australians. The Albanese government is delivering in every way on super. This is more to help low-income workers and reforming the superannuation system to make it stronger, fairer and more sustainable. And in conclusion, I go back to where I started. Superannuation is a Labor legacy, and I'm really proud to be part of a government that continues to build this legacy. Labor's backing workers, whether or not it's nurses or teachers or sparkies or cooks or care workers, some of whom were in my office today meeting with me. Cohorts of young people and women in Brisbane and around the country will be better off under these changes, and these changes will help make our super system fairer. The unions and Labor will always continue the fight for the rights of workers to have a dignified retirement. Workers deserve it. They work their entire lives, they pay their taxes, they deserve to live a life and not have to worry about whether or not they can pay for their medicines. Every Australian should be able to retire with dignity and respect, and this bill delivers this. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Assistant Minister for Immigration has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Labor established superannuation to provide workers dignity in retirement. It's about saying thank you to workers for a lifetime of toil and slog to generate profits for their employers and to add to national income. It's about saying thank you for those years of working and providing people with the opportunity to retire with a nest egg of savings that's reasonable so that they can enjoy a holiday every now and then, presents for grandkids, and live a rewarding and fulfilling life. And this legislation is about reforming our superannuation system to help ensure that more Australians get that secure retirement that they deserve. And we're doing that by ensuring that they get paid on the right time for their superannuation. Payday super is a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid superannuation. Now, while most employers do the right thing, Speaker, the Australian Taxation Office estimates that $5.2 billion worth of super went unpaid for the most recent financial year. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. In effect, it's wage theft. It's theft from workers of their hard-earned retirement incomes, and it has to stop. This reform will help ensure that workers actually receive the super that they're owed when they're owed it. This issue disproportionately affects more vulnerable Australians and women. That's because those on lower pay, casual and insecure work, who are more likely to be women, are most at risk on missing out on their superannuation. These are the people who can least afford to miss out on their retirement savings. In a typical ATO investigation of unpaid super, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of superannuation contributions. For the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's dollars. That's a lot of missed opportunity for a worker in retirement. And when an employer goes bust, the impact can be even more severe. For an average 35-year-old, missing out on super from a liquidated business can leave their retirement balance over $90,000 worse off in today's dollars. So, Speaker, from the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation guarantee contributions at the same time as wages instead of quarterly. Employers will have to ensure that contributions are received by the employee super fund within 7 business days of payday. Well, we've heard of same job, same pay. Well, this is same day, same pay, ensuring that people get paid in a timely manner into their superannuation fund and they don't miss out. The change will make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier before debts become unrecoverable. The legislation also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay superannuation on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. The updated super guarantee charge includes, on notional earnings, the This compensates employees for the investment returns they missed out on due to a late payment, administrative uplift, an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcement to incentivise voluntary rectification. It can be reduced for employers who voluntarily disclose that they've got a good compliance history, and choice loading, an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay the employees into the employee's chosen fund. So employers who continue not to pay, even after the ATO has raised the SD charge, will face higher penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. So there's an incentive in this bill to ensure that employers understand their obligations and make their payments on time. These changes are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and to ensure that workers are fairly compensated when employers fall short. I want to thank the unions, the industry, businesses and the broader community for their feedback and their engagement and their views on this important legislation. This legislation is a priority for our government because we know how important superannuation is and we know what a dramatic effect even a week's unpaid superannuation can have on an employee's balance down the line when they retire. This is legislation that is long overdue and it must pass as soon as possible to give employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO time to build the system and to implement this change by the 1st of July 2026. The longer we wait, the more that workers will miss out and the harder it becomes to recover unpaid superannuation. And that's why it's important that this bill passes as quickly as possible.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll get it right one day, I'm sure. I rise today to speak in support of a landmark reform, one that will make a real difference in the lives of working people across Australia and especially in the electorate of Braddon. It's called Payday Super, and it's about fixing a long-standing injustice, and that long-standing injustice is unpaid super. When I started work back in 1979 full-time, I didn't get super. I was a woman. I worked in a casual job. Even though it was practically 11 months of the year, I was never permanent, which meant I didn't qualify for superannuation. I worked at that factory for 11 years, and for 9 of those years, I did not receive any superannuation. And it wasn't until a Labor government and the unions that we had that superannuation inserted into our EBA. So I lost 9 years of predominantly full-time work, which would have meant I would have got 9 years of superannuation for the time that I worked those 11 or 12 months, 10 or 11 months of that year. And it was when Labor brought in the superannuation guarantee that we started to get superannuation paid. And I thank my union, particularly the AMWU, for working hard to ensure that not only me but lots of other workers around the country got superannuation, particularly women, before the superannuation guarantee came into play. The Australian Taxation Office estimates that in 2021-22, $5.2 billion in super went unpaid nationally. $5.2 billion that should have ended up in the pockets of workers when they retired into their superannuation funds went unpaid. That is a national disgrace. And it's $100 million every week, that money that workers earned but they never ever received on their retirement. And in Tasmania, the problem is just as serious. New analysis shows that 1 in 4 Tasmanian workers are being underpaid in their superannuation. That represents a loss of $83 million every year. That works out around 57,400 Tasmanians who are shortchanged an average of $1,450 annually. And if you add that up over the working life of a worker, that is a significant amount that they are not receiving when they decide to retire and end up with a reasonable retirement, something that they can rely on, and it's been shortchanged. In Braddon, where many people work in seasonal, casual and insecure jobs, we have a lot of agriculture, obviously a lot of tourism, hospitality, retail to aged care. This issue hits really hard. These are low-paid workers, they're not earning big money, and to have their superannuation not paid is not on. These are workers who can least afford to miss out on their retirement savings. In a typical case that was investigated by the ATO, a worker who has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of superannuation contributions. And for a 35-year-old worker, that could mean around $32,000 less in retirement savings. And of course that depends on the interest rates each year on the super fund, what the earnings are and a whole range of things, but around $32,000 less. And for a worker who doesn't earn very much, that is a lot of money. And it's a lot of money to miss out on when you're looking at going into retirement with dignity. And if their employment goes under, something that we've sadly seen happen in regional Tasmania, the damage can be even worse, with their retirement balance down by over $90,000. And even worse when workers decide they want to boost their superannuation balance by contributing themselves to their superannuation. And sometimes workers do that, even if it's a really small amount, but over a period of time it adds up over their working life. If that's not paid in regularly by their employer, then they are disadvantaged. It's their own money. They are putting in extra and topping up. They are disadvantaged. I've heard many stories over the years of employees who have contributed themselves, not the superannuation guarantee levy, but themselves as well, and their employer hasn't paid that into their superannuation. And through no fault of the worker, the business goes into liquidation, and I've represented workers in those circumstances. And the worker thinks, that's all right, I've got my super to fall back on. I've got the money that I put in, the extra few dollars that I put in every week, but that's gone because the employer didn't put it in. And the worker loses the money they had contributed to, or what they thought they had contributed to their superannuation. That's not just a financial hit. It's a breach of trust, an absolute breach of trust. It's money that was earned but never received. And it's happening far too often. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is acting. From the 1st of July 2026, employers will be required to pay super at the same time as wages, not quarterly. That's the heart of payday super, and it's a simple change that will make a big difference to workers. They can get their pay slip, they can know what goes into their super, and they know it's legally it has to go in. It means that they can see their superannuation contributions in real time. Workers have a lot of things to do, and the last thing they want to do is to be chasing whether or not their super goes in every time the payday goes in. They can see that this is now happening from the 1st of July next year. And the ATO can also spot missed payments early before debts spiral out of control and become impossible or difficult to recover. We're also strengthening the rules for employers who don't do the right thing. The updated super guarantee charge will now apply every payday that super isn't paid in full and isn't paid on time. And it's not just a slap on the wrist. The charges include notional earnings to make up for the loss of investment returns, an administrative uplift to reflect the cost of enforcement and encourage employers to fix mistakes quickly, and a choice loading if the employer fails to pay into the worker's chosen fund. Workers have a right to choose their superannuation fund, and if that's not paid into, then there's a choice loading. And if employers still refuse to pay, even the ATO steps in, they'll face penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. This reform isn't just about cracking down, it's also about supporting employers to do the right thing. The ATO will use single-touch payroll data, which businesses already report, and match it with data from super funds to detect missed payments in near real time. That means earlier intervention and a better chance of recovery. And we're backing this reform with $404.1 million to support the implementation. And in the first year, the ATO will take a facilitative approach, meaning employers who make a genuine effort to comply won't be penalised for technical hiccups. And that can happen from time to time when new systems come in. But it's about genuine effort to comply. This reform also helps small businesses, including those in the electorate of Braddon. By aligning super with payroll, it reduces the end-of-quarter admin pressure and the risk of large liabilities building up. Whether you're running a farm in Circular Head, a cafe in business, or a tourism business over on the West Coast, this change will make payroll simpler, clearer and fairer. But we need to act now. We need to pass this legislation. We need to pass it quickly to give employers, payroll providers, superannuation funds and the ATO the time they need to get ready for the July 2026 start date. The longer we wait, the more workers will miss out, and the harder it becomes to recover what they're owed. Payday super is about fairness. It's about making sure that when a worker earns super, they receive it. It goes into their superannuation fund on payday, not months later, and certainly not never. There has been too much of that over many years. And it's about restoring trust in the system and giving every worker the retirement that they've worked hard for and they deserve. It's a right all workers should have to receive what their entitlement is at the time that they have earned it.
Thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm also pleased to be able to rise to speak to this legislative package. The Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025 and the Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, this is truly one of the landmark pieces of legislation that will be passed in this term of Parliament, and I commend my friend, the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services, for so ably bringing this before the House. The Assistant Treasurer and I, back in the day, worked together in retail at the Woden Plaza while finishing our schooling years. And, Deputy Speaker, that experience is for me a reminder that super should be paid on every dollar a person earns. So it should actually be paid to under 18s, on employer-funded parental leave and other payments, but most certainly it should be paid on payday. Deputy Speaker, the super system sets young workers up for distrust in that what is on their payslip is not in their account. Sometimes that's because their super has been stolen. They're overrepresented in wage theft as well as super theft. And sometimes it's because the payments are so inconsistent with the information on the payslip. The critical thing to know about it is that these changes will help prevent super theft, and young people will be able to see their superannuation in their super fund at the same time as they can see their wages in their bank account. So, Deputy Speaker, make no mistake, this is a significant legislative package. We are debating a legislative change which will impact every single working Australian. We don't often get to say that here, but it will. And this legislation will provide every single Australian with greater protections and fairness. We don't often get to say that either, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when our great predecessors on this side of the House introduced compulsory superannuation, they did so with two key things in mind. First, with an ageing population, creating a superannuation system that would protect future governments from unsustainable social security budgets. Second, compulsory superannuation would ensure all workers could enjoy dignity and comfort in retirement. Superannuation wasn't a new concept to Hawke or Keating or their governments, but it was not widespread. It was a benefit enjoyed by white-collar and professional workers. In 1974, as an example, only 32.2% of Australian workers enjoyed superannuation benefits. Everyone else had to rely on pensions or some other way of living in retirement. It wasn't a fair situation, and that's why Labor and Labor governments changed it. So, Deputy Speaker, we have seen, since the introduction of compulsory superannuation, the growth of an amazing quantum of funds which are being invested around both Australia and the world, having an extraordinary and positive economic impact. Unambiguously and specifically, compulsory superannuation has been a complete success. We are proud on this side of the House with what we've achieved with superannuation, and we will always stand up to make it fairer and better. And that's what we are doing today with this legislative package. But let's come to the key issue that this legislative package will address. For many workers, superannuation contributions are made when they are paid. Seems uncontroversial. But that's not the case for all workers. This is a norm, not a universal practice. Currently, employers are required to pay superannuation guarantee contributions quarterly. Too often, this leeway has meant superannuation contributions made late or sometimes not at all. The cost of this is fairly obvious. Workers missing out not only on what they're entitled to, but losing out on enjoying their comfort in retirement. Deputy Speaker, we'll fix this through passing this legislative package. From the 1st of July next year, 2026, employers will be required to pay superannuation contributions when they pay their employees, not later. To back this requirement up, employers will be required to ensure that these contributions are received by the employee super fund within 7 business days of payday. Again, it really shouldn't be controversial. But for workers, this means that it'll be more easy to track their superannuation contributions. We know from experience that it's easy to track and recover unpaid superannuation contributions earlier, and that the longer they go unpaid, the harder they are to recover. For employers who do the wrong thing, this legislative package articulates a larger punishment. The superannuation guarantee charge is the penalty employees face if they don't pay the superannuation on time. This legislation will ensure that the superannuation guarantee charge will apply for each payday in which employers fail to pay the superannuation contribution. All this will be underpinned, Deputy Speaker, by strengthening the cop on the beat. We have committed $404.1 million to support the implementation of an enhanced capability for the Australian Taxation Office to use single-touch payroll data from employers and match it with superannuation funds to identify missed payments and take action in real time. The ATA will take a facilitative compliance approach over the first year of this legislation in operation. It's not our intention to punish employers wanting to be compliant and do the right thing. On the contrary, we will work with them. But for those deliberately engaging in underpaying and withholding superannuation, the ATO is coming for you. Deputy Speaker, we need this legislation. We know what the cost of unpaid superannuation is. The Australian Taxation Office estimates that in 2021-22 alone, unpaid superannuation amounted to $5.2 billion. That is an eye-watering sum, Deputy Speaker. But the sheer size of the figure alone is not what is most troubling. This figure represents a loss to millions of workers of entitlements, of a comfort in retirement earned over many years of hard work. We can quantify what this loss looks like. The ATO conducts multiple investigations into unpaid superannuation matters, and from these investigations, we know that an average 35-year-old missing out on 2 years' worth of contributions will face a reduction in their retirement savings of around $32,000 each. That is an extraordinary loss and will significantly increase the chance that such a worker in that situation will need to draw on the support of our social security system, completely mitigating and missing the point of superannuation in the first place. Deputy Speaker, across Australia, 28% of workers were impacted by unpaid superannuation in 22-23. This correlates to a total of $5.7 billion in unpaid superannuation over that period. That represents a $600 million increase from the previous year. This is a problem, Deputy Speaker, that is only growing worse. We cannot afford to leave this unchecked. We cannot afford to delay the implementation of this scheme. Deputy Speaker, superannuation is more than a numbers game. It's an invaluable entitlement that Australian workers have earned and have earned the right to enjoy. But numbers do help to tell the story, to help us understand the bigger picture and why we need to pass this legislation and make these changes. Let's talk about how unpaid superannuation affects workers in my community of Bean. In 2022-2023, 20% of workers in the ACT were impacted by unpaid superannuation. In my own electorate of Bean, 19% of workers were affected. Think about that percentage, 1 in 5. That is a significant slice of the workforce, a significant slice of every electorate that we're here to represent. Drilling down, that's over 13,000 workers across Bean missing out on an average of $2,600 in superannuation payments per year. Added together, that's $34 million in unpaid superannuation in Bean alone over 2022-23. That's an extraordinary and unacceptable figure, Deputy Speaker. Over that same period, workers in the ACT missed out on $89 million in superannuation contributions. Who are these workers, Deputy Speaker, who are owed superannuation? We have a good picture of these workers. These are disproportionately younger workers and those in insecure work. These are the workers for whom compulsory superannuation was developed in the first place. They cannot afford to miss out on their retirement savings and the benefits of superannuation. Deputy Speaker, they are not an abstraction. They are working in Woden Westfield, South Point in Tuggeranong, across the road from my electorate office, in Coolman, Corden, Western Creek. They work hard and they deserve all their entitlements. Deputy Speaker, this government, with this legislation, is proudly fighting for those workers and their entitlements. Deputy Speaker, there should be no doubt from anyone in this place or outside it. This government is committed to looking after working Australians and will act to achieve this. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to conclude by again congratulating my friend, the Assistant Treasurer, for bringing this important legislation forward. It's been a long journey since the days at Big W Woden. I'm proud to serve with him in a government which will always fight for working Australians. And I'm proud to serve alongside a broader Labor movement that ensures that legislation like this is supported and brought to the House. And it's the responsibility of members across every electorate in this country, regardless of political affiliation, to stand up for the 1 in 5, at a minimum, the 1 in 5 employees in their constituency who are missing out. If you don't stand up for those workers, you are betraying those workers and a significant group of Australians who deserve better. This government is committed to delivering better for those workers.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to proudly support the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Bill 2025, because every worker in this country deserves to retire with dignity. This bill locks in on-time super payments. No delays, no loopholes, no excuses. We're ending the era of super being delayed, dodged, or quietly disappeared. In suburbs across Moore, in Belden, Heathridge and Edgewater, too many workers have discovered too late that what they earned never reached their super fund. Let me be clear, most employers do the right thing, but for those who intentionally dodge their obligations, unpaid super is not a clerical error. It is wage theft. For those that intentionally dodge their obligations, it is the theft of future security and earned retirement in dignity. Last year alone, employers withheld an estimated $5.2 billion in super from workers across Australia. That is $5.2 billion missing from retirement savings and missing from people's lives when they need it most. Payday super fixes this by aligning super with wages, something many Australians assume already happens. This bill ends the lag between earning and saving. It gives workers confidence and gives honest employers clarity, because integrity should not be optional in our labour market. The first component of this reform is the introduction of the Qualifying Earnings Day, or the QE Day. That is the day wages are paid, and from that moment, super must be paid or penalties apply. This change stops employers holding on to workers' super for months. From Currumbine to Gwelup, people deserve assurance their nest egg is growing from day one. Clause 2 locks in commencement to align with the Companion Superannuation Guarantee Charge Amendment Act 2025, so the system updates together. Clause 3 applies the schedule that makes this reform real. Schedule 1 makes the major amendment to the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act 1992. It replaces outdated quarterly rules with a pay cycle system. It introduces qualifying earnings as a single earnings base. For years, employers have had to navigate two different definitions, one for contributions and one for penalties. This bill simplifies that so everyone understands the obligation. Qualifying earnings include ordinary time earnings and salary sacrificed amounts. It ensures no worker loses super because their pay structure is different. That's especially important for people in my electorate whose income varies from week to week. Shift workers at Joondalup Health Campus, truckies, tradies. Clause 17A creates a fair and straightforward formula for the super owed, 12% of qualifying earnings on every QE day. No tricks, no loopholes. Clause 17B continues the maximum contributions base to prevent excess contributions for high-income workers. Subdivision C spells out when employers fail in their duty. If they do not pay super within 7 business days of payday, they accrue a shortfall. 7 days, reasonable and fair for every modern payroll system. Workers should not bankroll business cash flow. Subdivision D then says what happens next, financial consequences for being late. It introduces notional earnings, ensuring late contributions compensate for late growth. Time matters in super. The value of compound interest is real. A 25-year-old apprentice in Duncraig can lose tens of thousands of dollars in their lifetime if their super is late. Under this bill, lateness has a cost because fairness has value. The bill also introduces an administrative uplift to deter repeats. A warning is one thing, a pattern is another. Subdivision E enforces choice of fund rights. Too many employers direct staff to underperforming default funds for convenience or worse. That stops here. Workers choose their fund. And if employers ignore that, they will pay a choice loading penalty. The bill then gives the ATO real-time compliance tools. No more chasing paperwork from years ago. No more discovering debts after a business collapse. This reform shifts enforcement from a slow rescue to early prevention. Employers who make errors can correct them quickly and reduce penalties, but those who ignore obligations will face swift consequences. The bill modernises voluntary disclosure rules so honesty is rewarded. It creates clearer assessment powers to keep the system responsive. It streamlines efficiency certificates for multi-employer workers to avoid tax penalties. That is especially relevant for disability support workers in Kingsley balancing multiple roles. This bill is tailored to the real world, not the textbook economy. Schedule 2 updates other acts so definitions match and gaps disappear. It removes conflict and confusion, especially in laws covering pensions, parental leave and super governance. Schedule 3 handles the transition towards a start date of 1st of July 2026. Employers will have support, guidance and modernised reporting tools. The ATO will use compliance triage, helping those trying, targeting those defying, because the purpose of the law is compliance, not punishment. And this government understands that most employers want to do the right thing. This reform lifts the bar for everyone and rewards responsibility. It levels the playing field so cheaters no longer gain an unfair financial advantage. A thriving small business community deserves protection from those who undercut honest competitors. That includes family-owned cafes in Hillary's, the retail shops around Lakeside Joondalup, and marine tourism operators along the coast. Payday Super helps them succeed based on merit, service and innovation, not wage theft. Some critics may say the penalties are too harsh, but penalties only sting if you do the wrong thing. If you pay on time, you have nothing to worry about. If you pay late, you will want to correct it correctly, and the bill gives you that option. If you never pay, you will finally face the consequences worthy of the harm you cause. If you never pay, we do not apologise for defending workers' rights. It is the reason I joined the Great Australian Labor Party and the reason I became an industrial lawyer. In more, workers who are young, casual or juggling multiple jobs deserve confidence that their future is not dependent on employer goodwill. For a 25-year-old, earlier contributions can mean the equivalent of an extra $6,000 in lifetime value. For a 35-year-old worker, recovering unpaid super can mean more than $30,000 extra at retirement. That's real money, real security, real peace of mind. That could be the difference between choosing comfort or hardship. The power of compounding interest is one of the best economic equalisers we have. When super is paid late, inequality compounds instead. Payday super ensures compounding works for workers, not against them. Women in particular benefit from this reform. They are more likely to work part-time, casually, or take career breaks for caring duties. When super goes missing, women suffer the deepest cuts to retirement income. Payday super reinforces their financial independence. It supports carers, cleaners, hospitality workers, early child educators and aged care workers. Those workers provide the backbone of our social and care economy. They deserve a strong spine to support them in retirement. This reform also supports First Nation workers in insecure employment. It supports migrants building new lives in Australia. It supports apprentices learning trades that will build our future. A country shows what it values by what it protects. We value fairness. We value dignity. We value work. That is why we value superannuation. Our superannuation system is one of the great nation-building achievements of modern Australia. It has given us a $4 trillion savings pool supporting investment and economic resilience. But its moral force lies in its promise that it makes to everyday workers. Work hard now and you will be looked after. Payday super protects that promise. It makes the system more transparent. It gives workers confidence and power. It gives employers clearer rules and easier compliance, and it gives the regulators the visibility they need to act early. This bill is not just an administrative reform, it's economic justice. It's practical policy with real human impact. A government's worth is measured how it protects the vulnerable. This reform protects young workers stocking shelves in Connolly, it protects hospitality workers pouring pints in Hillary's, and protects retail workers in Joondalup. It protects aged care staff supporting older Australians in Karrinyup. It protects every worker whose labour today builds their tomorrow. When Australians hear super guarantee, they expect security guaranteed. Instead, too many have received uncertainty and lost earnings. That ends with this legislation. Payday Super honours the intent of the system Paul Keating and others fought hard to build. It evolves super into a modern payroll economy. It strengthens public faith in retirement savings, and it reinforces that the super belongs to you, always. In more, families talk to me about cost of living pressures hitting every corner of the household. Strengthening future retirement balances give younger generations relief from that fear. They deserve the confidence that after decades of work, they will not be abandoned by a system that was meant to protect them. Super should not be a pleasant surprise. It should be a guarantee. This bill makes that guarantee real. In designing these reforms, we widely consulted with unions, business groups and super funds. We listened to employers who want change done right, not rushed and chaotic. We listened to the workers who said the current system is failing them. And we listened to the ATO, which said earlier intervention is critical to prevention. This bill reflects what Australia told us. Make super simple, fair and fast. By phasing in compliance and focusing on education first, we ensure businesses can transition successfully. Smaller contributions made more often prevent large liabilities ever forming. It's better for employers and it's better for workers. It's a genuine win-win. If every worker in Moore gets every dollar of super owed from day one, the economic impact will be profound. This is nation building, just as important as roads, hospitals and schools, because it builds reliance in people's lives where it counts most. It builds dignity in retirement, which is what every Australian hopes for, and it builds a stronger foundation underneath the entire economy. The best time to fix unpaid super was 30 years ago. The second best time is today. This Parliament has a clear choice. We can back workers and fairness, or we can let the unfairness continue for another generation. I choose fairness, I choose dignity, I choose to vote for this bill, because work should always add up to security in the end, because employers should honour the trust workers place in them, because superannuation is a promise, and promises must be kept. I know the people of Moore expect me to stand up for them. I will not stand back. They expect us to protect their future, not gamble with it. They expect us to fix a broken system, not excuse it. That is what we are doing today. We are choosing a fairer future for every worker who believes in the value of their own labour. We are choosing a retirement system that rewards effort and responsibility. We are choosing a reform that says the future is earned, not withheld. And to every worker in Moore, to every worker in Australia, this Parliament hears you. The future you are building with every shift will now be backed by law. The super you earn will be the super you get. Australia, that is the Australia we believe in. That is the future Payday Super delivers. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First, if I can say that was an outstanding contribution from the member for Moore. It is clear why his constituents sent him here to this place, someone who will stand up not just for a fair day's pay today, but for a fair future for his constituents in Moore in the future, in their retirement as well. I think it's worth reminding in this place, when we think about what we're talking about here, it's about how do we make sure that every Australian has a good, dignified retirement. Now, it was not until 1908 that Australia had the aged pension. It was fiercely resisted by those opposite and their former party formations, And it was Labor that fought year on year in those early years of federation for an aged pension. Back when we didn't have a superannuation system, we had people who were literally finding that they were spending their final years in poverty. And it was on this condition that the Labor Party said they would reluctantly support Alfred Deakin's government, but only on the condition of the passage of an aged pension system. So that becomes pillar one of the income support that Australians could rely upon in their later years. We then had, for a long period of time, people relying on that system or private savings. And then what we know is that prior to Labor's introduction of a universal superannuation scheme for working Australians, only 32% of private sector workers were covered by a private arrangement for superannuation, and the rest were left to rely on the age pension. And then, in 1992, Labor grabs the opportunity, not of that moment, but for the future, an opportunity to make sure we secure a comfortable retirement for millions of Australians through a universal compulsory superannuation scheme. We start with the 3% guarantee, a compact between business, workers and this place, the Parliament. We then, over the years, work up to finally that 9% superannuation contribution. And then, proudly, the job was finished by this government, getting the superannuation contribution up to 12%, meaning that we really do now have all three pillars of that retirement income system in place: the age pension, compulsory superannuation, and the ability for people to have private savings to secure their future. And then we come to this, which is about, as has been said, a once-in-a-generation reform, one that has been campaigned for by so many for so long, to make sure that we no longer see billions of dollars in unpaid wages, because superannuation is part of people's wages, but we're seeing unpaid wages systematically across our economy to the tune of not millions, not hundreds of millions, but some $5.2 billion of unpaid superannuation that this bill, by having full transparency through the single-touch payroll system, will ensure gets into the pockets of the people who have worked for that money, and not just into their superannuation account today, but get it in there. As the member for Moore said, compound interest is one of the wonders of the financial world, and to make sure that that wonder is working in the interests of working people is what I want to see with the passage of this bill. When it comes to that $5.2 billion, that is how much is being taken out each and every year. So if you think about what that might mean for some 35-year-old who's not getting their unpaid super for 2 years, that could, over the time of their retirement, be worth some $32,000. They're literally missing out on enough money to buy that new car that they might want to get as they head into retirement, or to do that trip of a lifetime, or to be able to make sure that they can just live a comfortable, dignified retirement. Now, this gets to the point where we'll see that people have to pay superannuation at the same time they pay wages. I think most of the Australian public know that that is the case. For those of us in this building, it would be good to see that it's the case for all Australians, and that's what this bill will deliver. It will also ensure that there are appropriate penalties for those who do not deliver on this obligation, that those higher penalties can be up to 50% of the unpaid amount in penalty to those who choose to ignore these laws. Further, we're keen to work with the business community, especially small business, to make sure there's support through the single-touch payroll process, and we've put on the table some $404 million to support implementation. Now, I think from government spending $404 million to make sure that each and every year we're getting extra $5.2 billion back into the pockets of working Australians is the right thing to do. And we'll have an appropriately sensible approach when it comes to facilitating compliance in the first year. because we want to make sure that while we know this is easy and will make a huge difference, there will be those who need that extra bit of support, and that support will be there, and that's important too. I want to talk about some of the sort of workers who will benefit from this. I was in my electorate of Perth just a few weeks ago with the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. We were doing a joint press conference about the importance of making sure that people can have their penalty rates protected on public holidays. And as many in this place would know, we've got some good news coming for workers in Western Australia who work on public holidays, is that we've got 2 more public holidays coming. WA Day is moving over to November. We're going to have a show day so that people can have a public holiday to get to the Royal Show and back our farmers and back the agricultural producers of Western Australia. And people who work on those days will get paid appropriately penalty rates, just as they will come into line with the rest of the country when it comes to having a public holiday on Easter Saturday. I want to commend Premier Roger Cook and his Parliamentary Secretary, Daniel Pastorelli, for the efforts to make sure that we bring Western Australia's public holidays into line with the rest of the country. And talking about that, I was standing there, not just with my ministerial colleague, but I was also standing there with Jamie, who works for Woolworths. And Jamie said that getting paid penalty rates helps him afford rent and afford the other things, and so he really appreciates what we've put forward. And of course, what's really important is that Jamie's not just going to be earning penalty rates on those public holidays, but within 7 days of getting his pay packet for working on those holidays, he will also get his superannuation. We stood with Lorenzo, who said that he works in hospitality. Lorenzo said that what it means is that over weekends and public holidays, we actually get to enjoy more time with family and friends because we have more money to spend. Because that's it. These workers who work on these unsociable hours are also customers of many of these businesses, and he wanted to make that point. And Fabiola, who's a hospitality worker, said that penalty rates, quote, really helped us a lot to make our ends meet. And then continued, quote, hospitality industry, it's a very tough industry. And so this bill, those people who work in those tough industries, this bill backs them. And it comes on top of other reforms we have brought into this place to help people earn more and keep more of what they earn. I mentioned people getting the superannuation guarantee of 12%. It was a previous Labor government that made the commitment to get superannuation up to 12% because we knew on the advice that we'd received that was going to make sure people had that dignified retirement that superannuation is there to deliver. We are paying superannuation on government-funded paid parental leave, something that parents have been asking for a long time. This government got it done. And we'll be pleased that from 2027 we'll have a major boost to the low-income superannuation tax offset, making sure that we're increasing it so it's up to $810 for those who rely on that offset, and increasing the threshold from $37,000 to $45,000. Again, that single change can lead to an additional $15,000 come retirement for people on low and middle incomes. That is good news, and it's why this government always backs superannuation, because we believe that, yes, you should earn more and keep more of what you earn, but also that you should have a dignified retirement. It's something that Labor's fought for every single day that Labor members have walked into this place, recognising that we can use the unique power of government to make sure that every Australian has a dignified retirement and can enjoy living in this country once they get past their years where they've chosen to work. I'm really proud of what we're putting forward in making sure that we get that $5.2 billion back into the pockets of the people who earned it. It is time that we got this done. I urge every member to support this so that the Australian people can have the money that they have rightfully earned in their pockets and in their superannuation accounts, and I commend the bill.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call a member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the fundamental principles of finance is that money has time value. $1 today is worth more than the same amount in the future. Deputy Speaker, Australian superannuation is money that belongs to Australians, and they deserve the time value associated with it. For too long, they haven't been receiving all of that value. The Australian Taxation Office estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 2021-22. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. Unpaid super disproportionately affects younger workers and those in insecure work. These are the people who can least afford to miss out on retirement savings. In a typical ATO investigation of an unpaid super case, a worker has missed out on nearly 2 years' worth of super contribution. For the average 35-year-old, failing to recover this money could reduce their retirement savings by around $32,000 in today's money. Australians believe in the superannuation system, and they trust that it will be there for them when they retire. Most Australians aren't engaging with their superannuation on a day-to-day basis, with most treating it like a set-and-forget system. As few as 1 in 10 are actively engaging with it regularly. When employers go bust, the impact is even more severe than when they don't. For an average 35-year-old, missing out on super from a liquidated business could leave their retirement balance more than $90,000 worse off in today's money. When Australians aren't paid what they are owed, when they are owed it, not only does it deny them the financial security they deserve, it undermines the confidence in the superannuation system from the Australian community. This government is taking action to fix that. Payday super is a once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super. It will help ensure that workers actually receive the super they're owed when they're owed it. Working Australians deserve to receive the super they have earned when they have earned it. This reform will fundamentally strengthen the benefits that Australians receive from what they have earned and ensure that every working Australian receives the super they are entitled to on time, every time. For far too long, workers have had to wait months, sometimes even years, to see contributions reach their super accounts. These wait times are not minor inconveniences or admin annoyances. They are real financial losses, and they have worse impact on those who are younger, casual, part-time, or changing jobs with frequency. For the average 25-year-old worker's retirement balance, this is the equivalent of receiving an extra $6,000 in today's money. If a worker is missing out on their super, the impact is even more significant. In a typical unpaid super case for a 35-year-old, recovering their super leaves their retirement balance more than $30,000 better off in today's dollars. For a nurse living in my electorate and working in Sutherland Hospital, that money can go a long way to ensuring that they get the comfort to which their decades of hard work should entitle them. While most employers do the right thing, the Australian Taxation Office estimates $5.2 billion worth of super went unpaid on the most recent financial year data. From the 1st of July 2026, under this legislation, it will be a requirement for superannuation guarantee contributions to be paid at the same time as wages instead of quarterly. Employers must ensure that contributions are received by the employee's super fund within 7 business days of payday. This change will make it easier for employees to track their super and for the ATO to detect missed payments earlier, before debts become unrecoverable. The legislation also updates the superannuation guarantee charge, which is the penalty employers face when they fail to pay super on time. Under the new framework, the super guarantee charge will apply for each payday an employer fails to pay super in full and on time. The updated super guarantee charge includes notional earnings, which compensates employees for the investment returns they missed out on due to the late payment. It also includes administrative uplift, an additional charge to reflect the cost of enforcement and to incentivise voluntary rectification, which can be reduced for employers who voluntarily disclose and have good compliance history. It also includes choice loading, which is an additional penalty if the employer fails to pay into the employee's chosen fund. Employers who continue not to pay, even after the ATO has raised an SG charge, will face higher penalties of up to 50% of the unpaid amount. These charges are designed to prompt employers to fix mistakes quickly and ensure workers are fairly compensated when employers fall short. Wage theft is still wage theft, even if it's for superannuation. Enforcement will be an important part of this. The ATO will use single-touch payroll data, which employees already report to, and match it with data from super funds to detect missed payments in near real time. This data matching capability allows the ATO to intervene earlier, reducing the risk of large debts building up and increasing the chance of recovery. This government has committed $404 million to support implementation. This is the latest reform to the modern superannuation system set up by Labor governments to ensure that Australians get the secure retirement that they deserve. When the Labor government released the 1991 budget, it introduced the Superannuation Guarantee, a compulsory system of superannuation support for Australian employees, a scheme to be paid for by employers. The first year of this new act boosted coverage for super coverage for Australians to 80%. Over the next decade, coverage rose to 91%, and the superannuation guarantee increased to 9%. Today, Australia's superannuation system is a world leader, with more than $3 trillion in superannuation assets invested. We have seen superannuation become an essential part of ensuring the financial security of Australians. This reform adds to that and means that Australians will have access to even more value from the system. Many in Hughes, from small businesses in Wattle Grove and Engadine to industrial powerhouses in Ingleburn, already understand the value of timely contributions. This legislation ensures that those doing the right thing are not disadvantaged and that those failing to meet their obligations are held accountable. Wage theft is wage theft, even for superannuation. What small business and employees want is certainty. Employees want the certainty of knowing their superannuation will be there, and employers want the certainty of knowing what's expected of them. Small businesses and employees in my community need this legislation to pass as soon as possible to give employers, payroll providers, super funds and the ATO time to build the systems needed for implementation by the 1st of July 2026. Businesses need certainty and confidence to operate, and they need time to adjust to new systems. We will not leave businesses in the lurch with these changes. The ATO will adopt a facilitative compliance approach in the first year. Employers who make a genuine attempt to comply, even if they face technical issues, will not be targeted by ATO compliance. The reform will help employers by aligning super with payroll, reducing end-of-quarter admin pressure and the risk of large liabilities. The longer we wait, the more workers miss out on, and the harder it becomes to recover unpaid super. Ultimately, this bill is about trust. Trust that when Australians work hard, the system protects their earnings. Trust that the decades of contribution to their superannuation will yield a secure and dignified retirement. Trust that this Labor government protects fairness, equity and long-term economic prosperity for Australians. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
And Deputy Speaker, as I came to make this speech tonight on payday superannuation, it got me thinking about some of the great Labor achievements. Some of the great achievements of Labor governments across the decades, of which superannuation most certainly is one. It got me thinking about the fact that it was Labor governments that dismantled work choices, something that stole the key portions of workers' rights, took them from the people who earned them. And it got me thinking about the fact that Medicare is a great Labor achievement, something that secured accessible and affordable healthcare for so many millions of Australians. And certainly superannuation, something that secures the futures of millions of people across this country. And Deputy Speaker, all of these great Labor reforms have something in common. When they were designed, when they were put together, when they were thought of, they had working people, everyday Australians at their heart. They were designed to make sure that they were looked after. They were designed to make sure that they had dignity, and they were designed to make sure that they had fair outcomes. And Deputy Speaker, as we know in this place, this is a government that is firmly focused on delivery. And so whether that delivery is about making sure that we are backing in workers' rights with penalty rates and securing those penalty rates, whether that delivery is about expanding bulk billing to make sure that everyone has access to a bulk billed doctor, or whether it's this bill, a bill that is designed to ensure that people are paid their superannuation. What is clear is that in each of these great Labor reforms, we have not sat idly by. We as a Labor government continue to build on those reforms each and every day, and it is part of our DNA, it is in our blood, and it is something that we continue to deliver and make better every single day. Deputy Speaker, superannuation was designed by Labor. It was implemented by Labor. And through the years, we've protected it, we've strengthened it, and that's what this bill is about again tonight. The Keating government made it compulsory in 1992, securing the futures of so many Australians. And its core aim is to ensure that Australian workers are set up for a dignified and a secure retirement. It's based on the fundamental ideas of fairness. It's based on the fundamental ideas that workers should have dignity when they retire. It's based on the fundamental ideas of trust between governments and the people. And importantly, it secures access to capital for everyday people, not just putting it in the hands of a few, but expanding the access to that capital to so many. It's about trust. It's about making sure that we, every day, make sure that people have the security that they require in retirement. And Deputy Speaker, the Super Members Council CEO, Mr. Schubert, said, Australia has the fastest growing super system.
It being 7:30 p.m, the member is interrupted. I propose a question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today's CPI shows price pressures are heading the wrong way again. Headline inflation up 1.3% in the September quarter. This is the highest quarterly rise since March 2023. Annual inflation was 3.2%, up from 2.1% in the June quarter. And respected economist Chris Richardson tweeted, "Ouch, that doesn't look good." And energy is the big culprit. As temporary rebates unwind, household prices jumped and are pushing up the overall number. In fact, the ABS was quoted as saying this: the electricity series recorded a rise of 23.6% over the past 12 months. The annual rise in electricity costs is primarily related to state government rebates being used up by households. State government electricity rebates that were in place in September quarter 2024 included the Queensland $1,000 rebate, the Western Australian $400 state rebate and the Tasmania $250 state rebate. Over the year, those rebates have been used up and those programs have finished. And what do we have? The exposure of the true cost of power to households and businesses in Australia. Labor promised lower power bills, but instead bills have surged and heavy industry faces shutdowns. Tomago, our largest smelter, has warned in the last few days about power costs forcing their closure and putting thousands of jobs at risk. But this also hurts small business, the local butcher, the local car workshop, because energy is a core input cost to doing business. On the Gold Coast and right across the country, it means fewer hours, tighter margins and jobs being put at risk. And how tough must our cafes be doing it?
Very tough.
The cafe owners, in addition to the 23% power rise, the ABS highlighted this. for specific comment. Other notable price rises over the last 12 months included the 14.6% rise for coffee, tea and cocoa. This reflects on lower supply from major overseas supplier of coffee beans. Well, guess what? Coffee over the counter hasn't gone up to cover these costs. Our businesses are suffering. They are struggling to make ends meet. And these valuable local places that we gather at to have our coffee are struggling. The RBA had cut rates earlier this year, but now they're going to be extremely cautious. And for families out there who are holding out for some further relief before Christmas, sadly, we can't now hold our breath. But not only is this government hurting your hip pocket, they are failing you on housing. Minister O'Neill was hapless in home affairs and she is hopeless with homes. Labor's centrepiece, the Housing Australia Future Fund, is now under a performance review audit into its design and delivery by the Auditor-General. When even the Auditor-General steps in, you know something's gone badly wrong. The chair of Housing Australia resigned last week, and Labor, for some reason, continues to keep secret a $24,000 report into the poor governance of Housing Australia. What exactly are they hiding? So after chaos and resignations, billions in commitments and headline after headline, there's basically no delivery. Australians can't live by Labor press releases. Labor promised 1.2 million new homes over 5 years, but Treasury and industry experts have confirmed the target is simply unachievable on current policy settings. And the result of all of this, higher costs, fewer building starts, and young Australians being locked out of the market, whether they want to rent or buy. Now, Labor makes out they are the party of young people, but the truth is this, and these young Australians will realise it. Millennials and Gen Zs are the forgotten generations under Labor. Home ownership is slipping away from them, rent pain is rising, and their buying power has been eroded by inflation. Shame on Labor.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I call the member for the Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to talk about one of the biggest grassroots movement in this country, our men's sheds. As Australia's first special envoy for men's health, I'm proud to shine a light on the amazing work that's happening in sheds right across the nation. This is the first time Australia has ever had a role focused completely on men's health. For too long, men's wellbeing has not received the attention that it deserves. Speaker, we've always been really good at servicing our utes and keeping our tools sharp, but not so good at checking on ourselves or our mates. My role as Special Envoy is about helping to change that. It's about encouraging blokes to talk more openly about their health, to act early, to stay connected to their communities and with their mates. And one of the best ways to do that is through one of the 1,361 men's sheds in Australia. Speaker, men's sheds are a great Australian idea that has grown into a global movement. They have been built on a simple belief that men are stronger, healthier and happier when they have purpose, connection and community. The Albanese Labor government recognises this and has invested strongly in sheds all around our beautiful country. We have provided funding for tools, upgrades and programs that keep sheds open and all welcoming you at the same time. This investment is about more than just tools and timber, Speaker. It's about giving men a place to belong, a reason to get out of the house, a chance to share a laugh and support each other through life's ups and downs. Every dollar invested in the shed pays off in better health, wellbeing and connection. As Special Envoy, I've had the privilege of visiting sheds across Australia, from the suburbs of Sydney to the red dirt of the Northern Territory. Each shed tells a story and reflects its unique community. In Aboriginal communities, sheds are placed of culture, country and connection. Elders share stories, language and skills with younger men, building pride and identity. Back home in the Hunter, I always make time to visit the Singleton Men's Shed. They're a great bunch of blokes. We usually end up chatting about politics, sport, and life over one of the famous sausage sandwiches. There's always a jar of Jerry's Men's Shed tomato relish to take home, with every cent going to the Cancer Council. So far, they've raised over $4,000 just from those little jars of relish, and keep up the good work, gents. That is mateship in action, and that's exactly what men's sheds are all about. I also want to give a big shout out to the Monash Men's Shed, celebrating their 15th birthday on the 12th of November. Congratulations, guys. 15 years of helping the community is something to be very proud of. Congratulations and thank you for all you've done in supporting the health and well-being of men across your area. Mr Speaker, there is another shed that deserves a special mention. For the past 11 years, the South Lakes Men's Shed has been quietly making bereavement boxes for families that have had, unfortunately, a loss of an infant. They build around 10 of these a month, completely free of charge. Bunnings donates the timber. The men skillfully craft each box by hand, and a lovely lady from Seviers Point paints them beautifully. Before this, many grieving families were given nothing more than a cardboard box. Now, thanks to these men, families receive something made with care, compassion and dignity. Each box includes a teddy, a blanket, hand and foot print material, and information to help parents honour and remember their baby. These are just a couple of examples of what men's sheds are doing right across this country. Real blokes making real differences. That's the true heart of the men's shed movement. Compassion, community and mateship in action. Men's sheds are not just a place to build furniture. They are places where men rebuild themselves. They save lives through simple acts, a chat, a laugh, a helping hand, a cup of coffee, and we all love a sausage sandwich too from them, so thank you. In a country where too many men still struggle in silence, these sheds give them a safe space to open up, connect and to heal. As Special Envoy for Men's Health, I will keep visiting sheds right across this beautiful country and making sure they have the support they need to help blokes stay connected, to stay healthy and to stay as strong as they can. To every shed member, volunteer and supporter across this country, thank you. Whether you're in Monash or South Lakes, Sydney, Singleton, Broome or Broken Hill, you're building stronger men, stronger families and a stronger Australia. I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and thank you for all you do. Keep up the great work to all the men's sheds all around this beautiful country. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Parks.
Mr Speaker, 1 in 3 Australians live outside a major city. These are Labor's forgotten Australians. The same Australians who feed and clothe our country. These are the same Australians whose innovation and resilience give us the international competitiveness for our agricultural industry. The Australians who harvest the resources that power Australia and generate critical wealth for all Australians. And yet, these Australians face obstruction after obstruction. The whole supply chain in these critical industries are facing the strangling constraints of red and green tape in compliance. I have already spoken in this House about the shortage of workers, and I've spoken yesterday about the crumbling state of our regional road network under the Albanese government. In addition to these challenges, our primary producers have been handed yet another burden, the rapid and frightening march of wind, solar and battery projects. Mapping data recently released by Rainforest Reserve Australia shows there are 1,126 projects in the pipeline, requiring a staggering 44,895 kilometres of new haulage roads for more than 300 wind projects, along with an additional 443,000 hectares of prime land for 545 new solar projects. The total number of solar panels proposed totals a staggering 584 million. 584 million. These projects, applauded by people who don't live and never visit where these projects will be located, are causing a frightening certainty for many primary producers and regional Australians. They are setting neighbour against neighbour, family against family, and are threatening farmland and our forests. Yes, we need a balanced energy supply, but not at any cost. Regional Australia must not wear the brunt of an impossible emissions target. And yet we see no consideration, no thought going into these issues by the Albanese government. Instead, we see a mad rush to transition to net zero with the target to reduce by 62 to 70% by 2035. In this mad rush, this will cost Australians $1.328 trillion and regional Australians much more in their loss of land, relationships, productivity and certainty. In Labor's haste to look good in the international levels, we are destroying the very thing we value: our environment, our future and our people. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is not yet done sticking it to primary producers. Not only are farmers facing labour shortages, watching their roads crumble, they're also looking at a future scarred by a hasty renewable projects. Many in the electorate of Parkes and beyond are dealing with uncertainty when it comes to the most basic of requirements: water. Water is a life in regional communities, crops, animals and ourselves. We all depend on it. If there's none, neither is there crops, neither are there livestock and neither are there people. Labor's water amendments, Restoring Our Rivers Act, that came into effect in late 2023, made changes to the Water Act of 2007 and the Basin Plan of 2012, getting rid of a cap on Commonwealth water purchases. Removing the upper limit of how much water could be recovered left no certainty for farmers or for the communities located in these catchments. In April this year, the New South Wales Irrigators Council submission on the impacts of this Act on the New South Wales regional communities found economic modelling consistently showed that water buybacks harm regional communities' resilience on irrigation. The submission highlighted a growing risk of water recovery by stealth and calling all New South Wales rules-based water reform to be paused. The Murray-Darling Basin is one of the largest river systems in the world. It crosses Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia, an area the size of France and Germany combined, covering a great swath of the South East Australia. We need to get this right without destroying our agricultural heart and forcing people off the land into the cities. We are losing farms and we are losing population in our basin communities. Just in the past week, I visited the remote town of Wilcannia, where the residents are still relying on a weir that is 30 years past its life cycle. It simply isn't good enough, and the Albanese government need to do better.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Speaker. When Labor came to government, Medicare was under pressure. Bulk billing was falling, medicines were getting more expensive, aged care was in crisis. And that's because our health and aged care systems had been neglected by the Coalition for a decade. When the Liberal and Nationals were in government, they neglected Medicare, they froze Medicare rebates for 6 years, they ripped billions of dollars out of the system, and they tried to slap on a $7 fee for every GP visit. Since we've been in government, we've worked hard to turn that around, because this is a government that cares about affordable health care. We care about Medicare and aged care. We care about making sure Australians have somewhere to go for urgent medical needs. That's why Labor is building Medicare urgent care clinics. They're open for hours, you don't need an appointment, and they're fully bulk billed. It means you can get stitches for a cut, treatment for an infection, or help with a sprain, without having to wait for hours in emergency or paying out of pocket. We've already opened 87 clinics across the country, and we're building 50 more, including in Burwood in my electorate. Medicare urgent care clinics mean patients can get urgent medical help when they need it, and it takes pressure off our emergency departments in our hospitals. Every Australian should be able to afford the medicines they need. That's what we believe, and that's what we're delivering. We've made the biggest cut to the cost of PBS medicines in Australia's history. The maximum co-payment is now just $30. We've also introduced 60-day dispensing. That means fewer trips to the pharmacy and more money in your pocket, especially for people managing long-term conditions. Labor is making medicines cheaper because your health shouldn't come down to what you can afford. And for too long, women's health has been underfunded, overlooked and under-researched. But Labor is changing that. We've delivered a $573 million women's health package because women deserve better care, more choices and lower costs. We've listed new contraceptive pills on the PBS for the first time in 30 years. We're boosting Medicare rebates for IUDs and implants, saving women up to $400 a year. We've introduced Medicare-funded menopause health checks, new hormone therapies, and expanded endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. This is about listening to women and acting. We care about the quality of aged care because Australians deserve dignity in their later years. And we've been working hard to reform the system that the coalition had left broken. We've made sure there's now a registered nurse on site in residential aged care more than 99% of the time. And from the 1st of November, we're introducing a new Aged Care Act, putting the rights of older Australians at the heart of the system. We're reforming in-home care too, so people can stay in their homes longer with the support they need. And we're making aged care more culturally appropriate, especially for diverse communities like mine. And I had the pleasure of taking Minister for Aged Care and Seniors to the Bernard Chan Nursing Home in Burwood and the Cass Residential Aged Care Facility in Campsie, two wonderfully culturally appropriate aged care facilities that are supporting the Chinese community. Because everyone deserves to age with dignity in a system that respects who they are. Bulk billing incentives for GPs will be available to everyone with a Medicare card, meaning an additional 18 million visits to the GP every year will now be bulk bill. And on a recent visit to a medical practice in my electorate, Mr Butler and I heard how 16 out of 18 of the GPs working there would now be able to move to fully bulk billing all their patients, because we are delivering the biggest boost to Medicare bulk billing in decades on the 1st of November. This builds on the work that we did in 2023 to triple the bulk billing incentives for children and concession card holders. And I am proud, as are all Labor members, to be part of this government that is strengthening Medicare, improving our aged care system.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to take the opportunity to speak on behalf of our wonderful agricultural sector, those hard-working Australians that clothe and feed us. And I feel compelled to do this because this Labor government seems intent on disregarding their needs and in some cases actively punishing them too often for the sake of ideology. Now, unfortunately, our farming communities have come to fear impending decisions from this government, and the fear is garnered from real lived experience. After all, this is the same government that put forward the failed biosecurity levy and more recently attempted to tax unrealised capital gains, and the same government that appears intent on destroying prime agricultural lands for the sake of the renewables-only ideology. Now, for those who have forgotten, this Labor government attempted to charge Australian farmers a levy for unregulated practices of foreign producers. It is not our local agricultural industry that poses the biosecurity risk in this country. The risk comes from overseas, and we made that point over and over. Why would any government even consider punishing local producers for the risks posed by imports from other countries? This insane proposed tax was so off base that the President of the National Farmers Federation was forced to publicly state, and I quote, "We're shocked to say the least that the government would ignore that the unanimous voices of farmers, importers and policy experts. If they aren't listening to the broad church of voices, who on earth are they listening to? Close quote. Now, thankfully, that legislation didn't manage to pass due to common sense in this place. But not to be deterred, the Labor government then attempted to charge Australian farmers who held their properties in self-managed super funds a tax on unrealised capital gains. Now, that was a very real tax on imaginary profits. A bill for something you actually haven't received. This disastrous tax had the potential to force some of our farming communities to sell their farms to pay the debt. How does that make any sense? Well, thankfully, we on this side of the floor opposed the bill for those very good reasons, and the Australian public echoed our cries, reversing that decision. But wait, there's more. This time, the very real and very immediate threat provided by Labor's reckless renewables rollout. Around the country, we are watching farming communities being torn apart by unscrupulous renewable energy operators and government overreach. Mr. Speaker, when you are literally being run out of town by tractors, it's probably time you need to reassess that decision. And it's completely understandable that our farming communities are a little paranoid when it comes to the motives of this government. And if you want to look at it through that lens, Mr. Speaker, I was recently invited to attend a meeting in Coffs Harbour with the local banana growers who are fearful that this government is even entertaining the idea of allowing imports of bananas from the Philippines, of all places. Australia produces some of the highest quality fruit in the world, and Australians eat around 5 million bananas a day. The current value of the domestic banana production is 846 million, equating to nearly 400,000 tonnes, and they employ more than 18,000 full-time and part-time jobs. In a bizarre move, the Labor government has agreed to investigate the viability of banana imports into Australia from the Philippines. Not only is this a biosecurity risk, but it's a risk to our domestic market, allowing a foreign country to flood our supermarket shelves with cheap fruit and drive out our local producers. I'm calling on the Labor government to stop finding ways to punish our farmers and start actively protecting them. Looking out for Australians is what you were elected to do, and it's time to start doing it.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the countdown is on. In just a few short sleeps, boys, girls, mums, dads, every single Australian has got something incredibly special to wake up to. It's 3 days until the 1st of November, and on the 1st of November, what's happening? We are increasing the bulk billing incentive. And what that means is more bulk billing across our nation. It means that more bulk billing will give access for people to have more affordable and more accessible healthcare from their GPs. And if we want to contrast what we saw when it came to healthcare under the Coalition, we remember what they did. They cut billions of dollars from healthcare. They introduced or tried to introduce a co-payment killing bulk billing. And there has never been a starker difference between Labor, which is driving towards a world where bulk billing can be accessed by everyday people in their own suburbs, and the Coalition, who have spent their days cutting from health and who have spent their days trying to make bulk billing a part of history. And so, Deputy Speaker, Labor is expanding the eligibility for bulk billing incentives to all Australians and creating that new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every single patient. The Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program will provide an additional 12.5% incentive payment on MBS benefits paid for eligible services, split between the GP and the practice. When participating GPs and their practice bulk bill all eligible payments for all eligible services. And what does this mean? This means that 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. And this will boost the number of fully bulk billed practices to around 4,800 nationally, triple the current number. And not only that, that is on top of our additional urgent care clinics, that's on top of making sure that we're making medicines cheaper. And Deputy Speaker, if you want to see a live example, a real example of where that's already happening in my community, you only have to go to Our Medical. And I visited Our Medical in Annerley recently, where the only thing that you need to take is your Medicare card. They are already doing it. And we want to see more people join these kind of practices because they're open from 7 to 10 on Monday to Friday, 8 to 10 on the weekends, 365 days a year, and they bulk bill GPs, face-to-face, telehealth, radiology, pathology, dental, and CT scans. It's part of a big network, and it's part of the realisation of our commitment to providing high-quality, comprehensive, accessible healthcare to everyone. It sounds a lot like Labor's commitment for every Australian to have access to free healthcare with just their Medicare card. And, Mr Speaker, that service is in Annerley. And I do want to touch briefly on one of our other fantastic bastions in our community of Annerley, and that is Braille House. Because Braille House is a very special place. If you haven't heard of it, Braille House moved to Annerley in 1953, 72 years ago. It builds on a strong history of support for Queensland for those with low vision or who are blind, going back to 1987. And Braille House are the absolute foremost experts when it comes to Braille, and they are right in my local community on Brisbane's south side. The legacy that they have built lives on today with a range of services, and Mr Speaker, as you know, Braille House is in the house today and tomorrow. They have a collection of over 8,000 Braille and Moon books for all ages. They are constantly transcribing new books, and over 126,300 pages of Braille were transcribed last year. In 2024, they produced over 603 Braille books and magazines, and they delivered over 4,600 Braille books across Australia. They're teaching, they do touch literacy, both vision impaired and sighted students. They do advocacy for the availability of Braille and tactile resources, ensuring everyone has access to literacy, no matter who you are. They do the production of material for businesses and government offices, calendars, emergency resources, tactile QR code indicators. And on literacy, the ability to communicate and understand through reading, writing and speaking, and allowing individuals to understand and interact with the world around them is something that Braille House does every day, and we're very, very proud of them.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Can I